Fantasy, Guarding the Sword Pavilion. I'm a protagonist's investor. Chapter 1, The Little Elder of Jianghe, Investment Rebate System. Changhe Sword Sect. Jianghe. I have traveled through time. And you traveled to a fantasy world. Xie Fei looked at his handsome self in the bronze mirror. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, about 1.8 meters tall, thin, with handsome features. According to the memory in my mind, his current identity is the Sword Pavilion elder of a small sect. The so-called Sword Pavilion is the place where the sect's disciples receive their magic swords. Changhe Sword Sect is a third-rate sect in Xuanqi continent that specializes in swordsmanship. After I have almost sorted out my thoughts, Xie Fei sighed with a headache. Why would I travel through time to such a dangerous fantasy world? And I'm just an ordinary little elder. The original body was really not that good in terms of either talent or strength. To put it nicely, he is a young elder. To put it bluntly, he is the errand boy security guard who guards the gate of Jianghe and helps disciples fill in information and get swords. And although she looks like she is only in her 20s, she is actually in her 40s. After practicing for decades, he is still just a small character in the first level of Qi refining realm. In terms of talent, it can be said that there is no possibility for him to make further progress in this lifetime. According to the original body's memory, the cultivation on the Xuanqi continent is divided from low to high into mortal, Qi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul. Each realm is further divided into 9 grades. As for what realm is above the nascent soul, the original body knows nothing about it. The leader of the Changhe Sword Sect is only at the Jindan stage. But at least I have a place to stay, so I don't have to wander around outside. Xie Fei could only think positively and comfort himself. Just at this moment, suddenly, a peculiar voice came from my mind. Ding! The investment rebate system has been activated successfully. Congratulations to the host for receiving the novice gift pack. System. When Xie Fei heard the voice, he was immediately overjoyed. Then a stream of information emerged. After a moment, he had a general understanding of the capabilities of this investment rebate system. To put it simply, as long as you invest in others, you can get all kinds of benefits. Moreover, the stronger the destiny of the investment object, the greater the reward will be. System, open the novice gift pack. After Xie Fei fully understood it, he couldn't wait to see what good things were in the gift package. Ding! The novice gift package has been opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Golden Eye of Life. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the System Space, which can grow with the host's strength. Fate Golden Eye. After use, you can check the fate of the target. Each use will consume a certain amount of mental energy, so don't overdo it. Note, everything has its own destiny, from weak to strong, divided into gray, fools, white, ordinary, green, extraordinary, blue, superior, purple, genius, gold, prodigy, red, destiny, and special anomalies. Xie Fei felt his eyes go cold, as if something had changed. But before he could appreciate it, there was a knock on the door. Elder Xie, it's almost 9 p.m., why haven't you opened the gate to the Sword Pavilion yet? After hearing this, Xie Fei remembered that he had to open the door at Qinshi every day. He quickly straightened his elder's uniform and opened the door. The one who knocked on the door and called him was also an elder named Jinyo. Elder Jinyo is one of the few familiar faces in the sect, and he also works in Jianghe. But he is better than me. He is in charge of the registration in the warehouse. When disciples come to get swords, they have to look for them in the book he has written. Elder Xie, are you not going to do this anymore? Seeing Xie Fei coming out, Elder Jinyo lowered his voice and said, some time ago, you told me that you couldn't see any hope in this life, so why not go out and try your luck? Speaking of. There was a strong sense of reluctance in his tone, and he looked dejected and depressed. Xie Fei knew that this Golden Bull elder didn't have many acquaintances in the sword sect. Because of his low status and strength, his original self could be considered his only friend. So when I talk about this, it's normal to feel a little sad when I think about being alone here in the future. Think of this. Xie Fei had no choice but to say, that was all nonsense I said. It's so dangerous outside, how could I leave? Don't worry, you won't lose me as a friend. When the original body said this before, he was thinking of going out to try his luck and see if he could change his fate. Now that I have the system, why do I need to go out and fight for my life? Wouldn't it be great to be an angel investor? Elder Genio heard this, but shook his head and said, "Thank you, Elder, that's not what I meant. The main thing is that you leave, and I have to watch the gate." There was a hint of melancholy in his tone. Xie Fei. He just threw his life and golden pupil over. Name, Taurus. Gender, male. Lifespan, 41/100. Realm, 7th level of mortal body. Destiny luck, gray. The fate of the gray fool: even if you cultivate with all kinds of panaceas, you will not achieve anything in the future. It is recommended to give up. Recent needs: I don't want to practice, I want a chi gathering pill to help me break through. Let's go, it's better not to open the Sword Pavilion too late. As Xie Fei spoke, he secretly shook his head. Gray destiny, no need for any investment. Waiting to the place. Xie Fei saw a 9-story ancient tower building. This is the Sword Pavilion of the Changhe Sword sect. Each floor stores swords of different levels. He and Taurus are the elders in charge of the first level. At this time, outside the gate of Jianghe, there were already more than a dozen disciples waiting in the square. After Xie Fei opened the door, he looked at these disciples and his mind moved slightly, and he quietly used the golden eyes of life. Name, Gu Wei. Gender, male. Lifespan, 19/60. Realm, 1st level of mortal body. Destiny luck, gray. Recent needs: I have failed to break through recently and feel discouraged. I need encouragement and comfort. Name, Sua Baishuan. Gender, female. Lifespan, 21/99. Realm, mortal level 3. Destiny luck, gray. Recent demand: I was attacked by bandits on the way back to the sect and was injured. I need a healing pill. Seeing that all these people in front of him were disciples of the sect with gray destiny, Xie Fei couldn't help but shake his head secretly. No wonder Changhe Sword sect has fallen to third-rate status. With so many disciples, not even one is good. But no matter what he said, he actually knew. Even the Changhe Sword sect, a third-rate sect, is not open to everyone. Disciples like those waiting outside the Sword Pavilion are regarded as the chosen ones by everyone. But unfortunately, such a genius still failed to meet the most basic investment requirements. If you want to get a rebate, you must at least have a white destiny. After looking around like this, Xie Fei immediately felt dizzy due to the high frequency of using the golden pupil of life. Just at this moment, a disciple rushed over. As he appeared, the disciples in the queue suddenly made a noise. It's him. He hasn't left yet. I guess there's still hope. Unfortunately, Senior Sister Mingyue has already broken off the engagement with him. What a pity. When he first joined the sect, he was so talented that he broke the record of the sword sect. But later on, he suddenly became a waste. Senior Sister Mingyue is the sect's genius, so it's normal for her to look down on this useless childhood friend of his. If I were him, I wouldn't accept this humiliation and would just leave. Listening to the disciples' discussion, Xie Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Break off an engagement. Genius turned into waste. This is the standard configuration for the protagonist. He suddenly became excited, and used the life path golden eye on the disciple who appeared. Chapter 2 Reward. Golden Legend. Daluo Sword Body. Name, Xiao Yan. Gender, male. Lifespan, 18/100. Realm, 2nd level of mortal body. Destiny and luck, gold. Golden Legend. This is a rare genius. His appearance will surely shake the world. Such a person cannot be described in words, and it is rare to meet him. It is recommended to invest immediately. Recent needs: suffering from the erosion of strange fire, the pain is unbearable, and the 16 pill is needed to neutralize and subdue the strange fire. Well, the protagonists are all 18. Xie Fei's mind was completely focused on the golden legend. He just looked around and almost exhausted himself, but all he saw was a horrible gray. And now, finally, a super genius of the golden legend has appeared. As expected, the ones whose engagements are broken off are all the protagonists. Xie Fei couldn't help but feel emotional, and his gaze at Xiaoyan became more and more passionate. Jiang'e opens its doors. The disciples holding swords lined up in a long queue. Xie Fei registered them one by one and distributed the corresponding magic swords. Wait until the last person comes forward. Disciple Xiaoyan greets Elder Xie. My last sword was burned, and this is its remains. I would like to ask Elder Xie to review and approve my application for another one. Facing the elder of Jianguo, Xiaoyan handed over a sword skeleton in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. The sword was almost twisted beyond recognition, and it was charred black with various dark-tempered colors all over it. Even the hilt was gone. Although the swords on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion are just ordinary magical weapons. But among mortal weapons, it can definitely be called a divine weapon that is invulnerable to water and fire. To be able to ruin a magic sword like this. Xie Fei was a little surprised. I can only say that he is worthy of being the protagonist of Golden Legend. Think of this. He asked, Xiaoyan, how many years have you been in the sect? It has just been a year since this disciple entered the Changhe sword sect. Xiaoyan was a little surprised why the elder asked this, but he still answered. Are there any relatives at home? I have been alone since I was young, without any relatives or friends. Hearing this answer, Xie Fei immediately put on a compassionate look. Poor child. Suffering from the poison of fire, yet still persevering. He's a talented person who can be cultivated. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. Thank you, elder. How did you know? The strange fire has always been his secret, but he didn't expect it to be pointed out by the elder of the Sword Pavilion today. Xie Fei waved his hand. If I want to subdue the fire poison in you, I must have a 16 pill. The 16 pill is worth hundreds of spirit stones. It is so precious that an outer disciple like me cannot possibly afford it. Xiaoyan smiled bitterly and continued, to be honest, Elder Xie, I came to get the sword because I want to go to Qifeng Mountain to hunt monsters and exchange them for some spirit stones. Qifeng Mountain is the back mountain of Changhe sword sect, not far away. There are a large number of dangerous monsters living there, and ordinary people rarely set foot there. With your strength, even if you take the risk to go to Qifeng Mountain, it will be difficult to earn enough spirit stones in a short period of time. Xie Fei said, taking out a small box from his body, I have another Liuyin pill here, take it. Although the 16 pill is precious, the original body still has one with his family background. After all, he has been a junior elder in the sword sect for nearly 10 years, so he is certainly wealthier than the outer disciples. 16 pills. Xiaoyan stared at the small box, and his breathing suddenly became much faster. Liuyin Dan does have the effect of treating fire poison and neutralizing yin and yang. But this kind of precious elixir, whether outside or in the sword sect, requires at least 500 or 600 spirit stones to buy. As an outer sect disciple, I only earn 3 spirit stones from my hard work every month. If you want to buy Liuyin pills to save your life, you will have to save for more than 10 years even if you don't eat or drink. He is totally confused now. He never expected that Elder Xie from Jiang'e would lend him a helping hand. These years, Xiaoyan suffered from cold stares and ridicule. Not only did his proud cultivation talent disappear inexplicably, but even his childhood sweetheart, his fiancée, left him. Moreover, at midnight, he suffered from the burning of the fire. Such tragic days, I thought they would last my whole life. But I didn't think about it. An elder whom I had only met a few times would actually treat me so well. For a moment, Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with tears. Outer disciple Xiaoyan thanks Elder Xie Fei for his kindness. He held up the Liuyin pill in both hands, took a step back, and bowed very respectfully. I will never forget your life-saving grace. After all, his own life was at stake, so Xiaoyan did not refuse the favor. He secretly swore in his heart that no matter what happened in the future, he must repay Elder Xie Fei. Okay, here is your magic sword, take it with you. Xie Fei smiled and picked up a wooden sword box from the shelf and handed it to Xiaoyan. The latter held the sword box and Liuyin pill and left the sword pavilion with brisk but solemn steps. Ding! The host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, get a rebate. Since the investment object's destiny is gold, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Daluo sword body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a foundation building pill. Daluo sword body, the strongest physique in Kendo, directly pointing to the origin of the sword. The owner's practice and understanding of Kendo far exceeds that of his peers. Sword, already stored in system space special magic weapon. Bound to the host, can grow with the host's understanding of swordsmanship. Can be restored if damaged or lost. Foundation building pill, already stored in the system space when you have completed the 9th level of Qi training, taking this can help you break through to the foundation building stage. Although the system's introduction to the 3 rewards is very brief. But Xie Fei knows the foundation establishment pill. This thing is priceless. As long as you reach the 9th level of Qi training, you will be able to break through to the foundation building stage with a 100% chance of taking the divine pill. You have to know that the leader of the Changhe sword sect is only at the Jindan realm. With such effects, you can imagine what the situation is like. If one wants to buy a foundation building pill, it would probably cost 70 to 80% of the sword sect's savings. This is assuming that someone is willing to sell it, otherwise you can't buy it even if you have money. Wait until you come to your senses. The reward of the Daluo sword body suddenly entered the body. Xie Fei felt a chill all over his body, and felt countless cold sword intentions appearing in his limbs and bones. In an instant, he felt an intense pain. It's like thousands or tens of thousands of knives, cutting the flesh and scraping the bones inside the body, reshaping the body. The strange sword intent was filled with coldness and sharpness, constantly shuttling through his limbs and bones. Finally, with a boom, all of them gathered together and turned into an ancient and transparent small sword, which fell into his Qi Si. If there was a powerful master here at this moment, he would be able to see that Xie Fei had turned into a magic sword, and the sword's intent was shaking time and space. I don't know how much time passed. Maybe just for a moment. All the pain in his body disappeared and Xie Fei suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like 2 extremely sharp sword beams, piercing straight into people's souls and will. Is this the Daluo sword body? My talent in swordsmanship has reached a level rarely seen in the world. Chapter 3, Breaking Through 4 Realms in a Row, 5th level. In the Elder's Courtyard. Xie Fei is getting familiar with the changes in himself. Sit cross-legged and look inward at your body. He immediately saw a sword in his sea of Qi. It seemed that the original Dantian Qi Si had been completely replaced by it, and all the absorbed spiritual energy had been converted into a special sword energy. Although his realm has not been broken through, he is still at the 1st level of Qi training. But the combat power has more than increased tenfold. Xie Fei knew very well that his original body's qualifications had been completely changed, and he would definitely soar to great heights if he continued to practice swordsmanship in the future. Think of this. He immediately tried to practice. The sword energy in the body began to circulate according to the only cultivation technique that the original body knew, eternal life-breathing technique. The sword energy continued to travel throughout the body, transforming every inch of skin and flesh step by step. At the same time, the spiritual energy from the outside world also began to stir slowly. As the spiritual energy is continuously absorbed into the body and enters the Dantian Qi Si, it is transformed into wisps of sword energy through the small sword. His strength also began to change. 1st level of Qi training. The 2nd level of Qi training. A night passed. After the change in his aptitude, Xie Fei directly broke through to the 5th level of the Qi training realm. Close your eyes. Xie Fei could feel that his flesh and blood were as solid as if they had been tempered 1,000 times. The meridians that were like a chicken's appendix before have also become wide roads. Not only are they extremely strong, but they can also pass more spiritual energy and sword energy. Breaking through 4 realms overnight, even for a genius of great power, this is probably the limit, right? Xie Fei clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body like a tide. Open the system space. After thinking silently in his heart, his perspective suddenly changed. I saw a space of about 100 square meters. There are only 2 things in it. A small box containing foundation building pills. There was also an iron sword without a scabbard, standing in the air. The foundation building pill is not needed now, so Xie Fei took out the sword. It looked ordinary, and there were even spots of rust on the sword. But he clearly remembers the introduction of the system. This thing is a special magical weapon that can grow. And not destroyed. Won't be lost. My current strength is still too weak. But with the system, I just need to stay in this sword pavilion and not go out to seek death. I will be able to become invincible sooner or later in peace and stability. The most urgent task is to find more talented people to invest in. Xie Fei's thoughts were flowing, and he was slowly thinking about where to find someone next. Open the door. Xie Fei held the Jiangha token in his hand and opened the gate magic circle. Teams of outer disciples immediately formed up and walked in. Elder, I would like to apply for an extra magic sword. Is that possible? Just as they sat down, a young man from the outer sect with short hair and a face full of flesh came over and said with a flattering smile. No. The sect has a rule that each person has one sword, and if it is damaged, the remains must be handed in. Xie Fei responded while checking the other disciples with his golden eyes of life. He is a minor elder with no background. Without permission from his superiors, he dare not break the rules. After saying, he ordered Jintong to look at the short-haired outer disciple. Name, Niobu. Gender, male. Lifespan, 28/79. Realm, second level of mortal body. Destiny luck, gray. Recent demand, I recently found a way to resell the resources of Changhe Sword sect in the town at the foot of the mountain. He is nearly 30 years old, and he has only reached the second level of mortal cultivation. It is indeed as the system judged, the gray fool who is not worthy of investment. So you were planning to take the magic sword and sell it for money? Xie Fei shook his head and said directly, don't even mention two, you can't even get one now. Where is your previous magic sword? The short-haired outer disciple suddenly stammered and couldn't explain clearly where his original magic sword had gone. Seeing him like this, Xie Fei waved his hand. The strength of the 5th level of Qi training burst out, and the short-haired man was blown out of the sword pavilion in one go. He landed on his butt in the square outside and was not injured. This immediately shocked the other outer disciples. Especially a few people who also wanted to cut in line. When they saw this scene, they immediately stood obediently in their seats. As expected of an elder, the power of his gestures is so strong. Be careful, don't get thrown out like Niobu, that would be too embarrassing. Accompanied by cautious discussions. Xie Fei basically completed the morning's workload. But what disappointed him was that after half a day, all he saw was a gray path. It may be because I am on the first floor of the sword pavilion, and most of the people coming and going are outer disciples. If I could go to the second floor, the people who come to receive the swords are from the inner sect, and the results would probably be better. Xie Fei thought to himself. The Changhe Sword Sect Sword Pavilion has a total of 9 floors. With the original body's strength and qualifications, he can only do things on the first floor. Furthermore, the disciples and elders who could go upstairs would not pass through the first floor, but would enter directly through several doors on the side. Although Jiangha looks like an ordinary building, it has its own unique interior, with each floor independent of each other and without interfering with each other. After all, how could a place where the sect's swords are stored be ordinary? The work in Jiangha is not too heavy. Basically, all the disciples who wanted to receive the swords had already arrived in the morning. In many cases, after finishing the morning affairs, you can stay in Jiangha to rest in the afternoon. In the past, I liked to sleep on the registration table. Due to the limitation of aptitude, even if I try hard to practice, it won't be of much use. It's better to sleep. Xie Fei also prepared to take a short rest. It wasn't that he was planning to give up like his original self, but he had been using the golden eye of life frequently throughout the whole morning, and such intense consumption made him feel a little exhausted. But he had just laid down and fallen asleep for a while. He was awakened by the sound of fingers tapping on the table. Elder Xie, wake up quickly, this is the magic sword that was sent to us this time. Call Elder Jinyo to count and store them together, so that we can distribute them to the disciples when the time comes. Hearing the sound, Xie Fei looked up. The person who came was a young girl in a goose-yellow dress, with 2 braids and twinkling eyes, very pleasant. Clang. The girl finished. He picked up 2 large bundles of refined magic swords from his feet and threw them on the table. So it's you, I thought it was someone else. Xie Fei stretched. According to the original body's memory, the girl in front of him was an apprentice in the weapon refining room, named Chu Qingqing. In terms of status, he is also an outer disciple. But unlike the ordinary outer sects, she needs to work every day, such as running errands to deliver magic swords like she is doing now. Correspondingly, you will receive a monthly salary of spirit stones for doing things, and you will most likely get guidance from the elders. Therefore, within the sect, many disciples rack their brains to work for the elders. Because the weapon refining room would send magic swords every once in a while to replenish the Sword Pavilion's warehouse. So after a few interactions, the original body became quite familiar with Chu Qingqing. Isn't it today before the appointed time? Why did you send the magic sword here? When did the refining room become so productive? Xie Fei asked with a smile. Chapter 4 Talent for Refining Equipment, Another Breakthrough. Normally, the weapon refining room would send magic swords once a month. It has only been about 20 days since I last sent the sword. Moreover, many times, when the deadline came, there were almost no swords left in the Sword Pavilion and they could not be delivered. The reason is that the supply of equipment refining houses is poor. The elders there have always wanted to recruit more disciples and apprentices, but unfortunately there are no suitable ones. It was delivered so quickly today, no need to rush. This made Xie Fei a little curious. Hee. Because these magic swords were all made by me. Chu Qingqing said happily, "Thank you, elder, let me tell you. I am no longer an apprentice now. I can refine an ordinary magic sword on my own." Upon hearing this, Xie Fei was a little surprised. Generally speaking, in order to refine a magic sword, one must be an inner disciple at least at the Qi refining stage. Outer disciples like those in the mortal realm can basically only do odd jobs and run errands. Is Chu Qingqing so talented in refining equipment? Xie Fei suddenly thought of something, and immediately used the golden eye of life on the girl in front of him. Name, Chu Qingqing. Gender, female. Lifespan, 17/99. Realm, the 5th level of mortal body. Destiny luck, blue. Blue superior destiny. This kind of person is born with the spirit of heaven and earth, and is definitely not ordinary. If you cultivate him well, he will achieve something in the future. Investment is recommended. Recent demand, I want to buy a detailed explanation of refining equipment for 100 spirit stones, so as to pursue higher refining skills. It turned out to be the blue destiny path. This made Xie Fei, who had been looking at a gray face for the whole morning, extremely happy. I didn't expect that Chu Qingqing had such an outstanding destiny. No wonder. No wonder the magic sword can be refined at this time. Moreover, he needs to be busy with refining equipment every day, and his realm has reached the 5th level of mortal body. Okay. Xie Fei said with a smile, it is really gratifying that you have such talent. From now on, I will have to trouble you to provide me with the magic sword. Talking. He quietly took out 100 spirit stones from the system space. Yesterday he had already placed many important things in the portable system space. Here are 100 spirit stones. Consider it my gift of congratulations to you. Xie Fei smiled and put the bag in the other person's hand. Chu Qingqing held the heavy bag of spirit stones in both hands and was suddenly at a loss. This. Elder Xie, you are too polite. Chu Qingqing subconsciously put the spirit stones back on the table. 100 spirit stones are too precious, I can't accept them. Seeing this, Xie Fei felt relieved, but also frowned. Why? Do you think these spirit stones are too few? Qingqing, I watched you get started. Now that you have achieved something, as an elder, I naturally want to congratulate you. Besides, you are in the equipment refining room. Iron ingots, rune formations, furnaces, etc. Which one doesn't cost money? Please take these 100 spirit stones. At worst, you can pay more attention to the magic sword of my Sword Pavilion in the future. This way there will be fewer bad guys, they will come to collect less, and your work will be easier. Now that things have come to this, Chu Qingqing had no choice but to accept the bag of spirit stones. And this is exactly the effect Xie Fei wants. Well, Elder Xie, you are so kind. Chu Qingqing narrowed her eyes and smiled. Those iron ingots you mentioned, I don't actually have to spend money in the equipment refining room. But I'm really short of spirit stones recently. Because I want to buy a book on refining equipment. Xie Fei nodded, then take it and use it well. Qingqing, I believe you will achieve great things in the future. To be recognized by one person. This made Chu Qingqing feel warm inside. She nodded heavily immediately. I will not let you down, Elder Xie. I will do my best to refine the magic sword for you from now on, please rest assured, Elder Xie. Xie Fei waved her hand. Okay, you are busy too, let's go. I'm going to start counting your magic swords. He saw the guest off not for any other reason but because he wanted to see what kind of reward he would get from this investment. Then I'll leave first. Chu Qingqing walked to the door and said again, thank you, Elder Xie. My last name is Xie. Thank you very much. Xie Fei grinned, revealing 2 rows of big teeth. Ding. The host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, get a rebate. Since the investment target's destiny is blue, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the art of weapon refining. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 year of cultivation, white. The way of refining can be retrieved at any time. The owner can integrate the basic knowledge related to refining, and it will also greatly enhance the talent of refining. 1 year of cultivation, white, can be withdrawn at any time. The result of 1 year of hard cultivation according to the ordinary white life path. There are actually rewards for cultivation. Xie Fei was pleasantly surprised. He immediately said to the system silently, extract 1 year's cultivation. Crash. A stream of pure spiritual energy poured into the body out of nowhere, making a gurgling sound like a river. Wait until this spiritual energy gradually dissipates. Xie Fei's cultivation naturally broke through to the 6th level of Qi training. Crackling. His bones made crisp sounds, and Xie Fei jumped a few times on the spot, then drew his sword and swung it repeatedly. They danced like this for quite a while before finally stopping when they were satisfied. It only cost me 100 spirit stones to allow me to break through a realm. This is simply. What a bargain. If this gets out. Not to mention 100 spirit stones, even 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 would be spent in large quantities by some people. Not to mention that in addition to realm breakthrough, there is also a reward for refining equipment. Think of this. Xie Fei immediately extracted the art of refining equipment. In an instant. A lot of relevant knowledge suddenly appeared in my mind. And while receiving this knowledge, Xie Fei inexplicably felt that he seemed to have some insights into refining equipment. He looked like he had been immersed in refining equipment for 10 years and knew all the common refining techniques by heart. With my current status, if I enter the weapon refining room, I can at least become an elder, right? Xie Fei could feel that his experience in refining equipment was no less than that of many young elders in the refining room. But it would be nice if there was a set of skills, or swordsmanship would be fine too. Now he is still practicing the ordinary, eternal life-breathing technique. Moreover, he only has a magic sword, but he doesn't know any sword skills at all. This matter is also the original body's fault. He joined the sword sect, but he has no interest in swords at all. Over the years, I've only learned a few moves of martial arts. For example, the levels of martial arts can generally be divided from low to high into ordinary, inferior, superior, rare. The Changhe sword sect's founding technique is a rare sword technique. And on refining equipment. From low to high, they are divided into magic tools, spiritual tools, treasure tools, Taoist tools. Chapter 5, Xiao Yan left and the servants were cheated. As for the techniques, we can only wait and see whether we can obtain them through investment in the future. You can't rush this kind of thing, you have to take your time. Xie Fei has a clear idea about his future plans. With the system in place, he doesn't have to be so anxious. As long as you find the right investment target, your strength will naturally improve. With my current Daluo sword body, if I practice on my own, I estimate that I will be able to break through to the 7th level of Qi training in about a month. In half a year, I should be able to take the Foundation Establishment pill and achieve the Foundation Establishment stage. If we consider the situation of my original body, I am afraid it may take 10 years to break through a small realm, let alone build a foundation. Although the future is bright, we still need to be careful and cautious in our conduct. Xie Fei quickly suppressed the pride and complacency that was about to jump out. As a time traveler, I naturally wouldn't think that I am invincible now. The so-called fantasy world is that a monster that is 10,000 or even 100,000 years old will pop up out of nowhere. If you act arrogantly, you will be beaten to death immediately. So unless it's extremely urgent, I still can't be too conspicuous. After all, the original body had only reached the first level of Qi training in more than 40 years. In less than a day, he was almost at the 7th level of Qi training. If I tell this to others, I will definitely be caught by some people, and my soul will be searched and my bones will be taken out for further study. I made up my mind to keep a low profile. Xie Fei immediately shouted, "Jinyo! Come out and count and register the magic sword sent by the refining room." However, after shouting for a long time, there was no sign of Elder Jinyo. He hurriedly started looking for it on the first floor of Jiang'a. Strange, where did this old guy go? Xie Fei didn't think much about it. In the past, when he had nothing to do in the afternoon, his original body would occasionally run out. So this situation is normal. Since Jinyo was not there, he took the booklet that Jinyo used for registration, and then wrote down the inspection results of each magic sword on it. These magic swords are all artificially refined, so there will naturally be corresponding errors. Some are sharper, some are stronger, some have a higher affinity with spiritual energy and are easier to control. When I was doing this job before, I had to frequently look through books and compare them one by one, and I still couldn't guarantee that I filled in the information correctly. But now, Xie Fei, who had just learned the art of weapon refining, knew the characteristics of the magic sword in his hand and which aspects were more outstanding just by taking a glance at it. So the inventory work was very fast. In half an hour, the 360 magic swords had been counted and recorded, and then placed one by one in the corresponding positions. I finally made it to the get-off work time. Xie Fei immediately closed the door to the first floor of Jiang'a. After the magic circle lit up, he rushed to the elder's residence. Along the way, I heard quite a few outer disciples discussing enthusiastically. "Hey! Have you heard about it? Xiao Yan, who was broken off from engagement. Xiao Yan. That loser. He's still in the sword sect. What's going on? It's gone. Gone. That's fine. If I were him, I would have left in disgrace a long time ago." Oh. You can't tell at a glance that Xiao Yan was humiliated again by his childhood sweetheart this morning. I thought it was another cowardly show, but guess what happened? How? Xiao Yan exploded. He directly sacrificed a ball of blue-gold flame, injured an inner sect brother, and then escaped from the sword sect. Oh my God. Is this true? Isn't he a loser? How could he possibly hurt the inner sect senior brother? This is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, Xiao Yan even said, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't look down on the young and poor. Then injuring my senior brother and then defecting from the sect must be a serious crime, right? Who said it wasn't? The elders of the Law Enforcement Hall have already issued an order to arrest Xiao Yan with all their strength. Now it's going to be fun. Is that Xiao Yan whose destiny is golden? Xie Fei was stunned for a moment. From the conversations among these disciples, it can be seen that Xiao Yan subdued the strange fire after obtaining the 16 pill. With the blessing of the strange fire, his combat power increased greatly, and he even injured an inner disciple. Things have actually developed to this point. Xie Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Golden destiny. Just defected like that. Others may not know, but he knows very well what a huge loss it is for the Chang'e sword sect. More importantly, it would probably be difficult for me to meet such a gifted person again in the future. This Chang'e sword sect is really stupid. If I were the sect leader, I would definitely keep this talent, no matter what the cost. Cursed inwardly, Xie Fei shook his head and walked back to his residence. As for the wave of outer disciples just now, they were all seen in the past 2 days. They all had gray destinies and were not worth investing in. 10 days passed in a flash. These days, The biggest incident was the defection of Xiao Yan, a former outer disciple, from the sect. Although he was only an outer disciple, defecting from the sect was really a slap in the face. The law enforcement hall of the Changhe sword sect responded immediately and sent out a team of people to hunt down the criminals strictly and quickly. After learning about this, many people thought that Xiao Yan was finished. If he was caught, his cultivation would be abolished at best, and his life would be lost at worst. Only Xie Fei knows. There is a high probability that the law enforcement hall will fail this time. The system has determined that Xiao Yan is an earth-shattering genius, so how could he disappear so easily? The result afterwards was as expected. 7 days later, the news of the failure of the law enforcement hall immediately ignited the entire Changhe sword sect. The elder led the team, along with 3 inner disciples. The result was that 2 disciples were killed in the battle, 1 disciple was seriously injured and fell into a coma, and the elder escaped with injuries. However, this incident was suppressed as soon as it caused a sensation. No one dared to discuss anything about Xiao Yan anymore. Hear the news. Xie Fei could only sigh. As expected of the golden fate path, once it takes off, no one can hold it back. This period of time, he was not idle for nearly 20 days. He screened almost all the outer disciples in an attempt to find another talented person with the golden destiny. What a pity. It's all gray. All of them have this kind of talent. No wonder Changhe sword sect is only a third-rate sect. After expressing such emotion, Xie Fei could only lie down in Jianghe. It is called lying down, but in fact it means relying on your own practice and accumulation of efforts. But on this day, the appearance of a chores disciple gave Xie Fei a small surprise. Meet Elder Xie. We were ordered to clean up the fallen leaves in Jianghe Square. Looking at the 3 errant disciples in front of him, Xie Fei used the golden pupil of life one by one carelessly. Name, Qiao Yuchu. Gender, male. Destiny luck, gray. Name, Miao Fanbai. Gender, male. Destiny luck, gray. Name, Zhao Lingfeng. Gender, male. Lifespan, 14/77. Realm, none. Destiny and luck, green. Chapter 6, Superior Body Skills, Disciples Bribe. Name, Zhao Lingfeng. Realm, none. Destiny and luck, green. Green extraordinary destiny. This kind of person has a smart personality. Even if he is born in a humble family, he will have an extraordinary destiny and will definitely stand out in the future. Investment is recommended. Recent needs: I want a few spiritual stones to break through the first level of mortal body and become an outer sect disciple. Oh. What are your names? Xie Fei was delighted. Although it is only the green destiny, it is set against the gray background in the past 10 days. This green is so pleasing no matter how you look at it. Reply to the elder, our name is. After the 3 servants introduced themselves, Xie Fei smiled amiably and said, very good. Zhao Lingfeng, I see that you have some talent, so here are 10 spirit stones for you. I hope you can use this to become an outer disciple of my sword sect. Upon hearing this, the man named Zhao Lingfeng was stunned on the spot. 10 spirit stones. This is something they have never seen in their lives. Those who do odd jobs like them are basically either not very talented or orphans with nowhere to go. Therefore, there is no monthly salary for those working in the menial jobs department. The sect is willing to take you in, but you still dare to ask for money from the sect. It's good enough to be able to give you food to eat and a bed to sleep in. Moreover, with the protection of the sect, you will not die unclearly outside, and you may even have the opportunity to become a formal disciple of the sect. Therefore, even if it is a menial job with no monthly salary. In fact, there are still many people outside who want to come in. And things like spirit stones. If there is no opportunity, the menial disciples may not see each other all year round. Not to mention owning one. The other 2 errant disciples also looked at him in disbelief. The 3 seemed to be good friends. The next moment, they hugged each other and jumped for joy. Ahem. Xie Fei coughed at the right time. The 3 of them finally reacted and quickly bowed deeply to him. Thank you, Elder. Zhao Lingfeng was so happy that he cried and almost kowtowed. Well, practice well in the future. As Xie Fei spoke, he took out 10 spirit stones. Zhao Lingfeng wiped his tears and took it respectfully with both hands. Thank you for your kindness, elder. You are like a second parent to me, Zhao Lingfeng. From now on, if the elders have any problems, I, Zhao Lingfeng, will do my best to help them. He was as solemn as if he was swearing an oath. Okay, your words are enough. Xie Fei nodded. Just do your work, I'll go in first, your outer sect brothers will be here soon to receive the magic sword. Farewell, Elder Xie. The three of them bowed deeply, and only stood up slowly after Xie Fei entered the jianghe. Ding! The host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, get a rebate. Since the fate of the investment object is green, the rebate effect is normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superior physical skill, crossing the river with a reed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 spiritual stones. They have been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Crossing the river with a reed, superior, can be retrieved at any time. This is a method of lightening the body and leaping. Practitioners can increase their running speed and step on a feather without falling. Crossing the river on a reed. Why does it look so much like martial arts? Although it is not a method of cultivation, it is also a means of physical movement that one lacks. Xie Fei extracted it immediately. Moment. A lot of information came to my mind. He seemed to have transformed into a practitioner, practicing the art of crossing the river with a reed. Soon. All the information has been integrated. Xie Fei moved his feet subconsciously. Although he was still at the door, he instantly turned into a beam of light and appeared in the depths of jianghe. The lights passing by didn't flicker at all. When this body movement was used, not even a breeze was brought along. I was wrong, this is not martial arts at all, it's clearly magic. Xie Fei was extremely surprised. The distance is at least 10 feet. Moreover, it was just his subconscious action just now. If he used his spiritual power to the fullest, he could probably cross 50 feet in one step. With this method, no one will be able to catch up with me after I build my foundation. The most important thing is, after my strength grows, I will be even stronger when I use this reed to cross the river. Others say that after reaching the foundation establishment stage, one can fly with a sword. I don't know what it will be like when I break through the foundation building stage and use a reed to cross the river while flying the sword. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Xie Fei's mysterious appearance and disappearance was just in time seen by Zhao Lingfeng and 3 of his servants who had stood up. Immediately, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Is that Elder Xie just now a human or a ghost? How come he disappeared in an instant? What kind of speed is this? It's even faster than the law enforcement hall elders we saw. Zhao Lingfeng was also shocked and said, Elder Xie's strength is unfathomable. I will never let him down. When he said the last sentence, he clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination. The morning passed quickly. Just when Xie Fei was about to pack up and go out for dinner, an outer disciple rushed in alone. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Please wait a moment. The person who came was none other than Niu Bu, the short-haired man who wanted to receive the 2 magic swords. At this time, Niu Bu said with a flattering smile on his face, Thank you, Elder, I would like to get a few magic swords this time. I know that there are a lot of magic swords in the Sword Pavilion recently, so I hope you can be flexible. As he spoke, he quietly handed over a small bag of spirit stones. Here are 10 spirit stones, which I would like to present to you as a gift. Upon hearing this, Xie Fei smiled and said, Don't mention that the Sword Pavilion has sufficient stock. Even if the magic swords here are piled up like a mountain, I won't give you an extra one. Don't think I don't know that you are selling our sect's magic sword at the foot of the mountain. My own affairs were pointed out directly. The smile on Niu Bu's face froze. How did Elder Xie know this? He thought that he was being secretive and that the buyer was also a very tight-lipped person. How come the news suddenly leaked out, and the person who knew about it was none other than the Elder of jianghe? The area within 100 miles is all the sect's territory. How do you think I would know? Xie Fei said calmly, Either you take these spirit stones and leave now, or I will destroy you and throw you into the law enforcement hall. Nyobu was startled and said with a smile, "Thank you, Elder, for your politeness. I am just." As soon as he saw Xie Fei's expression was not right, he immediately changed his words, I'll leave now. He didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away in shame. He was so scared that he even forgot to take the 10 spirit stones. Out of Jiang'a. Nyobu immediately spat on the ground, "Damn it. Now that this matter has been exposed. If Xie Fei refuses to do it, I will go find Elder Jinyo in Jiang'a." Xie Fei ignored this matter and just put away the 10 spirit stones. It would be a waste not to accept this thing. After these days of training and accumulation, I should be able to break through tonight. Chapter 7: The Big Man in the Sword Tomb escorts a sword. Afternoon. Xie Fei had just finished his meal and returned to Jiang'a. Then he saw Elder Taurus running towards him hurriedly. "You're back just in time, I've been looking for you everywhere. Hurry up, follow me. What's going on?" Xie Fei was a little confused. What could have happened that made the usually lazy Taurus so panicked? Elder Jinyo did not answer him. He grabbed his hand and ran straight to the small courtyard behind the Sword Pavilion. This place is generally not open to disciples and is the resting place for the elders of the Sword Pavilion. But most of the time, the elders would not choose to rest here. So this yard became a place where announcements were occasionally made. When Xie Fei entered the small courtyard, he saw several elders already standing there waiting. "I have met these people several times before. They are all elders in charge of the 2nd and 3rd levels of Jiang'a. Normally, the elders from all levels of Jiang'a would not have any interactions with each other." Looking at everyone's solemn and quiet appearance, Xie Fei secretly guessed, could it be that some important person is coming to inspect? He remembered that when elders above the 3rd level came before, no one was so serious. Could it be the elder on the 6th floor? Or the deputy leader? Or is he the elusive leader of the Sword Pavilion? It is worth mentioning. Jiang'a is the most important place of the Changhe sword sect, and also the most mysterious and solemn place. There are 9 floors in Jiang'a. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors are called the lower 3 floors, the 4th, 5th and 6th floors are called the middle 3 floors, and the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors are called the upper 3 floors. The elders of the lower 3 levels are all in this small courtyard, and they are considered the lowest level figures among all the elders. The strength is not high and the realm is not high enough. The middle 3 levels are all powerful and domineering people, and their main role is to guard Jiang'a. As for the upper 3 floors, that's incredible. Basically, they are all at the level of the sword sect supreme elders. It is said that his strength is even stronger than that of the current sect leader, extremely terrifying. Except for the 9th level elders. There are also 2 deputy pavilion masters. And a sword pavilion master who has never appeared. Although the original body had only met the elders of the 4th floor, he had at least heard about the other elders and the 2 deputy pavilion masters. But there is not even any rumor about this mysterious pavilion master. Xie Fei was thinking. The sound of footsteps came from the courtyard gate. Squeak. The gate was pushed open by 2 people. A group of people walked in slowly. Boom. The elders on the 3 lower floors of the courtyard felt as if they had fallen into hell in an instant, enveloped by an extremely strong, cold, and murderous intent. Xie Fei felt a tightness in his heart. This murderous intent was not directed specifically at them, but was a natural extension. It can also be said to be a kind of majesty. Everyone held their breath, as if they had forgotten they could breathe. Xie Fei followed everyone else in keeping his head down and keeping silent, but he glanced over secretly out of the corner of his eye. Then they vaguely saw a woman in a black robe with stunning features walking in front, her eyes fixed on them, the group of elders. The woman's temperament was extremely cold, like a sword drawn from its sheath, with a piercing cold light all over her body. Whoever her eyes fell on, that person would shudder as if a divine sword was pressed against his throat. Xie Fei also saw it. Among the people following the woman was the 4th level elder that the original body had met. At this moment, the elder from the 3rd level was nodding and bowing to the woman with a flattering smile that had never been seen before. Is it from the sword tomb? Xie Fei recognized the black robe on the woman. The unique sword patterns on it were exactly the symbols of the sword tomb. No wonder. No wonder he was filled with such murderous intent. It turned out that he was a big shot who had lived in the sword tomb for many years. Since the Changhe sword sect has a sword pavilion, it must also have a sword tomb. All the scrapped magic swords handed in by the disciples would be collected by the elders like Xie Fei, and then they would be arranged to be sent to the sword tomb. They would not be sent back for reforging. Is this the elder of the sword pavilion? Xie Fei heard the woman speak. The voice was cold, like winter. They are all garbage. Hearing the woman's words, the elders of Jianghe lowered their heads even more, not daring to make any response. The elder on the fourth floor immediately flattered him, "Please rest assured, I will make sure this matter is properly arranged. I have also called the elders on the fourth floor over, so there will be absolutely no problem." The woman said coldly, "I hope what you said can be done. The sword has just been conceived and it is very evil. If anything goes wrong, all of you will be killed as food for the sword." The fourth floor elder nodded repeatedly, "I will definitely keep a close watch on him." The woman said a few more words and then left. Xie Fei wanted to find an opportunity to use the golden eye of life, but before he could look up, the person disappeared. "But I heard the conversation between the two." He began to murmur in his heart. Could it be that the sword tomb is a place for nurturing divine swords? How come this sword has developed an evil nature? It sounds like something is extremely wrong. And should such a weird thing be placed on the lower 3 floors? Who can control it? Just thinking about it. The elder from the 4th floor immediately came over and scolded, "Why are you all still standing there? Everyone follow me to protect the sword." Xie Fei and other elders immediately followed him out of the yard. I stood at the gate and waited for a while. Then I saw a group of elders from the sword tomb, walking towards me very solemnly, carrying a huge sword box. Xie Fei noted. The sword case was covered with mysterious patterns drawn with blood from an unknown source. It's like some kind of formation, something sealed inside. Once we get to Jianghe, we won't need this thing anymore. The 4th level elder stepped forward, took the sword box, and said with a smile, "The sword pavilion has a corresponding formation, and this sword will not cause any trouble." After saying, he opened the sword case. Xie Fei originally thought that the magic sword that could cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth would be the one that could make the big shots in the sword tomb come to give a lecture in person. However, he didn't expect that what was placed in the sword box was an extremely ordinary 8-sided sword. And it was quiet, just like the magic swords placed on the 1st floor of the sword pavilion. However, the sword box was opened. The elders of the sword tomb retreated in fear. It was as if the 8-sided sword was some kind of ferocious beast and no one dared to get close to it. See this situation. The expressions of the elders of Jianghe also became more serious, and they put away their initial contempt. Then everyone, in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, sent the sword into the sword pavilion. A dozen people were escorting an 8-sided sword in such a grand manner. This situation attracted the attention of a few lonely disciples passing by. They were all curious and wanted to see what kind of sword it was. Final. This 8-sided sword was placed at the core position of the 1st floor. The seal was personally blessed by the elders of the 4th floor. Xie Fei was walking behind the crowd, looking at the 8-sided sword on the shelf. For some unknown reason, I used the golden pupil of life. Name, Jian Shisan. Gender. Lifespan. Realm, Golden Elixir Grade 1. Chapter 8 Another Breakthrough. Name, Jian Shisan. Realm, Golden Elixir Grade 1. Destiny and Luck, Red. Red Destiny. Born from the great fortune of heaven and earth. This kind of existence can learn anything once it is learned, and can master anything once it is practiced. It is impossible to describe it in words. It is recommended to invest immediately. Recent demand, none. What? The golden eye of life can actually be used on this sword. And it's a 1st-grade golden elixir sword. The destiny is red. Hiss. Xie Fei took a breath of cold air. Looking at this 8-sided sword that couldn't be more ordinary, his eyes widened. What kind of sword is this? Could it be that this is a living creature? The golden eyes of life cannot observe inanimate objects, because Xie Fei has tried it. And it has a name. I'm afraid this sword isn't a sword, it's a person. Xie Fei was extremely shocked. He never expected that he would see such jaw-dropping information just because he was trying it out. Only. Isn't there a need for this damn thing? How can I invest if there is no demand? After realizing this problem, Xie Fei's surprised heart suddenly dropped. And after calming down, he thought of another key question. Judging from the attitude of the woman in the sword tomb before, this sword is probably very dangerous. The first-grade Jindan magic sword was placed on the first floor. Think of this. Xie Fei felt a chill in his heart. A being appeared whose destiny was red. But this existence may very likely cost you your life. For a moment, Xie Fei didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. After the elders dispersed, Xie Fei quickly approached Jinyo. What's the situation with this sword? Do you know anything? Taurus quickly made a shushing gesture, then looked around to see if there was anyone around, then lowered his voice and said, "Such a big scene, can't you see? This is a magic sword." Speaking of this, he paused, then continued in a low voice, "I heard that this sword is the product of millions of broken swords in the sword tomb. In order to make this sword take shape, 9981 lives were fed to the sword. But I didn't expect that I would eventually forge a magic sword. Now we have no choice but to send it to our Sword Pavilion, hoping to use the power of the Sword Pavilion to suppress and eliminate its evil nature. Don't be afraid. We will only keep this sword here for a while. It will be taken away by the elders soon." Upon hearing this news, Xie Fei was shocked. Constructed from millions of broken swords, 81 lives fed to the sword. Especially the latter. Is this a reputable and upright sect, or an evil cult? Perhaps seeing his surprise, Jinyo said nonchalantly, "They are all death row prisoners. It is their honor to be able to feed the sword." Hear this. Xie Fei also sighed secretly. Indeed. This is not the place where all lives are equal as in the previous life, but a fantasy world where the strong prey on the weak. The weak cannot control their own destiny, let alone their own lives. Thinking of this, Xie Fei couldn't help but feel a stronger sense of urgency. Because he was also afraid that one day he would be caught and forced to feed a sword. By the way, Taurus, how much do you know about the sword tomb? At this time, Xie Fei thought of that woman. In his estimation, that woman was definitely an investment candidate. Sword tomb. I'm not familiar with that place. Jinyo shook his head and changed the subject. We are all elders of Jiangu, so we should know something about Jiangu. For people like us at the first level, it's actually okay. The elders above the second floor are actually much more dangerous than us. The swords we look after are basically ordinary magic weapons, nothing special, and they won't get hurt. But the swords on other floors are not simple at all. Speaking of this, Jinyo seemed to remember something and quickly warned, "Be careful with that magic sword. When you weren't here, I heard from the elders on the third floor. When the demon sword was born, the sword demon alone killed several elders of the sword tomb. Among them are some of the core elders of the sword tomb. Can a sword alone kill people?" Xie Fei felt worried and unbelievable when she heard this. But after all, it is a red destiny. If we just ignore it and wait for it to be sent away, it would be a huge loss. Because it was closing time. After Taurus gave the warning, the person left. Xie Fei glanced at the magic sword somewhat unwillingly. The sword was clearly placed quietly on the sword rack, but it looked weird no matter how I looked at it. A faint scent slowly spreads out. Xie Fei didn't stay for long and quickly left Jiang'a. Then closed the door and closed the magic circle. Returned to the residence. After a short rest, Xie Fei began to prepare to break through to the 7th level of Qi training. After nearly 20 days of hard training, he had accumulated enough strength for a breakthrough. Soon, Xie Fei fell into a state of cultivation. The eternal life-breathing exercise began to be practiced over and over again, stimulating the activity of the spiritual energy in the body, and then absorbing it from the outside world. 2 hours later, he was originally at the 6th level of Qi training, and gradually broke through to the 7th level of Qi training. Breakthrough successful. Xie Fei stood up from his meditation state with a look of joy on his face. He immediately began to feel the growing strength. At the 7th level of Qi training, my combat power has doubled again. And because of the Daluo sword body, my attacks are fierce and I am invincible at the same level. Talking. He snapped his fingers. A stream of spiritual energy shot out and hit the floor tiles. Bang. The hard floor tiles shattered in an instant. If this move were to fall on someone else, they would probably be seriously injured on the spot. With my current combat power, plus the sword given by the system, I should have a certain ability to protect myself. It's just that it still lacks a cultivation method and a true attack and killing technique. Having broken through another realm, Xie Fei was not at all proud or complacent. Today's things. Let him realize something. That is this fantasy world, with countless masters and all kinds of powerful figures emerging in an endless stream. In comparison, Xie Fei, who was only at the 7th level of Qi training, was not at all proud or complacent. See you there's still some time. Xie Fei immediately began to practice crossing the river with a reed. This kind of body movement is the only superior method he has. And this breakthrough. Using a reed to cross the river is naturally faster and lighter. All over the room, Xie Fei appeared here and there. If someone came in at this time, they would definitely think they saw a ghost. I was busy until midnight. Xie Fei slowly stopped and took a shower, washing away the sweat and dirt on his body. Then I began to fall asleep. Generally speaking, you don't need to sleep after practicing Qigong, you can just meditate and practice all night. But as a time traveler, Xie Fei still maintains good sleeping habits. There is a system. He doesn't have to work so hard. Enjoy it when you should. Chapter 9, The Demon Sword's Bewitching Attendant Promotion Meeting. The next day. Inside the first floor of Jiang'a, Xie Fei was thinking about how to invest in the magic sword named Jian Shisan. Suddenly, I heard a rustling sound. Could it be that sword? His heart tightened and he quickly stood up to check. But the person who unexpectedly showed up was Elder Taurus. At this moment, Taurus was smiling and picked up a few booklets and handed them over. Thank you, Elder. I'll be sorry to trouble you in the next few days. This is the inventory list I prepared overnight. When the time comes, you can cross out the names of the disciples according to the magic swords they have received. I have asked for leave and plan to go back to my hometown to visit my elderly wife and middle-aged son. Taurus looks to be in his 30s, but is actually in his 60s. Older than the original body. Return home. Xie Fei was stunned for a moment, and then realized that he had no relatives in this world. While he was stunned, Elder Taurus has already left with his things. Looking at his back as he walked happily, Xie Fei was silent. The deserted first floor of Jiang'a suddenly seemed even quieter. But just at this moment, a vague and invisible voice suddenly came. I didn't expect that in this small Jiang'a, there is someone as talented as you. It's really surprising. Xie Fei suddenly looked around and found that there was no one there. Who? His eyes wandered around and finally landed on an extremely ordinary 8-sided sword. Haven't you seen me? The voice was vague and ghostly. It's you. Xie Fei exclaimed in surprise. Because he discovered that the one talking to him was this magic sword. Yes, my name is Jian Shisan. Are you wondering how a sword like me can talk? Without waiting for Xie Fei to respond, Jian Shisan continued to use his spiritual sense to transmit his voice. I see that you have extraordinary talent. If you were just a small gatekeeper elder on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, it would be a waste of your talent. You are a genius, what can you do? After realizing that it was the magic sword talking to him, Xie Fei suppressed his inner surprise and said, What do you want to do? Is there anything I can help you with? He did not forget that Sword 13 was the red destiny. So after finding out that I could communicate with him, I immediately started asking questions. As long as the demand for this magic sword is aroused and I invest in it myself, I can't even imagine how huge the reward will be. Help! You. Jian Shisan laughed in silence, seeming to look down upon Xie Fei in front of him. I don't have anything I want to do, but do you need my help? Your help? Xie Fei frowned slightly. That's right. With my help, I guarantee that you will soar to great heights in the future, and you won't have to be a small gatekeeper anymore. Jian Shisan's voice seemed to carry some kind of bewitching magic that made people obey and believe in it involuntarily. If it weren't for the breakthrough in strength and the Daluo sword body, Xie Fei probably wouldn't have been able to detect it. After sensing the other party's weirdness, Xie Fei immediately gave up the idea of communicating and turned to walk towards the door. And saw him leave without looking back. Jian Shisan seemed a little surprised. Hey! Why did you leave? Don't you want to be the best? Don't you want to become the supreme being in the sect? Do you know that Changhe Sword sect has a big secret? However, despite his instigation, Xie Fei did not hesitate at all, and even walked faster. Until he disappeared. Jian Shisan then muttered to himself, this boy is indeed not an ordinary person. You actually blocked the magic sound of my sword. But last night, after sitting at the gate for a long time, Xie Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It is indeed a demonic sword that is feared by the sword tomb. If I didn't possess the Daluo sword body and forge the supreme sword heart, I'm afraid I would have been confused by the two sentences we just talked about. At this moment, he no longer had the slightest desire to ask questions or find out the other party's needs. There was only a sense of absurdity in my heart of surviving a disaster. It seems that not everything can be invested in. When dealing with strange things like Jian Shisan, we must be extremely careful in the future. Otherwise, if you make one wrong move, you will fall into the abyss, from which there is no return. Xie Fei secretly made up his mind. If you want to invest in the magic sword, you must reach a certain level of realm and have the ability to have an equal dialogue. Otherwise, you might get into trouble and die without knowing how you died. Without Jinyo, Xie Fei thought he would be very busy all by himself. But it's strange. These past 2 days, there were unusually few disciples coming to receive swords. I went out for a walk and found out. It turns out that recently it is the time for menial disciples to be promoted to outer sect disciples. Many outer disciples went to join in the fun. This incident gave Xie Fei some free time. It was just the right amount of time for me to consolidate my cultivation after the breakthrough, and also to deepen my understanding of crossing the river on a reed. And these past few days have been very important for Jianghe, especially for some elders who participated in escorting the demon sword. Everyone was nervous for a long time. So much so that at Xie Fei's place, some elders would come every day to check on the condition of the magic sword. However, Jian Shisan seemed to have become much more well-behaved after what happened last time. In the eyes of these elders, there was nothing unexpected. Then everyone relaxed and no longer went down to check on each floor every day. Xie Fei wanted to tell him about the situation of the magic sword, but every time he opened his mouth, someone interrupted him impatiently. The elders above seemed to look down on him as a person from the first level of Jianghe, and even felt it was cheap to talk to him. But Xie Fei still pointed out that there was something strange about the magic sword and asked the elders on the second and third floors to pay attention. Obviously, no one would listen to him. Xie Fei simply doesn't care about this. Anyway, just save yourself first, who cares about the others? Today is the last day for the promotion of menial workers. Should I go over and take a look? Anyway, there was nothing to do and no disciples came. In addition, he had previously invested in a menial disciple named Zhao Lingfeng. Xie Fei plans to go and see what's going on. I've basically seen all the outer disciples, and they all have gray fates that are not worth investing in. If we go and take a look, we might be able to find someone as talented as Zhao Lingfeng among the menial workers. Think of this. Xie Fei immediately closed the door to the first floor of Jianghe. Then he rushed to the outer disciples' training ground. The promotion meeting for menial disciples will be held here. After Xie Fei arrived, there are already crowds of people here. At least 80% to 90% of the outer disciples and servants of the Changhe Sword sect have come. This shows there is such a lack of entertainment in the boring sex practice life. So many people come just for one disciple to be promoted. Seeing that Xie Fei was wearing the elder's uniform, the disciples immediately made way for him. After getting closer, Xie Fei just discovered it. There are 10 small arenas in the martial arts arena. Chapter 10 Purple Female Disciple, Questioning. There were already 2 opponents fighting on each of the 10 stages. It's exciting to watch. The disciples watching nearby, whether they were from the outer sect or the servants, were all cheering and applauding. Xie Fei's arrival did not attract the attention of the elders who were promoted by the organization. This is in line with his thinking. Keep a low profile and take things step by step. Is that Zhao Lingfeng? Looked around. Xie Fei fixed his eyes on the number 10 ring and found that the person fighting on it was Zhao Lingfeng, the servant who had received his spirit stone investment before. I didn't expect to miss you in just a few days. Zhao Lingfeng already has some cultivation and is at the first level of mortal realm. With the first rank of mortal body, one naturally has the qualification to be promoted to the outer sect. Now, as long as he defeats his opponent, Zhao Lingfeng will become an outer disciple in the future. Good. Good fight. At this time, a servant nearby suddenly clapped his hands and cheered. It turned out that on the stage in front of them, a servant had knocked another servant away. Xie Fei looked at the cheering servant and used the golden eye of life. Name, Li Er. Gender, male. Lifespan, 14/55. Realm, none. Destiny and luck, white. White, ordinary destiny. Compared to the fool, they learn martial arts and understand knowledge much faster. After diligent study and practice, they can also understand the basics of many advanced methods. Can be invested. Recent needs, I want a way to practice, and I also want to stand out and become an outer disciple of the sword sect. White destiny. It seems that he is the kind of person who can be invested in or not. Xie Fei thought about it. It's better to remember this person first. Wait until the show is over, then think about investment. After all, the requirements for a martial art are not as simple as spirit stones. Moreover, he didn't want to present himself as Elder Shansai or a good man in front of so many people. Otherwise, what would I do if a group of Grey disciples all came to ask me for help? Think of this. Xie Fei walked through the crowd. Taking advantage of the fact that there were many servants gathered together this time, he slowly selected people to use the golden eye of life. As for why to choose, that's because with his current strength, he can only use the golden eye of life a few dozen times a day at most. Once there are too many, one will face mental exhaustion and a weakening of the sea of consciousness. Name, Tai Jiawei. Gender, male. Lifespan, 15/77. Realm, none. Destiny luck, gray. Name, Do Xian. Gender, female. Lifespan, 14/66. Realm, none. Destiny luck, gray. Name, Cheng Chuan Ning. Gender, male. Lifespan, 16/99. Realm, none. Destiny luck, gray. Watch a series. It's all gray. This person was selected by Xie Fei because he looks very much like the protagonist. The others who were skipped by him were basically all ugly, and it was obvious that they were just there to make cameos or play minor roles. Could it be, is it really that I can only go back and invest in that white fate road servant Li Er? Xie Fei was somewhat unwilling. He endured the headache from using the golden eye of life for a long time and continued to look at the others. This is quite powerful. When passing by a female errant disciple with regular features and a confident face, Xie Fei paused. Then he threw the golden pupil over with a fatal blow. Name, Jiang Wei. Gender, female. Lifespan, 15/87. Realm, none. Destiny luck, purple. Purple genius destiny. This kind of person must be extremely talented. No matter what industry they are in, they will become a person that everyone talks about. If they start practicing, no matter what sect they are in, they will pay great attention to them and make them the core. It is recommended to invest quickly. Recent needs, to comprehend the secular martial arts, I want a magic sword, so that I can become an immortal through swordsmanship. Purple destiny. Xie Fei narrowed his eyes, showing a hint of surprise. I didn't expect that I would actually meet such a talented person. Purple. Only slightly inferior to the golden Xiaoyan who defected from the sword sect. Without any hesitation, he immediately stepped forward and said to the errant girl disciple named Jiang Wei with a kind smile, I see that your bones are tight and your blood and qi are full. Have you been studying secular martial arts recently? Jiang Wei, who was watching the fight in the ring, looked a little unhappy when she heard someone talking to her. After all, I was disturbed. But when he looked back, he found that the person looking for him was actually an elder of Jiango. Jiang Wei immediately put away her unhappiness and responded nervously, "I am Jiang Wei, the menial disciple, meeting the elder. Before I entered the sect, I had practiced the sword techniques passed down from my family for many years, so I was more interested in secular martial arts. I didn't expect that the elders would see through me. I'm sorry to have made you laugh. He has joined the Changhe sword sect, but he is still practicing mundane skills. If this gets out, it will naturally cause a lot of jokes." But Xie Fei did not laugh at him. Instead he said kindly, "What is mortal? What is immortal? Martial arts have different effects in the hands of different users. Does our sect leader have to use a move from a mundane martial art to kill people? No matter what method it is, it has its merits. Whether it is powerful or not does not depend on the technique itself, but on the user himself." These words came out. This immediately gave Jiang Wei a huge shock. Along the way, especially after joining the sword sect, whenever someone saw her practicing her mundane family sword skills with a wooden stick, they would laugh at her with sarcasm. Originally, she had already prepared herself to be laughed at and ridiculed, but she did not expect to receive such philosophical truths on spiritual practice from the elder. Jiang Wei has just been in the profession for less than a year. I never expected that the elders in the sect would have such broad minds and insights. Disciple has learned the lesson. Jiang Wei immediately bowed, solemnly and gratefully. The fact that her family martial arts were recognized by the elders of the immortal sect was a great encouragement to her since her family was wiped out. "Well, after the promotion meeting is over, come to my sword pavilion." Xie Fei smiled and nodded. "Yes. Disciple will definitely go." Jiang Wei, who suffered from the ridicule of her fellow students, agreed heavily. "There are good seedlings for investment. In addition, I have been using the golden eye of life, so I really need to rest." Xie Fei turned around and returned to Jianghe. But as soon as he came back, "Then I found someone waiting for me at the door. Take a closer look. But he is the elder of the 4th floor. That was the one who was following the woman in the sword tomb before. Were you saying earlier that there was something wrong with the sword?" Seeing Xie Fei appear, the 4th floor elder immediately asked in a deep voice. "Right." A positive answer was heard. The 4th floor elder immediately said, "Open the door quickly and take me to see." Xie Fei thought something serious had happened and did not dare to delay. He immediately opened the door and led the elder to the location of the magic sword. After seeing Jian Shisan standing there obediently, the 4th floor elders and Xie Fei all breathed a sigh of relief. "I remember your name is Xie Fei, right? Xie Fei, tell me the details." Chapter 11 Heaven Sword Technique, Marrow Cleansing Pill. Xie Fei immediately explained the situation. Of course he omitted some things about himself. After hearing this, the 4th floor elder was immediately surprised and said, "I didn't expect that a sword demon would be born." "Sword demon?" Xie Fei exclaimed in surprise. "I don't think I've heard of this thing. Above the magic weapon is the spiritual weapon. The greatest feature of a spiritual weapon is that it has intelligence, and can understand the user's intentions and help the user to the greatest extent possible." The 4th floor elder explained, "Sword demons are generally not created by magic weapons themselves, but are invaded by evil spirits, which give them wisdom that they should not have." After saying, he looked towards the magic sword. "Xie Fei, you have done a great job in guarding the sword this time. I will report this to my superiors. Now, go do your work." Hearing this, Xie Fei was a little confused, but after thinking about it, he kept his doubts to himself and didn't ask out loud. After the 4th level elders left, he murmured, "Everyone knows there's something wrong with this sword, but you never thought of changing its location." After he couldn't figure out these people's arrangements, he was too lazy to think about it anymore. The most important thing is to improve your own strength with peace of mind. Then Xie Fei sat on the chair, quietly waiting for Jiang Wei's arrival. At this time, Jiang Wei was walking towards Jianghe with a nervous heart. Along the way, many outer disciples looked at this errand girl with curiosity. Waiting to the place. "Look at the 9-story tower in front of you. Is this Jianghe?" Jiang Wei took a deep breath and walked in carefully. "Coming." Xie Fei saw the person coming and spoke with half-opened eyes. Disciple Jiang Wei, greetings to Elder Xie. The Sword Pavilion was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Jiang Wei shuddered all over and quickly bowed. No need to be so polite. Xie Fei waved his hand, and a magic sword that had been prepared long ago fell in front of Jiang Wei. You practice swordsmanship, and I think having a real magic sword would be of great benefit to you. Keep it. Practice hard in the future and try to carry forward your family's sword skills. Jiang Wei was stunned. She didn't expect that the elder could see through what she needed most at once. These days, Jiang Wei has been trying to find a sword to break through the shackles of swordsmanship. After all, although sticks and branches can be used for practice, they are still not as good as real swords, especially magical swords. Moreover, practicing in this way for a long time can easily mislead yourself and lead you astray. Unfortunately, as a servant, I have no money and no power. Where can I get a sword? Xie Fei's actions at this moment undoubtedly solved Jiang Wei's biggest problem. This is a timely help. Think of this. Jiang Wei held the sword in both hands and lowered her head. I only heard this little girl, who was only 15 years old, choked up and said, "Since my family members were killed, no one in the world has been kind to me. It is a blessing for disciples to meet the elders now. Disciple Jiang Wei, I would like to express my gratitude to the elder for his kindness." After listening to this, Xie Fei nodded and said, "It is enough to have this intention. Elder, you don't ask for anything in return. Go down." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei even trembled. A long time. She seemed to have calmed down and nodded heavily. "Yes. Disciple, I'll take my leave." Ding. The host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, get a rebate. Since the investment target's destiny is purple, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare sword technique, 9 heavens sword technique /3 heavens. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superior auxiliary technique, chi condensation technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a human-level marrow cleansing pill. 9 heaven sword art /3 heavens, rare, can be extracted at any time. This is an incomplete version of the 9 heaven sword art, only the first 3 realms, but it still reaches the level of a rare treasure, which is rare in the world. Chi condensation technique, superior, can be retrieved at any time. Auxiliary profound skills can help practitioners conceal their aura so that others cannot easily detect their true cultivation level. Marrow cleansing pill, human level, already stored in the system space. After taking it, it can cleanse impurities, slightly increase one's potential, and improve one's talent. There are also levels of panaceas. Generally speaking, from low to high, they are divided into ordinary level, human level, earth level, heaven level. Although this marrow cleansing pill is only at the human level, it can remove hair and cleanse the marrow, improve aptitude, and has extraordinary effects. There is also the technique of gathering energy. With this special skill, I won't have to worry too much about exposing my own strength in the future. The safety factor has increased significantly. Nice one. But what's even better is, Xie Fei withdrew the reward immediately without any hesitation. In an instant, countless images emerged in the sea of consciousness. During the demonstration, Xie Fei seemed to have been practicing this skill for many years. 9 heaven sword techniques, 3 heavens. This is an extremely powerful sword fighting method. Treasure level. It is 1 level higher than the previous superior skill of crossing the river on a reed. Just not completely. 9 heaven sword art has 3 levels, 6 levels, and 9 levels. The 3rd level of heaven can reach treasures. Aren't the 6th heaven and the last ninth heaven difficult to measure? After extracting the 9 heaven sword technique, Xie Fei finally understood what kind of sword technique it was. You can say that. In the Changhe sword sect, this would definitely become the foundation of the sect. You know. Now the sword sect's most powerful magical skill is just a rare sword manual. And because the sword manual contains the method of cultivation. Although it can reach the level of a rare treasure, it can only be discussed in terms of power. That is far inferior to the 9 heaven sword technique, which is purely for attack and killing. Even if it is an incomplete version, it only contains the cultivation of the first 3 levels. But it is powerful enough. 9 heaven sword technique, once used, it is as if a sword immortal from outer space has descended from the 9 heavens and sent down his sword. Xie Fei immediately pulled out the sword, a growth-enhancing artifact rewarded by the system. Then he slowly used this powerful sword technique. A sword is drawn. It was like streaks of sword energy falling from the misty clouds. In the boundless sword energy, Xie Fei's figure, like a contemporary sword immortal, is so vague that it cannot be seen. Extraordinary. Otherworldly. Not like the human world. With my current Qi training level of the 7th rank, once I use this sword technique, I'm afraid that even a 9th grade Qi practitioner would be killed instantly by my sword. Even at the foundation establishment stage, I can fight against it. Xie Fei put away his sword, his eyes sparkling with joy. 9 heaven sword technique, plus his Daluo sword body. It is no longer 1 + 1 = 2, but 3, or even 4. It seems that the 9 heaven sword technique will be my most powerful trump card. In the days ahead, I need to practice diligently and strive to be able to follow the sword with my heart and strike with my mind. Put the iron sword into the system space. All the aura, even the sword intent that filled the sky, was restrained and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Xie Fei returned to being the seemingly ordinary little elder of Jiang'e. With the 9 heaven sword technique and the Qi gathering technique, the crisis in his heart finally eased a little. Now, it's time to take this marrow cleansing pill. The human-level marrow cleansing pill goes down the throat. It immediately turned into a strong medicinal power and traveled throughout the body. Chapter 12. This world is more dangerous than you think. As the medicine takes effect, the warm and comfortable feeling almost made Xie Fei scream out. After one stick of incense, all the medicinal power of the marrow cleansing pill has been completely absorbed by the body. Wait for Xie Fei to open his eyes. I found myself covered with a thin layer of black mud. These black substances are actually impurities discharged from his body. See this situation. He quickly performed a clothes cleansing technique to wash away all the dirt. I feel like I've lost several pounds, as if a heavy stone has been lifted off my body. And Xie Fei also discovered, I seem to have become even more alert. Many things that I usually can't figure out or sort out now have a clue. That magic sword. At this moment, Xie Fei suddenly woke up. After receiving the reward, he was a little arrogant and did not even go back to his residence, but extracted it in this sword pavilion. This is a huge change. If someone saw or be detected by that magic sword. Think of this. Xie Fei immediately stood up and walked to a deeper level. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. After observing for a long time, there was no movement from the magic sword. There are many new patterns on this sword stand, probably some kind of magic array blessed by the 4th level elders. Thus, I have cut off the perception of the diseased demon sword. Now it can't even communicate with me. The original body was in charge of the authority to open the door on the 1st floor of Jiang'e. To say that the door is opened actually means to open the magic circle on the 1st floor of Jiang'e, allowing people to enter and exit freely. Therefore, the original body had some understanding of the magic circle. Although it is not deep, it can also be used to see the methods arranged by the elders of the 4th floor. See, this is the result. Xie Fei couldn't help but feel relieved. At the same time, he warned himself harshly. No matter what happens in the future, you must never get carried away. Be cautious, cautious, and cautious again. Wait until it's almost time to get off work. Elder Jinyo, who had disappeared for many days, finally came back. As soon as we meet. Jinyo gave Xie Fei a big hug and took out various things from his hometown. Thank you, Elder. I heard that you have recently been appreciated by the elders of the 4th level. Now many elders above are praising you. I even heard that the elders on the 4th floor intend to recommend you to serve on the 2nd floor. If this is true, then I, your brother, will have to rely on Elder Xie a lot in the future. Xie Fei was very surprised by Jinyo's words. He didn't expect that his report of the abnormality of the magic sword would give him the opportunity to be promoted to the 2nd level elder. You have to know that the elders on the 2nd level are facing the inner disciples of the sword sect. Who among those who can enter the inner gate is not a person of outstanding talent? Their destiny and luck are definitely better than those of the outer sect. By then, you will be able to invest in a lot more things. However, this matter has not yet come to light, so Xie Fei naturally understands that he should not be too happy too soon. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. He smiled slightly and changed the subject, asking, Elder Genio, is your family doing well during your visit to your hometown? Hearing this, Genio's expression suddenly changed, and then he said with some annoyance and anger, oh. Don't mention it. You didn't go down the mountain, so you don't know. Out there, demons are becoming more and more rampant. When I went home this time, many people in the village had died. Even my first wife died at the hands of the demons. Finally. There was sadness in his tone. Seeing this, Xie Fei had no choice but to comfort her. It's better this way, otherwise you can't just watch her die of old age. But have the demons become so rampant now? Even ordinary people's villages have begun to be attacked. What about the disciples of other major sects? No one is taking action. The thing about demons and evil spirits does exist in the original body's memory. But the original body had not gone down the mountain for decades, and his knowledge of the outside world was still stuck in the past. Big pie. Taurus rarely sneered, they are now too busy to take care of themselves, I heard along the way. The Lihua Holy Land, one of the 10 holy lands, was breached by demons 3 months ago. What? Xie Fei was really shocked this time. The Holy Land has been invaded by demons. Is the world outside so dangerous now? Holy place. There are nearly 1 million outer disciples alone. There are countless geniuses. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter overwhelm all the geniuses from other sects. This size, this presence. It is no longer something that the Changhe sword sect can reach. And now, we learn from Taurus that such a huge force has been ravaged by demons. It's over, this world is far more dangerous than I thought. Xie Fei felt a tightness in his heart. He immediately made up his mind to improve his strength in Changhe sword sect and never run around outside. Oh, so. Taurus sighed and said, forget it, let me be alone and calm down after the pain of losing my wife. I am just here to sort out some of the things that have been left behind. Elder Xie, you can go back first. Xie Fei nodded and immediately turned around and left Jianghe. He had to hurry back and practice well. Wait until Xie Fei disappears completely. Elder Genio immediately closed the door of Jianghe and ran to the deep end of the first floor. Although the magic sword was reinforced with a new formation. But he just touched the sword with his hand. I didn't expect that a little Xie Fei would become a second-level elder. Come to think of it, he is still a dozen years younger than me. While thinking, Elder Genio felt very uncomfortable. But just thought of this. The voice of the magic sword suddenly emerged from deep in his heart. Since you have become my sword servant, Jian Shisan, let alone a second-level Sword Pavilion elder. From now on, even the 9th floor, or even the Pavilion Master, will not be able to compare to you. Your talent is unparalleled in the world. With my help, who can defeat me in the future? Hearing this, Genio said respectfully to Jian Shisan, I understand. I have never thought highly of the elders of Jiangu. Please rest assured, Your Excellency. I have already made plans in the outside world. It won't be long before Your Excellency is free. He spoke to Jian Shisan with great respect. It was like a real servant facing his master. If it weren't for your guidance, my outstanding talent would have been buried by the Changhe sword sect. Please support me in the future, Your Excellency, so that I can fully realize my potential and stand at the top. After saying, Taurus releases the breath of his whole body. He has actually broken through from the previous 7th level of mortal body to the 1st level of Qi training. If Xie Fei saw this scene, he must have been extremely surprised. This shows. This Jian Shisan seems to have some ability to influence external objects. Taurus at this moment. I have already started to imagine a beautiful future. He stands on holy land and covers the sky with one hand. Countless demons prostrated themselves before him, worshipping him as their master. Chapter 13. Something happened to the magic sword, and someone died in the Sword Pavilion. The next day, Xie Fei goes to work as usual. The promotion meeting for menial disciples has ended, and there are a few new faces among the crowd who came to receive swords. These are all new outer disciples. Xie Fei also took the opportunity to observe some people who had been missed before and had not been seen by the golden pupil of life. But there are no good seedlings worth investing in. 10 days passed like this. Although no new investors have been found, Xie Fei's strength is growing steadily. My spiritual power has become stronger. At the elder's residence, Xie Fei opened his eyes from his practice, overjoyed. He just stretched lazily, and countless sword sounds filled with the rhythm of Tao came from his body. This is exactly the reason why his Daluo sword body is becoming more and more integrated. The spiritual power of the 7th level of Qi training in his body has almost grown to the point of overflowing. 9 Heaven Sword Technique. Xie Fei suddenly jumped off the bed, sword in hand. Buzz. The air vibrated and the sword flashed. Then he saw the iron and wooden table in front of him turned into powder in the blink of an eye and scattered in the wind. After building the foundation, who can block this sword? With sword in hand, Xie Fei was full of confidence. But the next moment, he put away the sword, and all the aura disappeared in an instant. The Qi gathering technique rewarded by the system has perfectly covered his body. What's the point of being invincible when practicing Qi? You still have to practice well and invest safely. At least one has to become a golden core or even a nascent soul to have a chance to save his life. The strongest master Xie Fei has ever seen is actually that magic sword. That is Jian Shisan, who is at the Jindan level. If I want to fight against Jian Shisan, wouldn't it be hope only if we are both Jindan? Alas, we must not be complacent. Go to work. After a quick wash, Xie Fei went out and headed towards Jiang'a. In these 10 days, the magic sword seemed to be completely silent and did not make any noise. Xie Fei would secretly take a look with his life Dao golden eyes every day. It's not that I have any other ideas, I just want to know if Jian Shisan has any needs recently, and then see if I can invest. No matter what, the demon sword is also a red destiny. If the investment is successful, the rebate reward. What a pity. Xie Fei kept an eye on it every day, and the magic sword seemed to have no desires or demands, and had absolutely no needs. I wonder how long the magic sword will remain on the first floor. I guess the elders above will take it away. You can't keep it on one layer all the time, right? 4 Sword 13. Xie Fei was in a very complicated mood. He wanted the elders above to take the magic sword away, but he also wanted to leave the magic sword on the first floor. Only by staying would he have the opportunity to invest in the existence of this red destiny. But if I really stay, the entire floor, or even my own life, will feel like it's being held hostage. Final. Your life is more important. In Xie Fei's heart, he was more inclined to believe that other elders had taken Jian Shisan away. After all, they are all in Jiang'a, how could they be lost? It won't be too late to find ways to invest once you become stronger. Thinking all the way. When we are almost at Jiang'a. Xie Fei was shocked when he saw the situation ahead. Why is the door to the first floor of Jiang'a open? Moreover, many outer disciples were standing in the square, looking inside and did not dare to go in. Seeing this situation, Xie Fei no longer dared to take it easy. He immediately took a deep breath and rushed forward quickly using the strength of a first-level Qi practitioner displayed by the Qi condensing technique. Getting closer. A familiar outer sect disciple immediately said, thank you, elder. Something happened in Jiang'a. We heard screams, and many of the brothers and sisters who entered earlier did not come out. Us. The disciple quickly explained the situation, with a hint of panic in his tone. The more Xie Fei listened, the more ominous he felt. Screams. There are also outer disciples who went in, but there has been no movement so far. He thought of the handle of the magic sword almost without thinking. Elder Xie, be careful. The disciple hadn't finished speaking yet. Xie Fei had already overcome these fears, but as an outer disciple who wanted to watch the excitement, he quickly stepped into the first floor of Jiang'a. As soon as you enter. Xie Fei became alert and looked around for the situation. There was nothing unusual near the gate. Xie Fei secretly used the reed to cross the river, and his speed suddenly increased by several levels, and a series of afterimages quickly emerged. After crossing several tall sword racks, he smelled a strong smell of blood. At the same time, there were a few faint wails. It's as if someone has deliberately blocked it. If Xie Fei hadn't taken the marrow-cleansing pill and his 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses were strengthened again, he would probably still not be able to hear it. Listen to the wailing. Xie Fei was extremely nervous, but he also quickened his pace. Turned the corner. Entered into the core area of the first floor. What are stored here are basically some top-quality magic swords. This turn. Suddenly, he saw corpses lying on the ground in front of the magic sword. Among these corpses, there are those of outer disciples and several second-level elders. It is worth mentioning. The blood from all the corpses was absorbed by the magic sword. The originally ordinary 8-sided sword body was glowing with cold light. At this moment, it was actually covered with a layer of faint red glow. It seems weird. Among the dried corpses on the ground, there were 2 figures standing. The 2 of them were dressed like outer disciples. Xie Fei recognized one of them. It was Nyobu, who was reselling the sword sex magic sword. Oh! Someone else dares to break in. They are really not afraid of death. Something was extremely wrong in Nyobu at this moment. Not only were his eyes red, but his aura was also strange. Even as he sneered, it seemed as if he no longer recognized Xie Fei. He and the outer disciple next to him, each holding a magic sword, stared at him with a dark look. Kill. Grab blood food for the venerable. The other outer sect member, whose name Xie Fei couldn't remember, came over with a sword in hand and killed him. The 2 of them at this time were so powerful that they could even kill those second-level elders who had practiced high-level qi on the ground. Only. Before this person could get close, a sword light suddenly appeared. Buzz. A corpse with a pierced throat fell to the ground and was carried far away by inertia. This outer sect disciple had an expression of shock and disbelief on his face before he died. That's it. Xie Fei shook off the blood on the iron sword, his face calm. He is now at the 7th level of qi training, with the Daluo sword body and the 9 heavens sword technique. Not to mention the 2 outer disciples whose combat power was inexplicably enhanced. Even if an elder who had reached the 3rd level and 9th level of qi training came, he might not be able to withstand his sword. Do you really think you can be bullied just because you are on the 1st level of Jiang'a? I simply don't know how to write it. Kill 1 person with 1 sword. Xie Fei's eyes fell on Nyobu. Nyobu's strength is about the same as that of the outer disciple just now, or even slightly weaker. Buzz. 1 sword strike. Naturally, he also went to the underworld with him. After killing 2 people, Xie Fei calmed his spiritual power and looked towards the magic sword. Chapter 14, Qi Training Level 8. There was no movement on the magic sword except for the blood flowing. But the more Xie Fei thought about it, the more fear and sadness he felt in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he had some ability to protect himself. If you encounter something like this, you can only be slaughtered like the corpse on the ground with its blood drained out. In the fantasy world, the lives of the weak are too worthless. After this incident, I don't know what will happen next. Xie Fei was too lazy to look at the magic sword, let alone have the intention to touch it. He just slowly gathered the bodies on the ground and prepared to move them out. Fortunately, Elder Taurus, who had worked with him, did not appear among the corpses. Otherwise, he would lose his only friend in the sword sect, and he would have to work 2 jobs at the same time. Just thinking about it. A group of people rushed in quickly. Sword demon puppet. Xie Fei stopped moving the body and looked at the person who came. It was the acquaintance from the 4th floor, the elder. Meet the elder. Xie Fei saluted quickly, immediately showing that he was not bewitched by the magic sword. Is it you? After seeing clearly that it was Xie Fei, the 4th floor elder exclaimed in surprise. Xie Fei didn't say much, just said, the magic sword mutated. When I rushed here, I found that there were dead and wounded everywhere. In the end, I could only collect their bodies to prevent new accidents. When he retrieved the bodies, he had already done something to the 2 outer disciples from Nyobu to prevent others from finding out that they were related to him. After reporting the situation, Xie Fei's eyes were filled with sadness, and there was a look of fear and terror on his face. The sadness was not entirely to fool the 4th level elders. He really felt that human life was as precious as grass and felt sorry for himself. The elder on the fourth floor did not come alone. Behind him are other elders who are also at the fourth level. The elders looked him up and down. Finally someone spoke up and said, "These actions, as fellow disciples, are quite thoughtful. It seems that not all the elders on the lower three levels are cowards. Those who died, whether they were disciples or elders, will be rewarded or punished accordingly after we have thoroughly investigated them." As he finished speaking, the other elders began to investigate the situation. Xie Fei didn't have to carry the bodies anymore. He was directly driven outside and told the outer disciples that the first floor of Jiangu would be closed for 7 days. Finish this. Looking at the fourth floor elders busying around inside, Xie Fei heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that as an elder of the first level of Qi training, he was not suspected by them. At this time, Elder Taurus finally arrived. When he entered Jiang'a and saw the tragic scene on the ground, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely. Seeing Taurus in such a miserable state, the fourth-level elder immediately waved his hand and gave the two of them 7 days off. Anyway, the first floor of Jiang'a will not be open for these 7 days, so it's okay for them to rest. In the elders' residence, the rooms of the elders on the second floor have been replaced with white cloth and black background. Some close friends also used this as a way of mourning. The person died on the first floor of Jiang'a. As an elder on the first floor, Xie Fei and Jinyo naturally came over as well. "Ah, what's going on?" An outer sect elder said, "Too good to see such a thing happen in the sect. Elder Wang, Elder Qiu and the others are really... Alas. This kind of thing is inevitable." Another elder on the second floor sighed and said, "In the Sword Pavilion, people are often injured by swords, and a few have died. By the way, have you investigated everything? What exactly is going on?" The others asked. The second-level elder pondered for a while, and finally responded simply, "An outer disciple used some unknown means to sneak into the magic circle on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, and was eventually bewitched by the sword demon. When Lao Wang, Lao Qiu, and the others realized something was wrong, it was already over when they rushed over." After listening, the elders who came to mourn sighed, "It's time. It's fate. Those two guys on the first floor are really lucky." Someone looked over and said to Xie Fei and Jinyo. It seemed that everyone's attention was about to turn to him. In order to prevent the anger of the elders from being taken out on himself because of the deaths of several elders, Xie Fei immediately took Jinyo and left. The truth behind the incident in Jiang'a was discovered the day after it happened. But except for Jiang'a, no one outside is quite clear about what is going on. Nyobu got a set of equipment to break the formation from somewhere and planned to enter the Sword Pavilion to steal the sword. The people in Jiangu originally thought that the magic sword on the first level was not worth worrying about, so the external protective magic circle was not strong. This gave Nyobu an opportunity to take advantage of the loophole, and with that set of magic weapons to break the formation, he actually broke in. The result was that he was bewitched when he stole the magic sword. Then the noise attracted the elders from the second floor and a group of outer disciples waiting to receive the swords. This happened. Naturally, the magic sword could not be placed on another floor, so it was moved to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. Xie Fei heard about this. The reason why the elders in the Sword Tomb and Sword Pavilion placed the magic sword in his hand so openly. The main purpose is to use this sword to lure out the person behind the scenes. But what exactly is behind the scenes? Who is this person again? What is the origin of this? Xie Fei knew nothing about it. And it's all just hearsay, with a little bit of my own speculation. For this, Xie Fei became more determined to become stronger. Because, in the eyes of those elders, even if I, a junior elder of the first level of the Sword Pavilion, died in this trap, it wouldn't matter. Think of this. Xie Fei said hello to the absent-minded Jinyo and returned to her residence. It looks like within 3 days, I should be able to break through to the 8th level of Qi training. After a night of hard practice, Xie Fei only felt that his spiritual power was almost full to the limit. Just add 2 more pieces of firewood and the breakthrough will come naturally. Count the days. From time travel to now, he has made some progress in terms of strength. But the thought of traveling through time, Xie Fei felt as if he was in another world. It's as if the previous life was just an illusory dream. It will probably take about 2 months to break through to the 9th level of Qi training. When the time comes, I can take the foundation building pill that the system rewards me and build my foundation in one fell swoop. 2 months is just the time Xie Fei estimates he will have to rely on his own hard training. If you have an investment object during this period and receive some rewards that speed up your cultivation, the time will definitely be shortened. The impact of the accident caused by the magic sword was gradually eliminated. As the holidays come to an end, Xie Fei had already stepped into the Sword Pavilion again with the cultivation level of the 8th level of Qi training. But on the surface, what he demonstrated through the Qi condensing technique was only the cultivation level of the 1st level of Qi training. Chapter 15, Bullying from the Outer Sect. Based on the demon sword thing. Although the 1st floor of Jiang'a has been reopened, it is still a bit deserted. Although many disciples urgently need the magic sword, they don't want to lose their lives for it. See around, nothing happened. Xie Fei said hello to Elder Taurus, who was also bored, and went out for a stroll. Of course, it wasn't that he was really bored enough to go for a stroll, but he wanted to walk around to see if he could find a few candidates for investment. Almost all the outer sects had finished reading it with the golden pupil of life. This time he planned to go to the mountain gate. The reason why I went to the mountain gate. That's because, generally speaking, outer sect elders cannot go to the inner sect or core disciples without special circumstances. Although Xie Fei, as an elder of Jiang'a, has a special position, he is only an elder of the 1st level after all, and can be considered an outer sect elder. Hey! Look! Is that the elder of the Sword Pavilion? Looking at the elder's attire, it should be. The elders of the Sword Pavilion rarely go out. Aside from the sword leader, we rarely see them. This Sword Pavilion elder is a little too young. He looks about the same age as us. Young. As far as I know, this should be Elder Xie Fei from the 1st floor of Jiang'a. He is almost 50 years old. Ah. He's already nearly 50. With such a method to maintain his youth, doesn't his cultivation level have to be much higher than ours? That's not the case. Following the discussions among the disciples, Xie Fei has arrived at the mountain gate. While walking slowly, he activated the golden pupil of life and secretly checked. There were indeed a lot more disciples coming and going at the mountain gate. Moreover, many disciples wore gorgeous robes and had extraordinary temperament. These disciples are basically from the inner sect. I have to say, these people are the future of Changha sword sect. Observed around, Xie Fei's eyes lit up as he saw several potential candidates for investment. However, most of them are white, with only 1 or 2 green ones. After secretly taking note of these disciples, he continued to walk out. No way. It's the same old saying. Things like investing cannot be done in public. Otherwise, what if those disciples with poor qualifications also come to ask for help? Xie Fei is not yet at the stage where he can be taken advantage of by anyone because of his wealth and status. Even if they really reached that level of wealth, he would not be the one to be taken advantage of. Go all the way down. Outside the mountain gate is a large bamboo forest. Often, there would be many disciples having secret meetings or conducting transactions in the bamboo forest. After passing the bamboo forest for about a few hundred miles, you will reach the mortal town that relies on the sword sect. Xie Fei walked around the bamboo forest. Unfortunately, apart from finding pairs of wild mandarin ducks, no talents were discovered. I thought I would stop here today. In a secluded place, a threatening voice was suddenly heard. Boy, where are the spirit stones this time? Why don't you take them out quickly? Humph. I advise you once again, don't let us draw our swords, otherwise your cultivation will be ruined. This is already the edge of the bamboo forest. Few people are around. But unexpectedly, a group of people gathered together and threatened a fat little boy among them. The person who spoke just now was a big bearded man. This big man has already reached the 6th level of mortal realm, and can be considered a master among the outer disciples. Those who were in his group were all at the 4th or 5th level of mortal realm. The fat boy who was surrounded by them looked to be about 12 or 13 years old. He was dressed in the clothes of an outer sect disciple and had an angry and unwilling look on his face. Moreover, the boy seemed to have some physical disability, his right foot was lame, and his realm was only the third level of mortal body. It is worth noting that the boy was wearing a rusty iron ring on his right ring finger. Xie Fei saw this scene and frowned slightly. What? Are you mute? I asked you to take out 10 spirit stones today, but instead of giving them to you, you asked us to come out and look for you. Don't play any tricks on us. Your family is quite wealthy in the secular world. Don't think we don't know. The bearded man, with a ferocious and terrifying face, spoke. Faced with such persecution, the fat boy could only glare, bite his lips tightly, and say nothing. Still not taking it. Fine. Brothers, let's take on some missions tomorrow, and then go to this kid's house. The bearded man hadn't finished speaking yet. The fat boy shouted angrily, don't target my parents. Speaking of this, he tremblingly took out a small bag from his arms. This is my last spiritual stone. Please stop forcing me. Upon hearing this, the bearded man snatched the bag, opened it and asked angrily, why are there only 5? You have already taken all my spirit stones. Now I only have these 5. The fat boy responded. But the bearded gang was not willing to give up when half of their belongings were missing out of nowhere. No. 5 is too few. There's not enough for us to share. As the bearded man was talking, his eyes suddenly fell on the fat boy's finger. Is your ring a treasure? Take it down. When I heard the other party asked for my ring, the fat boy suddenly panicked, and immediately protected it tightly and shook his head violently. One look at this situation. The bearded man sneered, it seems that this broken ring is really a treasure. What? You still want to keep it when you haven't given me enough spirit stones? I'm only giving you 2 options now. Either take it down yourself and give it to us, or I'll chop off your fingers. Now you make the decision. The bearded man's aura shook, and his 6th grade mortal cultivation burst out directly. The rest also showed their strengths. The fat boy suddenly felt his breathing stagnate. Faced with so much pressure, he was already trembling. But when I think of the importance of the ring. In the end, the fat boy suppressed his fear and guarded her tightly. Even if he dies, he cannot hand over the iron ring. Okay. You have the guts to refuse to hand it over. The bearded man sneered immediately, then turned to the other brothers and said, go and watch around. Don't let other disciples come over. If an elder shows up, notify him immediately. The words fell. The mortals of the 4th and 5th ranks nodded heavily and responded in unison, understood. Obviously. This group of people is not the first time to do this kind of thing. The process is very familiar. See this scene. Xie Fei quietly performed a trick to hide his figure. With his current strength, it would be easy for him to avoid being discovered by these outer disciples who haven't even started practicing qi. Only. It seems that things are not peaceful inside the sword sect's outer sect either. It would be fine if it was an external factor, but this kind of oppression by fellow disciples is actually rare in the major sects. Chapter 16, Golden Again. But is there something strange about this little boy? With a try-it attitude, Xie Fei used the golden pupil of life. In an instant, the situation regarding the fat boy was revealed by the system. Name, Zhanlong. Gender, male. Lifespan, 12/150. Realm, mortal level 3. Destiny and luck, gold. Golden legend. This is a rare genius. His appearance will surely shake the world. Such a person cannot be described in words, and it is rare to meet him. It is recommended to invest immediately. Recent demand, a ring containing the residual soul of a certain powerful being is about to be taken away by a fellow disciple. Can you help stop it? His eyes fell on the golden destiny. Xie Fei's eyes suddenly widened a little, and his breathing became much faster. Golden destiny. This is the second time. Apart from the defected Xiaoyan, the second golden legend. There is actually a golden destiny path among the outer disciples. Why didn't I find it before? Then he took another closer look at the fat boy's appearance. Xie Fei suddenly realized. It turned out that this was a new outer disciple. He felt that the bearded men all looked familiar. Only the boy named Zhanlong looked very unfamiliar. It's just that the Sword sect's 20th anniversary disciple recruiting ceremony hasn't come yet. This war dragon was either promoted from the menial tasks conference, or someone used connections and spent money to send it. Considering that he is only 12 years old, the latter is more likely. Since he was a handyman, he must be at least 14 years old, including the time he worked in the handyman position. Such a good investment. Needless to say, this time Xie Fei is going to get involved. At this time, the fat boy Zhanlong, who was unwilling to have his ring stolen, started fighting with the bearded men. One is a mortal of the 3rd grade, and the other is a mortal of the 6th grade. There is a full 3 small realms between the two. Naturally, within a few moves, Zhanlong was knocked to the ground by the bearded men. I saw several footprints on my body. The bearded men had a gloomy face and said to Zhanlong on the ground with murderous intent, "How dare you dirty my robe? Okay. Looks like I have to teach you an unforgettable lesson today. I might as well destroy your cultivation and make you a waste." I didn't expect that just by kicking him a few times, he would not only steal his treasures, but also cripple him. It can be seen that this person's character has become extremely bad. Seeing that the matter here had been settled, the disciples who were standing guard in the outer circle also went back one after another. When they heard the bearded man's words, they immediately put on an expression as if they were watching a good show, and stared at Zhanlong in a joking manner. Observe the surrounding situation. The bearded man, holding a magic sword, walked towards the war dragon, which was covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. At this time, Xie Fei noticed that part of Zhanlong's blood had been absorbed by the iron ring. As if some kind of ritual had been completed, the ring emitted a faint light. Except Xie Fei, no one noticed this scene. When the bearded man approached, he first took off the ring and then raised the magic sword high. See this situation. Prevent any unexpected events from leading to investment failure. Xie Fei immediately showed up and walked over. As he moves, a burst of energy from a 1st-grade Qi training practitioner burst out. Hit by the aura of the Qi training level, the bearded men were stunned on the spot for a moment. Everyone seemed to be frozen, not daring to move at all. Now, there was a hint of fear in the bearded man's eyes. Especially when I heard the undisguised footsteps, the fear grew stronger and stronger. This is the existence of the Qi training realm. Who is it? Intersect brothers and sisters. Still. Elder. What the bearded man and his group feared most was that their affairs would be discovered by an elder. If they were just fellow disciples, then it wouldn't matter. At worst, you can just spend money and spirit stones to get them to join and shut them up. But if the elders? That would be terrible. They were merely outer disciples and had a natural fear of the elders. The bearded man turned his head slightly, and when he saw the unique attire of the elder, he shuddered all over. The thing I feared most finally came. Others also saw the person who appeared. Behind the bearded man, an outer sectman suddenly exclaimed, thank you, elder. This is Elder Xie from the Sword Pavilion. Completion. As soon as I heard the word Jian Go, the bearded man's heart sank to the bottom. Fortunately, it was not an elder of the law enforcement hall. The bearded man immediately became more active, thinking that there was still room for maneuver. He immediately knelt on the ground. Outer sect disciple Zhang Ergu greets Elder Xie. The others followed suit and knelt down guiltily. Thank you, Elder. I often go to the Sword Pavilion to ask you to give me a sword. I wonder if you still remember me. Talking. The bearded man named Zhang Ergu immediately knelt over and handed over a bag of spirit stones. Judging from the appearance, there are at least 10 to 20 of them. However, Xie Fei didn't take the bag and said calmly, Zhang Ergu. I don't know him. He just felt somewhat familiar with these people, but he really couldn't remember their names. But I don't want to know. If you want, no matter how they disguise themselves, you can still see their real names through the golden eyes of destiny. Speaking of, Xie Fei looked at the dying war dragon on the ground. You guys killed your fellow disciples so cruelly. According to the sect's laws, do you know what the consequences will be? Hearing this, Zhang Ergu shuddered all over and buried his head even lower. Replying to the elder, the lighter punishment is enslavement for 10 years, and the heavier punishment is the abolition of cultivation and expulsion from the sword sect. He didn't finish his words. Zhang Ergu immediately cried out, "Elder Xie, please have mercy on us, we will never do this again." The others also shouted tremblingly, "Kneel down and beg Elder Xie to show mercy." Facing the aura of the Qi training realm, they had no intention of resisting at all. Not to mention that the other party is an elder of the sect. What did you take from others? Why don't you give it back to them? Xie Fei glanced at Zhang Long again, and after finding that the fat boy was not in any danger of life, he spoke out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ergu didn't dare to say anything more and immediately returned the ring and spirit stones to Zhang Long. That's all. Zhang Ergu immediately took out all the spirit stones from his arms. Think about it. Without waiting for Xie Fei to speak again, he gritted his teeth and took out a packet of rejuvenation powder. Rejuvenation powder is a healing potion. It is very precious among outer disciples. If you want to buy it, it costs 10 spirit stones each. I don't even know whether it is to appease Zhang Long or to appease Xie Fei. Not only did Zhang Ergu put all the spirit stones into Zhang Long's arms and put the ring back on him, he even fed him the rejuvenation powder himself. This time, I will not send you to the law enforcement hall because of your hard work. But if there is a next time, I will definitely punish you severely. Xie Fei waved his hand. Zhang Ergu and his men ran away in a hurry. With the help of Huichunsen, the fat boy had regained some movement by now and struggled to sit up. Thank you for the rescue, Elder. Yeah. Xie Fei nodded slightly. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for your successful investment. Chapter 17 Reward. Breakthrough in Foundation Building. Ding. The host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, get a rebate. Since the investment object's destiny is gold, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining a 60-year Kendo enlightenment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special forging method, Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-grade, life-protecting golden pill. Kendo enlightenment, 1 jiazi, can be retrieved at any time 1 jiazi is 60 years. Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist, can be extracted at any time special method. No grade. Rumor has it that it comes from a foreign world, it can refine the tiger demon's golden body, making it indestructible and immune to all evil. Life-saving golden pill, earth grade, already stored in the system space can turn around the vitality when on the verge of death. It is a life-saving medicine. Slowly receive the system information. Xie Fei looked at the boy in front of him calmly, Zhang Long. The fat boy was immediately surprised. Does this elder know my disciple? I noticed this when you entered the sect. Xie Fei said casually. Zhang Long slowly stood up and handed over all the spirit stones given by Zhang Ergu. Thank you, elder. I cannot repay you for saving my life. If these spirit stones were not from the elders, they would never have fallen into the hands of the disciples. Please accept it, elder. See this situation. Xie Fei glanced at the rusty iron ring without leaving a trace. Keep it for yourself and work hard. The words fell. The man has disappeared into the bamboo forest. When Zhang Long wanted to look for him, there was no trace of him, as if the elder had never appeared. Return to Jiang'a. After Xie Fei got off work, he hurried back to the elder's residence. With this life-saving golden elixir, isn't it like having an extra life in the future? Until this time. He then looked at the rewards carefully. Not expected. This time, the golden investment would actually give you a life-saving elixir. This is already equivalent to the biggest trump card. Immediately. System, extract the Kendo reward. Xie Fei extracted the insights into the way of swordsmanship gained over that 60 years. In an instant, a sense of Taoism slowly flows through my heart. I just felt a lot of insights about Kendo flooding my mind, just like a person who specializes in swords and is extremely skilled in swords, experiencing Kendo day and night. About 3 hours. This realization slowly disappeared, and all was attributed to Xie Fei. System, extract the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. The second biggest reward. There is no special method with any grade. Suddenly, A large number of fragments appeared in Xie Fei's sea of consciousness. In the clip, a person who looks very similar to Xie Fei is practicing this martial art. From the very beginning, to the middle stage, to the final stage. It's like experiencing a lifetime. After waking up, Xie Fei felt dazed for a moment. The information about practicing the tiger demon bone refining fist was deeply engraved in his mind. Special method. I don't know how it would be different from the 9 heaven sword technique. Neither of them is a mysterious skill for cultivating spiritual energy, but rather a wonderful way to assist oneself and enhance one's abilities. But one focuses on killing, and the other focuses on passive defense. Products from the system must be top quality. The tiger demon bone refining fist is more like a method to strengthen the foundation. Practicing it for many years can refine a tiger demon golden body. According to the system description, this tiger demon's golden body is indestructible and immune to all evil. If I succeed in cultivating it, wouldn't I become the nemesis of demons? As long as we go to that station, which monster dares to approach? Xie Fei thought to himself and decided that he must practice the tiger demon bone refining fist to the highest level of tiger demon golden body. There are demons and monsters everywhere in the world right now, so it will definitely be much safer with this thing. But even if we don't have the tiger demon golden body now, the added power doesn't seem to be bad. Xie Fei examines himself. As long as he circulates his spiritual power a little, his skin and bones will glow with a faint golden light. The magic sword chopped it down, but only left a shallow mark, without even breaking the skin. Moreover, there were bursts of metallic sounds coming from the bones, as if he had turned into a lump of metallic light. The magic sword chopped for a while longer. As a result, the blade was rebounded by his own body. It's really amazing. Xie Fei looked happy again. He also noticed that after the fusion of the tiger demon bone refining fist, my own strength seems to have increased a lot. There was no need to even mobilize his spiritual energy. With just a simple punch, the sect's stone ground was dented by the punch. If I add spiritual power to this punch, I guess even the foundation building team won't feel good, right? That's not all. As Xie Fei used the 9 heaven sword technique, there was actually a little bit of gold in the sky full of sword light. The gold color contains a vast amount of righteous energy, which is extremely restraining to demons. Does every move I make now carry the power of the tiger demon bone refining fist? Such a profound skill, no wonder it's so special. Stay in the room. Take advantage of the night when no one is around. Xie Fei kept trying out the newly acquired tiger demon bone refining fist. This thing definitely does not exist in this world today. Because he searched his memory but could not find a method with similar function. It seems the system's rebate rewards will include some things that don't exist in this world. With such a powerful special mysterious skill. In the next 2 months, Xie Fei studies hard almost every day, hoping to condense the tiger demon golden body as soon as possible. Besides, he did not neglect his cultivation. Gradually, the spiritual energy in the body fills almost every meridian. Compared with before, the strength has increased by at least dozens of times. Jiu Tian's swordsmanship became more and more proficient and he used it with great skill. However, Yatwei Dujiang's practice had fallen behind a little. After all, I have to go to Jiang'a to work every day, and when I come back I have to study and practice so many things. Naturally, you have to make some choices. At this time, Xie Fei's cultivation had naturally reached the 9th level of qi training. However, with the help of the qi condensing technique, in front of outsiders, he still appears to be at the 1st level of qi cultivation. And on the 7th day of breaking through the 9th level of qi training, after the feeling has been consolidated, Xie Fei asked for a few days' leave from the elders above and prepared to start breaking through the foundation. Foundation building pill, it's time to use it. A pill fell into the stomach. The huge medicinal power dissipated instantly. Xie Fei suddenly felt as if his body was about to explode and he stood up immediately. Is the effect of this foundation building pill so strong? He tried hard to control the spiritual power in his body and began to wash away the violent effects of the medicine over and over again. Slowly. It took Xie Fei a whole night to digest all the medicinal power and integrate it into his limbs and bones. It was almost the moment when the medicinal power was fused. All the spiritual power shook instantly, and then gathered towards the Qi Hai Dantian. So, Xie Fei only felt that there were countless explosives exploding in his Dantian. Wait until the rumbling sound continues. All the spiritual energy within the Dantian began to slowly gather, twist, and entwine into one. If you look from a distance, you can find that all the spiritual powers have been gathered into a ball, just like a spiritual elixir. This is the prototype of the golden elixir. Once the golden elixir is achieved, these spiritual powers will turn into a solid state. In the center of this ball of spiritual energy that was constantly gathering and spreading, stood a small sword of supreme sharpness. All spiritual energy revolves around it. As it rotates more and more, there are actually signs of liquefaction. Boom. It seems to have reached a critical point. These spiritual powers gathered into a ball and suddenly expanded outwards, then suddenly collapsed inwards. Finally, drops of liquid spiritual power began to appear. It's like the drizzle of spring rain, continuous and fine. For 3 days in a row. Xie Fei, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and checked himself with his spiritual consciousness. Only seen in Dantian. A small liquid ball like mercury was wrapping around the small sword and spinning around. As it rotates, strands of spiritual energy slowly enter the body and flow through the meridians. Once it arrives here, it will be assimilated and slowly grow the liquid sphere. Xie Fei tried to increase his spiritual power. Suddenly, the sphere's rotation accelerated, and the liquid spiritual power turned into gas, instantly traveling through all the 8 extraordinary meridians. My Dantian can now hold 100 times more spiritual power than before. Moreover, the speed of absorbing external spiritual energy is dozens of times higher than that of the Qi training stage. No wonder, no wonder. No wonder they say that building a foundation is the true beginning of cultivation. Xie Fei sighed, only when you step into the foundation building stage can you understand what spiritual power is and what is powerful. After 3 days and 3 nights of hard practice, plus the help of the foundation establishment pill, he has now officially entered the foundation establishment stage. Currently at the first level of foundation building. Xie Fei roughly estimated that if he used his current strength, he would be unable to face his previous Qi training 9th level self. Just beat him up at will. Even if he only uses 1/10 of his fighting power, he can wipe out his previous self. Just at this moment. Suddenly, a system voice came into my mind. Ding. It is detected that the host has achieved foundation building. Ding. Open the host information panel. Information panel. Xie Fei was a little curious and immediately checked it silently. In an instant, a light curtain appeared that only he could see. Host, Xie Fei. Boundary, Chikumoto Ippon. Mysterious skills, Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist, 9 Heaven Swordsmanship, Crossing the River with a Reed, Qi Condensation Technique, Eternal Life Breathing Technique. Magic Weapon, Sword. Not bad. That's like giving me a summary. It also helps me understand my own situation and provide me with a certain referenceability. Although it is just a small function that appears in the system, Xie Fei thinks about it carefully and finds that it is very useful. Based on my current progress, if I don't consider bottlenecks, I should be able to break through to the Golden Core stage in about 2 years. 2 years. It's still a bit too long. Xie Fei couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It seems that I have to find a way to invest more in people with good luck and destiny to see if I can speed up the progress. 2 years to break through to the Golden Core stage was considered too long. If his idea were known to others, definitely scold him. You should know that most cultivators want to achieve the golden elixir from the first level of foundation establishment. Without decades of hard practice, it is simply impossible. Moreover, one must have sufficient resources, and not be distracted by external things during these decades, so that one can concentrate on cultivation. Otherwise it will take longer. Many people have achieved the golden elixir in 60 years and are already considered extraordinary geniuses. The reason why Xie Fei is so fast. Of course it's because of the Daluo sword body. Kendo is inherently powerful and has an unstoppable advantage, which adds to the unstoppable force on the path of cultivation. Therefore, in many cases, the combat power and realm of sword cultivators will be stronger than those of ordinary cultivators, and even much stronger. The Daluo sword body is the top physique in swordsmanship. His natural talent and physique have been completely transformed into an existence that is most suitable for swordsmanship. With the combination of the two, the speed of cultivation will naturally be as fast as falling leaves in the wind. But sword cultivators are so powerful, naturally they also have fatal problems. That is the state of mind and the unstable understanding of the state. After all, breakthroughs and cultivation are fast, so there is no time to carefully comprehend these things. Fortunately, this time the system rewards a 60 years of understanding of the way of the sword. Xie Fei has no worries in this regard at the moment. It can be said that his state of mind is as steady as an old dog. It's just, if we want to find more investment targets, there's almost no hope for the outer sect. Or else go back to doing menial work and look for gold and shit. Or go to the inner gate to look for it. Xie Fei was slowly thinking about his future plans. As an outer sect elder of the first level of Sword Pavilion, he naturally could not go to the inner sect. I want to have more contact with the inner disciples. The dumbest way is to guard the gate of Changhe Sword Sect every day and keep an eye on the inner disciples coming in and out. This is fine if done occasionally, but after all, I have Jianghe duties to attend to, so this method cannot last long. The best way. It means becoming an elder on the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. Xie Fei murmured. The first floor of the Sword Pavilion is where outer disciples receive low-level magic swords. The second floor is where inner disciples receive high-level magic swords. The so-called low-level magic sword is actually an ordinary magic weapon among magic treasures. The advanced magic sword is the top-notch magic weapon. At the same time, there are a small number of spiritual weapons and divine swords on the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. But this kind of spiritual weapon cannot be distributed to inner disciples at will. Specific situation on the second floor. Xie Fei also had a superficial understanding based on his original body's memories. If you want to know the real situation, you have to become a second-level elder yourself. The day after the breakthrough, Xie Fei cancelled his leave and returned to the first floor of Jianghe. While dealing with the disciples, he slowly consolidated his cultivation in the foundation establishment realm. Hey! Elder Xie, are you back from visiting relatives? Elder Taurus arrived a little later, as usual. Seeing Xie Fei sitting at the desk at the door, he greeted him with a smile. The reason Xie Fei took leave before was inspired by Taurus, and he asked for leave to go back home to visit relatives. That's why. During the 3 days of the breakthrough in the residence, no one came to disturb me. Because everyone thought he had returned to his hometown. Xie Fei smiled and nodded. Having broken through to the foundation building stage, one naturally feels happy and in high spirits. Just as the two of them greeted each other, there was a sudden commotion among the outer disciples outside. You are such a waste, yet you dare to come here. Do you believe me? I can kill you right now. The law enforcement hall won't do anything to me. I heard some disciples outside say this. Xie Fei frowned and looked up. Taurus hurried out. This is Jianghe. If a fight broke out among the disciples here and someone died, it would be a big problem. At least as two elders, they could not escape a scolding. They may even have their monthly salary deducted. Chapter 18 Another Breakthrough. Watch Elder Taurus go out. Xie Fei thought about it and stood up to check out the situation. This look. There are a few familiar faces among the outer disciples. The most conspicuous among them was the gang led by Zhang Ergu. The one who was cursing before was this guy. The one who was scolded was none other than the lame little fatman Zhanglong with the golden destiny. But what surprised Xie Fei was, when Zhang Ergu saw the elder at first, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. How dare he shout and kill outside Jianghe now? Jiangu is a strategic place. Aren't you afraid of the elder's punishment? Zhanglong changed his previous attitude, puffed out his chest and asked loudly. At this moment, his eyes were bright and his whole body exuded a restrained and sincere aura. Obviously, this little fat boy has already opened up the opportunity and is being taken care of by the old men in the ring. Xie Fei glanced at the ring without leaving any trace. There is no rust on it, and the ancient patterns are revealed, just like a relic from long ago. Oh! I have to be afraid of the elders now. Zhang Ergu's eyes were filled with hatred, you have already reported me and expelled me from the sect. His voice was trembling, and there was a hint of resentment in his tone. I am no longer a disciple of the Changhe sword sect. After I return the magic sword, I will definitely take your life. Every word seemed to be squeezed out from between teeth. Zhang Ergu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth about Zhanlong's report. Seeing this, Elder Jinyo directly rebuked, how can such a commotion occur in Jianghe? Pooh. Zhang Ergu spat on the spot. As an elder, how can I be humiliated like this? Jinyo was about to step forward and teach this kid who had been expelled from the sword sect a lesson. But he was stopped by Xie Fei. Xie Fei said, as an elder, why are you bothering with a dying person? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the murderous intent in the fat boy Zhanlong's eyes. It's been so long since we last met. The little fat boy is actually already a mortal of the 6th grade. Upon hearing this, everyone was a little surprised. Even Zhanlong was slightly surprised. However, those outer disciples naturally did not dare to ask the reason. Only Elder Taurus gave him a puzzled look. Xie Fei shook his head and pulled Jinyo into Jianghe without much explanation. Just at this moment, in the crowd, a voice suddenly sounded in Zhanlong's heart. Elder of the Sword Pavilion, you should be more careful in the future and don't lose your manners. Of course. If it weren't for Elder Xie, I wouldn't be standing here. Zhanlong stood up straight, his words full of gratitude. He was now talking in his heart with the seniors in the ring. That's not what I'm talking about. This Elder Xie is not a simple person. The person in the ring said with a wave of mind, with my eyesight and perception, I can't see through him. Can't see through it. Zhanlong was slightly stunned. There is actually someone that the senior can't see through. And it's in this small Changhe sword sect. There are many people I cannot understand, but what you said later is correct. It is really strange that such a strange person exists in the Changhe sword sect. The ring waved again. Although this Elder Xie appears to be at the first level of Qi training, I still feel like something is wrong. His aura was too vague, and as soon as I got close to it, my perception was cut off by an invisible sword intent. It is possible for such a result to occur. First, this Elder Xie possesses some special concealment skills that allow him to restrain his energy and not show off his abilities. Second, Elder Xie's understanding of the way of the sword is extraordinary. Although his cultivation is very low, he is well versed in the principles of the way of the sword. No matter which one it is, this person must not be underestimated. Xiaolong, you must be careful with this person. After listening to the analysis of the senior in the ring, Zhanlong was stunned. Senior, if it is the second possibility, why should we be careful? The ring was silent for a moment. After a long while, he spoke faintly, the second one is the most terrifying. After returning to Jianghe, Xie Fei was relieved for a while before Elder Jinyo calmed down. No way. Even though Zhang Ergu has been expelled from the sword sect, the process has not yet been completed, and he might be targeted by the elders. To put it simply, there's nothing wrong. But I'm afraid that Zhang Ergu will become desperate and make things worse. At that time, not only Jinyo will be punished, but Xie Fei, who failed to persuade him, will also be implicated. By then, let alone going to the second floor of Jianghe, it is not certain whether he can keep his job as an elder on this floor. All right, I already know the stakes involved. Taurus sighed, alas, you are an elder after all, why are you so uncomfortable? Hearing this, Xie Fei looked at Jinyo in surprise. These words don't seem to come out of Taurus' mouth, right? Thinking inwardly. Elder Taurus is notoriously lazy. Some of the elders above also gave Taurus and the original body the nickname, lazy elders. Normally, Taurus, who would lie down whenever possible, would not say such things. Taste it carefully. Xie Fei suddenly realized something. Ever since Taurus returned home to visit his relatives, some changes seem to have taken place, and his relationship with himself is no longer as easygoing and intimate as before. Do you want to ask about the situation? Think about it. Xie Fei still shook his head secretly. Never mind. Maybe these changes happened because of his wife's death. Asking about this kind of thing can easily bring up Taurus's sad memories. Disciple Zhanlong greets Elder Xie. Zhanlong was the last in line. As soon as he entered Jiang'a, he bowed deeply to Xie Fei. "You're welcome." Xie Fei waved his hand and said, "I think you want to receive the first magic sword. Want something heavier? I'll flip it for you." Zhan Long thought for a while and said respectfully, "Elder, I want a sword that is more practical and sturdy." Xie Fei nodded and pointed with one hand. With the strength of the first level of Qi training, he grabbed a magic sword from the sword rack. The sword is very ordinary, it is the work of Chu Qingqing, a new sword-making disciple in the weapon refining room. Disciple thanks the elder. Zhan Long held the sword and left respectfully. Before he went out, a slight fluctuation was detected by Xie Fei. His eyes immediately focused on the iron ring. Probing. Still. Xie Fei frowned, becoming alert. But it will be more than half a month later. After the war dragon did not appear again, he slowly relaxed his vigilance. Crackling. Xie Fei slowly stood up and opened his eyes, and his bones burst into a roar similar to that of firecrackers. The magic sword taken from the Sword Pavilion suddenly stabbed towards the arm. But as soon as it made contact, a golden light appeared and the magic sword could no longer penetrate. The golden body of the tiger demon in the tiger demon bone refining fist has already taken shape. And his cultivation. After this period of hard training, he has also entered the second level of foundation building. Chapter 19, Elder Jinyo's Emergency. Inside the Qi Sea. The spinning ball of spiritual liquid grew a little bigger again. It is estimated that within half a year at most, my tiger demon golden body will be able to condense into a complete form. Xie Fei was happy. After possessing the Daluo sword body and improving his talent, his practice was like a shot of chicken blood. If you meditate every day, your strength will steadily improve. The feeling of immediately receiving rewards for your efforts is really beautiful. The strength has taken another small step forward. Xie Fei rushed to Jiang'a with a smile. But after entering Jiang'a, he went to see Elder Taurus on purpose. After seeing that the other party was busy and everything seemed to be fine, he smiled and returned to his position, the gate. The morning passed quickly. It's the afternoon's turn. Elder Taurus disappeared. At first, Xie Fei thought that this Taurus was being lazy again. But when we got off work and it was almost night, there was still no sign of him. Did you take leave again? Xie Fei was confused. If you are asking for leave, registering for work or something like that, you should contact yourself. This sudden loss of news. He didn't have time to think about it. An outer disciple came over. He also delivered the message in the name of Elder Taurus. Emergency help. You want my help? Meet at the green grass hill outside the bamboo forest. After Xie Fei heard what the outer disciple relayed, his brows immediately furrowed. Elder Jinyo asked you to call me over. Did he tell you what difficulties he encountered? Xie Fei asked the outer sect male disciple. The latter shook his head. Elder Jinyo did not explain, he just told you to go quickly. This disciple obviously knew nothing. Xie Fei had no choice but to give him a spiritual stone as a reward and let him leave. This Taurus is fine, why is he looking for someone to pass on a message to me? Wasn't he in Jiang'a this morning? If you have something to say, can't you just tell him? Besides, that green grass hill is where sheep and cattle are grazed. Why are you going there? After thinking it over, Xie Fei still didn't understand what was going on with Jinyo. But for the sake of the original body, he closed the door of his house, went down the mountain and rushed to the location. Grassy Hill. This place is not far from the Changhe sword sect and is often used as a grazing ground for nearby villages. At this time, under a big tree on the mountain, Taurus was pacing back and forth, with an anxious and a little flustered look on his face. But his eyes glowed slightly red under the night sky. Red as blood. Around Taurus, there were several figures standing next to the big tree. There were 5 strange men and women in total, all of them looked ferocious. As for the formations on the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion, after Nyobu's probing, I have thoroughly studied them. As long as you enter the 1st floor, you can find a weak point in the formation and reach the 2nd floor. Most of the Sword Pavilion elders on the 2nd floor are at the 5th level of Qi training. The strongest elder in charge is only at the 7th level of Qi training. The 5 people were talking closely. With such strength, what are we afraid of? With this old fellow leading the way, can't we just charge in from the first floor? It will be easy to bring out the magic sword when the time comes. A big man responded urgently. Idiot. That's the Changhe Sword Sect's Sword Pavilion. The most important place among important places. We are not afraid of the elders on the first and second floors, but if we charge in like this, it will definitely alert the elders on the middle and third floors, or even the upper third floors, who will take action. By that time, I'm afraid that before we find the magic sword, the person will have been captured. A man in a black robe cursed at the big man. Boss is right. The best way is to quietly enter the first level of the magic circle, and then use the convenience of the first level to go to the second level. A scarred man said this and turned to look at the Taurus walking back and forth. Old boy. I hope you won't lie to us. Although Nyobu introduced you, if you didn't have that magic sword, I would be the first to kill your entire family. Hearing this, Jinyo trembled with fear and said, Please rest assured, gentlemen. That magic sword is real. You all saw Nyobu's death. He was injured by the magic sword. Moreover, during this period of time, I have been following the instructions of the masters to observe the situation in the Sword Pavilion. But the conclusion is that after the incident at Nyobu last time, the formation on the first floor of Jiangha has been repaired, and the previous methods are simply unable to break it. The only way is to find Xie Fei, who has the formation key. As long as we find him and let him open the door to the first floor of Jiangu, we will be able to move forward without any obstacles. While speaking, the red light in his eyes disappeared completely. The 5 people did not notice anything unusual about Taurus. After hearing this, the scarred man said coldly, You have waited for so long, where is the Xie Fei you mentioned? Why hasn't he come yet? Are you sure he will come to you? Locked and suppressed by 5 auras, Taurus was covered in cold sweat. He said quickly, Please rest assured. Xie Fei and I are good friends. I will send him a message and he will definitely come. All right, Lao San, stop talking and wait a little longer. The black-robed man who was the boss said, I was watching him when he sent someone to pass on the message. If those Fei really have a good relationship with him, they should come over. Among the 5 people, the person who spoke first was a young man wearing a red scarf. He just asked, Jinyo, tell me the situation. Is Xie Fei sure he can let us in? The boy had a smile on his face and looked innocent and sunny. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Taurus was so scared that he fell to his knees on the spot. He has been in contact with these people for some time. They were first introduced to each other by Nyobu. All 5 of them are buyers from Nyobu. They are very powerful and mysterious. And among the 5 people, the most terrifying one is not the man with the scar, nor the boss in black robe. The most terrifying thing is this young man with a smiling face and a sunny look. Jinyo saw with his own eyes that this young man ate people's internal organs while smiling, and even roasted a pregnant woman with the baby in her belly over fire. These 5 people. It's like a demon in human skin. Jinyo fell to the ground, not daring to look up. Xie Fei entered Jiangha to work earlier than me. For a long time, the key to the first floor of the Sword Pavilion has been controlled by him. In the Sword Pavilion, I am only responsible for recording the nature and number of magic swords. Besides, Xie Fei is highly appreciated by the 4th-level elders, so it is most appropriate for him to lead the way. It won't arouse suspicion from others. The boy smiled and said, Let's hope so. The black-robed man smiled, as if he wanted to appease Taurus, If you can help us get that magic sword, no matter what happens in the future, the 5 of us can help you once. No matter who we kill, as long as it is within our capabilities, we can do it. Chapter 20, Raise the Sword. Kill people. The young man with the scarf also said, As long as this matter is done beautifully and without deceiving us, then you will gain our friendship. Among the 5 of us, the lowest level of cultivation is Qi training level 9, and my eldest brother is even a master of foundation building level 1. The realm that was specifically pointed out made Taurus' body tremble again. Just at this moment, the black-robed boss expression suddenly changed slightly. Someone is coming this way. The other 4 immediately prepared. The 6 people looked down the mountain. On the winding dirt road, a figure was walking slowly up. Take a closer look. The man who came was in his 20s, wearing the attire of an elder of the Changhe sword sect. He had a well-proportioned figure and handsome features. "Is this your friend Xie Fei?" the young man with the scarf asked. Elder Jinyo had a lower level of cultivation. He looked at it for a long time before confirming, "That's right. It looks great, but I don't know how it tastes." The young man curled his lips and narrowed his eyes. "Fried, deep-fried, or stir-fried, the children of the immortal sect will not have any fishy smell, they will taste good any way they are cooked." Talking. He even licked the corner of his mouth, as if he was getting greedy just thinking about it. "Don't mess around. Once you get the magic sword, you can do whatever you want," Scarface said, and kicked Taurus, "Go over there quickly." Elder Jinyo immediately nodded and bowed, then ran down the mountain along the path. Soon, he bumped into Xie Fei, who was coming towards him. "Elder Jinyo, what's wrong with you? What happened? Do you need help?" Xie Fei looked at the sweaty Taurus and asked. Thank you, Elder." Jinyo wanted to say something, but a red light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately said, "Thank you, Elder, a few friends want to meet you." Hear this. Xie Fei frowned immediately and looked towards the empty tree. He said calmly, "No need, since it's not urgent, I'll go back." Don't. When Elder Jinyo saw Xie Fei turning around and walking away, he immediately wanted to hold him back. Just at this moment, 5 people walked out from behind the big tree. A man covered in a black robe, with a thin figure and an unclear face. One of them had a long scar on his face, looking extremely scary. One was a woman, as short as a mouse, with a pointed face and monkey-like appearance, and she didn't look like a normal person. A burly man with arms so big that a horse can run on them, just standing there, you can tell he is not someone to be trifled with. The last one was a young man wearing a red scarf, who looked quite harmless. The 5 men lined up one after another, staring at Xie Fei like wolves staring at meat. Seeing them come out, Taurus seemed to have made up his mind, his eyes no longer dodged, and his confidence returned. "Xie Fei, these 5 are exactly my good friends who traveled abroad. I asked you to come here because I want you to do something. Take them into the Sword Pavilion." Elder Taurus finished speaking. Xie Fei seemed to understand something. "You don't want that magic sword? What could be in Jianghe? There is nothing but sword." Among the 5 people, the harmless young man said, "What a quick-witted man. I didn't expect Elder Xie Fei to be so wise and to have immediately figured out our purpose. It would be fun to be friends with Elder Xie Fei." Ignored the other party. Xie Fei looked at the golden bowl in front of him and said calmly, "Elder Jinyo, please consider our friendship over the years. If you go back to the sword sect now, I can forget about what happened today." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter came over him. "How ridiculous!" The young man and the mouse girl burst into laughter. It seems that Elder Xie Fei is not only smart, but also good at telling jokes. The boy in the red scarf bent over with laughter. Mouse girl, belly laugh. The 3 black-robed bosses also stared at Xie Fei as if he were an idiot. Xie Fei still ignored him and just looked at Jinyo, waiting for the only good friend of his original body in the sword sect to speak. Elder Jinyo seemed to feel uncomfortable being stared at, and after moving a few steps to the side, he said, "Thank you, Elder, just consider it as doing me a favor. No matter what happens in the future, I will never ask you for help again. This is for your own good." Hear this answer. Xie Fei sighed, with a different emotion on his face. It seems like he can't bear it, but also seems to be relieved. And his repeated ignoring of them had already angered the 5 people. The first to strike. It's that burly guy. I saw his figure flash, his 5 fingers were like hooks, and he landed in front of me with strong wind and waves. But suddenly a flash of sword light appeared. Everyone's eyes were blurred. When you look again, the burly man had already knelt in front of Xie Fei and was motionless. What's going on? No one could see clearly what was going on, including the closest Taurus. "Ada. What's wrong with you? Stop teasing us." The mouse goddess expression tensed and she quickly ran up. "Wait till the front." I saw that the expression on the burly man's face was frozen at the moment he made the move. But look closely. But I found that there was an unspeakable fear in that dazed look. Boom. Mouse girl touches. The burly man had already fallen to the ground, and a line of blood suddenly appeared on his neck, which seemed to have no wounds. Immediately following, the body was separated. Ah! The mouse girl screamed in fright. The burly man was a 9th-grade Qigong master, and he was defeated in one encounter. As the mouse girl was screaming, another sword suddenly appeared. The screaming stopped abruptly. Bang! The mouse girl's life also came to an abrupt end, and she fell together with the big man. Noisy. Xie Fei held the sword and shook it slightly, and the blood on the sword instantly fell into the grass. The sword at this moment. As he broke through to the foundation building stage, the rust on his sword faded away, and he became just like an ordinary sword, inconspicuous. 2 great masters died at once. The remaining black-robed boss, the scarred men and the young men were all stunned. They stared at Xie Fei blankly, seemingly in disbelief. After a moment, the black-robed man, who was the boss, had his throat moving, and his eyes looked like he had seen something terrible. He stared at Xie Fei and asked in shock, You are actually at the 2nd level of the Foundation establishment realm. Oh. You figured it out. Xie Fei chuckled, picked up the sword and disappeared on the spot. When it appears again, already in front of the man in black robe. 9 Heaven Sword Art, 1st level. Sword. The sky is filled with endless sword energy. The entire Qingzhou mountain seemed to have fallen into a world of sword energy. There was murderous intent and cold chill everywhere. Even the moon in the sky was instantly distorted and fell into darkness. And in this dark world, a ray of light suddenly appeared. The black-robed man who was at the first stage of foundation building bit his tongue fiercely. He was so frightened that he immediately wanted to turn around and run away. But the light has arrived. Phew. The man in black robe felt a cold feeling mixed with hot blood slowly flowing down his throat. The sword is drawn. It was as if all his strength had been taken away from him, and he collapsed on the grass. Xie Fei held the bloody sword in his hand and looked at the man with the scar on his face. Chapter 21 I don't want anything in return. I saw Xie Fei looking at me. The scarred man, who was 7 feet tall and whose smile could stop a baby from crying, suddenly screamed in fear. Then I saw him running down the mountain without looking back. He only has the 9th level of Qi training and is unable to control the Qi to fly into the air. Xie Fei activated his spiritual power and flew into the air, chasing after him like lightning. Then the sword came out. The man died. Killed 4 people in a row. His eyes turned to the last young man. At this moment, the young man in the red scarf had his teeth chattering and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. See Xie Fei coming back with sword. Extreme fear and terror suddenly welled up in the young man's eyes. Run. How to run? Even the black-robed boss who was at the foundation establishment stage was killed directly. Where can he, a kid of the 9th level of Qi training, run to? Tap tap tap. The sound of Xie Fei's footsteps on the grass was like a death warrant. The young man in the red scarf couldn't bear it any longer and fell to his knees on the spot. Then he was seen kowtowing repeatedly, saying, Mercy. Master, please spare my life. I was forced into doing some things by them. We are all sword dealers, and someone offered a high price for the swords of the Changhe sword sect. It's all Ada's fault. They were blinded by profit and did such a dirty thing. The young man cried and shouted, If the master can let me go today, I will repay you no matter how hard I work. A sound came out of Xie Fei's nose. Hearing this answer, the boy stopped crying immediately and there was joy in his eyes. But before he could smile, swish. Cut off the head with one sword. The red scarf rolled several times. I don't need your reward. Kill 5 people with the sword. Xie Fei looked at the trembling Taurus elder. Now, Elder Taurus was completely dumbfounded. Under the impact of these incredible scenes, he began to have illusions and felt as if he was dreaming. He was he didn't understand at all. How did that ordinary Xie Fei suddenly become a master of the 2nd level of foundation building? Even these 5 powerful and terrifying individuals couldn't stop him. One sword, one One sword takes one life of a master. All dead. Elder Xie was greatly shocked, and he looked at Xie Fei who was coming. It seemed like looking at a stranger. Taurus, you. Xie Fei stood still and suddenly sighed. You not only schemed against me, but also included them. Does that sword have such great magical power? You. Taurus was suddenly horrified. You know everything. Looking at the Taurus elder in front of him. Thinking of the friendship between the original body and him. Xie Fei sighed deeply. I have already given you the opportunity, but unfortunately you don't cherish it. Not only do you want to kill them, you want to kill me too. The friendship between you and me has all turned to ashes tonight. Taurus opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But in the end, he lowered his head dejectedly. When he raised it again, his eyes were already glowing with a faint red light. Red as blood. Xie Fei, my talent is average. If I don't have that sword, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through the Qi training in this lifetime. Speaking of. Taurus's aura suddenly surged. He was clearly at the first stage of Qi training, but he suddenly burst out with a strength that was no less than that of a fifth stage Qi training. Pity. The sword rises and falls. A good head is rolling in. Looking at the corpses all over the ground. Xie Fei sighed again, then collected Elder Xie's body and buried it under a big tree. Then he dealt with the other 5 people. He then put away his sword and left Qingxiao Mountain. The next day. The crowd who came to the mountain to graze sheep saw this tragic scene and immediately started shouting and screaming. After a while, a group of people drove them away and came to the big tree. The person who came had a fierce aura, like a sword drawn from its sheath, with its sharp edge exposed. The leader. She was a gorgeous woman in a black robe. If Xie Fei were still around, he would be recognized. This woman is the one from the sword tomb who brought the magic sword to the Sword Pavilion. The people who followed the woman were also from the sword tomb. After checking the 5 corpses in the grass, one of them stepped forward and said, Elder Lin Shui, these should be the vanguards of the person who covets our sect's swords. But for unknown reasons, he was killed by a mysterious master. After hearing this, the beautiful woman, Lin Shui, frowned and said, just a pawn. Even a demon sword couldn't lure him out. It seems that this person is definitely extraordinary. Speaking of. She glanced at the 5 bodies and asked, can you find out who did this? Someone responded, judging from the wound, it should be a sword. From the aura left at the scene, and the aftertaste left on the 5 bodies. We didn't even know who killed him. Another person continued, the person who did this deliberately concealed a lot of things, but according to estimates, this person's strength should be around the 6th level of foundation building. Otherwise it would be impossible to leave them without even the chance to fight back. Hearing this, Lin Shui frowned slightly. Oh. 6th level of foundation building. And use the sword as a means of killing the enemy. Check the elders and disciples in the sect who are above the foundation establishment stage. Find out who did it. Everyone nodded in agreement. The days to come. Because Taurus is missing. A new elder came to the first floor of Jiang'a. Xie Fei's workload, which was twice his, was finally relieved. Thank you, elder. I am the new elder Long Fei. Hear the introduction. Xie Fei looked at the person in front of him. The new elder is a young man. I estimate it to be around 30. Moreover, he is quite powerful and has reached the 4th level of Qi training. Just like this. It's a bit too arrogant. Hello, Elder Long, who was he before? Xie Fei doesn't care about these things. As long as it doesn't get in his way, it doesn't matter what kind of person the other person is. I was out looking for a new elder with talented disciples. Long Fei responded somewhat condescendingly. No wonder. After hearing that he had done this job before, Xie Fei understood a little. To go out and look for new disciples, one naturally has to go to the secular world. As an elder of the sword sect, those worldly people would certainly be as enthusiastic and flattering to him as possible. If this continues, one will inevitably develop a proud and arrogant character. Elder Long Fei will be in charge of Elder Xie's previous affairs from now on. I will take you to familiarize yourself with the past in the first 2 days. Xie Fei finished speaking. He took the newly arrived elder long to familiarize himself with the situation on the first floor of Jiang'a. After getting familiar with it, I took him to look through the record book. Tell him how to fill in the attributes of the magic sword and on which sword rack it should be placed. I've been busy all this time. It's time to get off work. Okay, we'll continue tomorrow, let's stop here for today. Xie Fei smiled and prepared to close the gate of Jiang'a and activate the magic circle. However, Elder Long Fei behind him stared at him for a while. Suddenly he said, Elder Xie, it was you who killed the Golden Bull Elder, right? Chapter 22, I got some small skills, and the order from the second-level elders. Now. There was a hint of inquiry in Long Fei's eyes. Xie Fei laughed dumbly, Elder Long Fei is joking. After saying. He closed the door of the first floor of Jiang'a, then took out the formation token and scanned it lightly. Then he left directly. In the next few days, Long Fei kept using this to test her, as if he wanted to know some secret. This made Xie Fei feel a little murderous. But it seems that within the sect, some of these ideas have been slowly put aside. In order not to be entangled, Xie Fei would just go out for a walk whenever he had time. He also took advantage of this time to invest in the several disciples whose destiny and luck were white. In the end, he obtained 6 kinds of profound skills, 8 years of white-level cultivation, and a knowledge of alchemy. Among the 6 martial arts, 4 are just ordinary-level boxing and kicking skills. Xie Fei put it aside and did not take the time to familiarize himself with and study it. But the remaining 2 types are of the lower top grade. Just half a step away from becoming the best. One is the sword technique, Tai Wu Jian Qi. The name sounds very mysterious, but compared to the 9 heaven sword art, it is really just average. Fortunately, there is still some good points. It is possible to emit invisible sword energy from the eyes, which can injure people and defeat enemies without being detected. If 9 heaven sword art is the bright sun, it is like a fairy from the sky. Then this Tai Wu sword Qi is invisible and traceless, like a ghost. For Xie Fei, this is also a low-key way to defeat the enemy. The remaining one is the top-level profound skill. It is a relatively rare sonic skill, a wake-up call. The name is simple and straightforward. When facing an enemy, the spiritual power contained in his mouth would suddenly burst out, which could shock the opponent's mind. If you practice to a high level, you can directly shatter the enemy's soul and kill without any injury. These 2 kinds of exercises. After Xie Fei got it, he also spent some time to understand and practice it. What a pity. There is still no method to practice. Nowadays, he still uses the eternal life-breathing technique to improve his cultivation and absorb spiritual energy. If there is a rare treasure, or even a superior method of practice, Xie Fei is confident that if he relies solely on his own practice, he will be ready to reach the golden core stage in just 1 year. Some time passed. This day, after Xie Fei reached the first floor of Jiang'a, he suddenly made a surprising discovery. The Long Fei who used to constantly test himself and chase him for an answer, suddenly became silent today. Moreover, there was an expression on his face that was hard to tell whether it was surprise or sadness. Xie Fei was puzzled and stepped forward to inquire about the situation. Long Fei, who was sitting on the ground, turned around and said faintly, "Someone wants to recommend the 2 of us to be on duty on the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor of Sword Pavilion. Isn't that a good thing?" Xie Fei was immediately surprised. Whether it's the monthly salary or the status, it's much better than it is now. The most important thing is that the 2nd-level elders are already considered intersect elders, and the people they interact with are basically all intersect disciples. Nowadays, there are no outer disciples with outstanding destiny. In the system's judgment, they are generally gray fools with no investment value. Good thing. Bullshit. Long Fei cursed in a somewhat uncomfortable tone. No one will die on the 1st floor of the Sword Pavilion, but starting from the 2nd floor, there is a great risk of death. It's so chaotic out there right now, with demons everywhere, and I finally applied to be transferred to the 1st floor of Jiang'a. After only a few days of good times, I have to report to the 2nd floor. Listen and listen. Xie Fei had a strange look on his face. It turned out that Long Fei came to Jiang'a on his own initiative. What was even more unexpected was that Long Fei was so afraid of death. Who said people wouldn't die on the 1st floor? Hear him suddenly say this. Long Fei was stunned. Isn't the first floor of Jiang'a known as the safest place? How could someone die? As he spoke, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Elder Genio is? Xie Fei didn't respond and his eyes fell on a transfer order next to Long Fei. There were some words written on it, which roughly meant that because the second floor elders were short-handed, they decided to make an exception and transfer the first floor elders to the second floor. Afterwards, a new elder will take up duty. At the end of the transfer order, the person signing was the elder in charge of the second floor. However, Xie Fei's silence gave Long Fei an illusion. He thought Xie Fei had acquiesced. Immediately, Long Fei collapsed dejectedly. No wonder. No wonder there was no investigation by the Law Enforcement Hall and no one discussed the matter after Elder Genio disappeared. At first I thought you had done something, and I was worried sick. Result. He looked miserable and sighed. Elder Xie Fei, do you know the situation of the second floor Sword Pavilion? Without waiting for a response, Long Fei answered his own question. I have a good relationship with the sect, and I have heard a little about the things on the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. I heard that what the second-level elders fear most is a spirit sword uprising. Spiritual weapons are magical tools that have been given birth to spiritual intelligence. Sometimes if you're not careful, you'll be killed by the spirit sword. Seeing his fearful situation, Xie Fei couldn't help but shook his head. It's not as exaggerated as you said. There are not many spirit swords on the second floor. Even if there is a problem, there is still the Sword Pavilion array. He knows it very well. The reason why the second floor is short-staffed is probably related to the last incident with the magic sword. After all, several second-level elders died here. Speaking of this, Xie Fei asked curiously, by the way, do all magic weapons have this problem? What's the problem? Long Fei asked, kill someone. He shook his head. No, this situation only occurs with the swords of our Sword Pavilion. Because generally speaking, most spirit swords are born from sword tombs. Although it is contaminated by the evil spirit of the sword tomb, its power is stronger than the magic weapons from the outside world, but it is also very easy to get out of control. Got this explanation? Xie Fei suddenly became thoughtful. He actually had a feeling that what Long Fei said was not quite right. Recalling what the demon sword said, do you know that the Changhe sword sect has a big secret? Xie Fei couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that? Is what Jian Shursan said true? Well. Long Fei sighed again and said, anyway, I won't go. I'll go find some elders and ask them to help me talk to them. Would you like to join me? But using connections will require a batch of spirit stones, so you'd better prepare them. Xie Fei shook his head. Forget it, I don't have many spiritual stones, so I'd better go. Of course he is going. Because only by becoming a second-level elder can one come into contact with more outstanding inner disciples. If the original body was a socialite, or had a little more talent, he doesn't need to go to the second floor of Jiang'a. He can just apply to be an inner sect elder like Long Fei did. But what can I do? There are no ifs. The only way is to go to the second floor of Jiang'a. Xie Fei said this. This immediately shocked Long Fei, and he looked up suddenly. Seeing Xie Fei accept the transfer order, he was extremely shocked. Aren't you afraid of death? Xie Fei would definitely not let go of this rare opportunity. Fear death? Of course he is afraid. However, with his current strength, if he is only on the second level, there shouldn't be any problem. This transfer order. Instead, it gave Xie Fei a reason. It seemed like he was really determined to go. Long Fei was shocked, but also greatly relieved. It would be a bit awkward if no one wanted to go after the elders gave a transfer order. But if one person goes, one person doesn't go. Considering how generous I am, the elders above will most likely not care too much about it. Wait until noon. Long Fei calmed down and came to Xie Fei with a grateful smile. Although I think Xie Fei is a fool and has a dirty mind. But there was no trace of contempt or skepticism on his face. Long Fei was afraid that he would behave like this and make Xie Fei change his mind. Elder Xie Fei, you are so ambitious. Unlike me, who is afraid of death and only knows how to survive in a place like the first floor. Actually, the second floor is pretty good. What I said this morning was indeed a bit alarmist. Elder Xie Fei, please don't take it to heart. Xie Fei looked at Long Fei, who suddenly looked very proud, and smiled without pointing out his little thoughts. See his smile. Long Fei felt a little uneasy for no reason, so he invited everyone to treat him to lunch. Make sure to order some delicious food and drinks. In his heart, this meal was a farewell to Xie Fei. Although he had broken through to the foundation building stage, he could go without food for 3 months. But Xie Fei did not refuse. The two of them had a big meal in the sect at noon. Long Fei was so happy that he drank several jars of the Sword sect's spiritual fruit wine, which resulted in him being unable to do anything in the afternoon. He just lay down beside the sword rack and fell into a deep sleep. As for Xie Fei, he has already responded to the transfer order. The elder on the second floor told him to report in tomorrow. Time is short, and it is obvious that there is really not much manpower. First floor elder Xie Fei, come over and report. The next day, when Xie Fei followed an elder to the second floor, he found that there were 4 other people reporting in, 2 men and 2 women besides him. There are so many elders on the second floor. Thinking back to the floor where he was, there were only 2 elders. As a result, when I arrived at the second floor, there were 5 people reporting in for recruitment. It seems that the second floor is the true appearance of the Sword Pavilion. Xie Fei couldn't help but have this thought in his mind. In comparison, the first floor of the Sword Pavilion is just like playing house. The elders are lazy and the disciples are always selling their magic swords. And as the number of people arrived, someone came over and started verifying their identities. First, I looked up the information of the sect's elders and compared them one by one. Then there was dripping of blood, and the use of magic weapons to take care of the soul, and also to test whether the practice method was from this sect. Fortunately, the qi condensing technique was very effective, and Xie Fei was alert, so no one noticed that he had already reached the foundation establishment stage. A series of processes follow. After confirming that there are no problems, the 5 reporting elders, including Xie Fei, were led into a portal. So this is the Sword Pavilion on the second floor. The place we were just at was actually just a formation. Looking at the sword racks around, there are many magic swords. Xie Fei suddenly understood something. If there had been something wrong with someone just now, he had no doubt that the magic circle would have been activated and the person with the problem would have been wiped out and killed. This is the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. The elder who brought them said with a smile. The other 4 looked around quietly with vigilant and fearful eyes. Needless to say, these 4, like Long Fei, knew some of the dangers on the second floor. Xie Fei, on the other hand, did not have any such emotions. He just looked at the surrounding environment and compared it with the first floor of Jiang'a in his mind. There is actually not much difference. Even if there is, that's also a psychological effect. If you insist on saying something different, there may be fewer sword racks on the second floor, and the area will be larger, with more various areas. But Xie Fei's keen sense sensed that everywhere on the second floor was filled with a murderous and sharp intention. This kind of aura does not exist on the first floor. Possessing the Daluo sword body, his perception of the sword far exceeds that of others. Some swords, he only needs to take a glance to know whether it is strong, sharp, has any defects, etc. If your cultivation is not good enough, staying on the second floor will easily be affected by this murderous sword intent. Thinking. 2 elders from the second floor have come over. Xie Fei looked over and saw that the 2 elders who appeared had quite high cultivation bases. The one who is leading is at the 7th level of qi training. The elder who was a little behind was at the 6th level of qi training. Both elders were wearing the attire of sword sect elders, but what was different was that they had 2 small swords on their robes. Xie Fei was only wearing a small sword symbol. After the transfer order was issued, only 5 people came. Among the 2 elders who appeared, the young man who was at the 7th level of qi training frowned and looked at Xie Fei and the other 4. The elder who brought them here said, reporting to Chief Wu, many elders are reluctant to come here because they are reluctant to leave their original places. There are also some who claim that they were seriously injured, their cultivation has regressed, and they are unable to perform the duties of the second-level elders of the Sword Pavilion. Now that 5 people are willing to come here voluntarily, it is actually a very good result. Hearing this, the Master Wu, who was at the 7th level of Qi training, immediately wanted to curse. But in the end, he forced himself to hold it back, squeezing out a few words, "A coward." After a while, Wu calmed down and said, forget it. There are 5 of them, so there are 5 of them." As he spoke, his eyes began to scan the 5 people who reported the incident. The strength of the 7th level of Qi training immediately makes people feel intimidated and dare not look directly at him. The other 4 people, under the pressure of the Qi, lowered their heads and began to tremble all over. Xie Fei was probably standing at the back, following everyone else and lowering his head in a very formal manner. And I saw that all 5 of them were of this character. A hint of disappointment suddenly flashed across Master Wu's eyes. He sighed slightly, and asked with all his strength, "Those who have killed someone, please step forward." 5 of us looked at each other. Finally, the 3 of them walked forward. "Among the 3 of you, who has a cultivation level higher than the 3rd level of Qi training?" Only one person continued. "What's your name? How old are you? Tell me your specific cultivation level." The Wu official asked in a cold voice. "Yes, Master, my name is Li Minsheng, I am 47 years old, and I have just broken through to the 4th level of Qi training." Manager Wu nodded. Then he looked at the 2 people behind Li Minsheng. "What about you? Wait until everyone has introduced themselves." Manager Wu's gaze fell on Xie Fei, the last person. Chapter 23, The Situation on the 2nd Floor of the Sword Pavilion, the Red Life Sword 13. Xie Fei stood at the end of the group. Seeing the look in Wu's eyes, he cupped his hands and said, "Xie Fei, 44 years old, cultivation." After thinking for a while, he said, "I just broke through to the 3rd level of Qi training." The 3rd level of Qi training. When these words were spoken, the elder who was in charge of comparing the data was quite surprised. The others who knew more about the situation also looked at Xie Fei in surprise. "I remember that you were at the 1st level of Qi training. Now you have broken through 2 levels and achieved the 3rd level." Wu said, and walked over. "Let me see." He pulled up Xie Fei's hand, and then a trace of spiritual power flowed through his meridians. Xie Fei suppressed the restless spiritual power in his body and only released the fluctuation of about the 3rd level of Qi training to fight back this uninvited guest. The last bit of spiritual power left in Master Wu was wiped out. But he smiled and nodded. "Not bad, not bad. It is indeed the 3rd level of Qi training. To be able to break through 2 realms in such a short time. It seems that you have great talent. It would be a waste of talent to put you on the 1st floor of Jiang'a." Speaking of, Wu turned his head and looked at the elder who came with him, assign him to Area 2 later to adapt for a while, and then make new arrangements. Compared with other elders who came to report, Xie Fei, who was also from Jiang'a, was obviously given more attention. There are 5 major areas on the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion. Areas 1 and 2 are ordinary magic swords, which are similar to what you do on the 1st floor. Master Wu thinks highly of you and has put you in the 2nd position for training. You must work harder in the future and don't be lazy like you were on the 1st level. If you perform well in the future, you might be sent to the core area number 4 or 5. The elder who led the way before took Xie Fei alone to area number 2. Because of the relationship with Wu, the elder was extremely enthusiastic towards Xie Fei, and his words were full of guidance. Once you enter the core area, although you are still a 2nd level elder, you already have the power to make decisions, and you receive a higher monthly salary. In addition to spirit stones, the monthly salary also includes Qi gathering pills for cultivation. If you want to move up, the core elders will be the first group of people to be considered by the higher-ups. While speaking, the elder who led the way showed an envious look. Qi gathering pill. This kind of elixir used for cultivation is extremely rare. The Changhe sword sect is not good at refining pills, so the monthly pill production is very low. Basically, it is not enough to provide enough space for all the disciples and elders in the sect to practice. Coupled with the chaos outside, production was further reduced. Having a stable supply of cultivation pills every month is definitely a scene that everyone would envy. Xie Fei listened and nodded with a smile. But in his heart he was wondering if he had reported his cultivation level too high. The 3rd level of Qi training was the realm he chose to display after repeated consideration. The elders on the 2nd floor are generally around the 5th level of Qi training. If he was still at the first level of Qi training, Xie Fei was worried that he would receive some unnecessary attention and trouble. But what I didn't expect was, he ignored the fact that he was still at the first level of Qi training before. Suddenly breaking through 2 realms in succession was indeed a little different in the eyes of others. Although not much. But in addition, they are both elders of Jianguo. Naturally, this attracted the favor and attention of Mr. Wu. Although there is nothing wrong in Area 2, you still need to pay more attention. In addition to the inner disciples who come to receive the swords, there are also swords that need to be stored and sorted so as not to make mistakes. As the guiding elder spoke, especially the words, inner disciples, Xie Fei's eyes suddenly brightened. Why is he here on the 2nd floor? It's because I can get in touch with the inner disciples. The Changhe sword sect selected people step by step, and the servants were promoted to the outer sect, and the outer sect was promoted to the inner sect. Those who can enter the inner gate are all talented people selected from hundreds or thousands of miles away. By then, there will be plenty of them for you to invest in. I get a little excited just thinking about it. The guide elder continued, things in Area 2 are not that busy. Once you become a core elder of the 2nd floor, you will be really busy. Occasionally you have to go to the sword tomb to welcome the sword, and you also have to go to the weapon refining room to keep an eye on it. You may even have to go to the things on the lower level. There are 3 more floors sometimes. After some advice, Xie Fei roughly understood the situation. I heard that after becoming a core elder, I can travel around and even go to the 3rd floor to meet elite disciples. An idea suddenly came to his mind. In the future, I must become that busy core elder. Okay, this is where you'll be doing your work next, area number 2 on the 2nd floor of Jianghe. The guide elder stopped. Xie Fei looked and saw that it was just area number 2, but it was actually half the size of the 1st floor. Each area on the 2nd floor is separated by thin wooden walls. There are many rune arrays on the wooden board, and I don't know what their effects are. Enter area number 2. I saw 2 elders looking through the list of magic swords inside, and they seemed to be very busy. But upon closer inspection, the list was turned upside down. It can be seen that he was pretending because he saw the guiding elder coming. This is the new elder appointed by Chief Wu. He will be trained here for a while. After the guide elder finished speaking, he smiled at Xie Fei and left. When a person leaves, the 2 elders who were looking at the directory just threw the booklet aside and came forward. Oh. It seems that you are valued by Chief Wu. The first person to come over and speak was a male elder who looked to be in his 30s. However, we cannot speculate on the true situation based on his apparent age. Perhaps this male elder is already in his 70s or 80s. When practitioners reach a certain level, they can slow down the aging of their faces. Those at a high level can even reverse aging and reshape their appearance. At this moment, the male elder was looking at Xie Fei with curiosity. The other male elder in Area 2 was much older in appearance. He looks like he is in his 60s, with silver hair and wrinkles all over his face. This elder, who looks to be in his 60s, has a kind and gentle smile. What's your name, young man? The 60-year-old elder asked. Xie Fei. The 3 of them slowly started chatting. The most communicative. Xie Fei also knew the names of the 2 people. The one in his 30s is called Lu Sheng. He is over 60 years old and everyone calls him Old Man. He doesn't look like a cultivator at all. In area number 2, besides these 2, there is actually another elder. It's just that the one who was practicing in the elder's residence. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to practice during work hours? Xie Fei exclaimed in surprise. Something's inappropriate. Elder Lu Sheng said, we don't have much to do anyway. If you want to practice in seclusion in the future, just let us know. Compared to the situation on 1 layer, it seems that the elders on the 2nd floor pay more attention to their own strength. It won't work if you don't pay attention to practice. Lao Benta said, if our realm is not high enough, we will be easily affected by the sword and become sword servant puppets. In other words, save your life. 666. This profound understanding almost made Xie Fei shout out praise from his previous life. Vaguely, it felt like I had found a close friend. In Xie Fei's perception, Lu Sheng is at the 5th level of Qi training, and Lao Bentu is also at the 5th level of Qi training. If it's a life and death fight, I think Lao Bentu would be more powerful. After all, old people become monsters. Xie Fei couldn't help but ask curiously, the 2 elders are quite powerful, and so are the other elders. And I am only at the 3rd level of Qi training, and the other 4 newcomers also have low cultivation levels. Why would Qi Fu want people like us? Shouldn't he want the elders who are stronger? Hearing this, Lu Sheng sneered, then someone else has to come, right? So many elders have died in Jian Pavilion over the years, who would dare to? Be careful with your words. Lao Bentu interrupted seriously and then explained the situation. After listening to the explanation, Xie Fei learned some new information. Combined with my own guesses and the previous incident with the magic sword, I roughly figured out the context of the transfer order. The reason why Qi Fu suddenly applied for a transfer order was to recruit many elders. The first was because of the first layer of magic sword incident, which resulted in the death of several core elders. The second thing is that there seemed to be some problems on the 3rd floor, so some elders from the 2nd floor were transferred to take up duty. Moreover, he and the other 4 new elders were the first wave of transfer orders. There will be new elders coming later. I just don't know how many people there will be. The swords placed on the 3rd floor are all spiritual weapons. Those magic swords have all been born with wisdom, and because they are not human, the nature of these wise swords is extremely difficult to understand. If you are not careful, you may die in their hands. Listening to Lao Bentu's words, Xie Fei couldn't help but frowned. He asked quietly, why did the swords of our Changhe sword sect undergo such a change? Do the 2 elders know the reason? Lao Bentu and Lu Sheng looked at each other. The former shook his head and said, I don't know about this. I heard a little bit about it. Lu Sheng suddenly said, it is said that it is related to the sword sect's land veins. Earth veins. Xie Fei secretly took note of the message. If you have the opportunity, get to the root of the problem. Otherwise, this sword pavilion would be too dangerous. The 3 chatted again. Finally, Lao Bentu said to Lu Sheng, now that Elder Xie Fei is here to take charge, you have nothing to do anyway, so take him to familiarize himself with the situation in our area too. Especially what kind of swords should be placed on each row of sword racks, and some precautions. Lu Sheng nodded. Xie Fei just followed Lu Sheng and walked towards the sword racks one by one. There are 5 rows of sword racks in Area 2, which are classified into 5 categories: broadsword, rapier, normal sword, soft sword, and strange sword. Within each category, there are emphasis on sharpness, emphasis on sturdiness, spiritual power compatibility and so on, which are subdivided into sword racks. Look, this is the first row of broadsword racks. Following Lu Sheng's introduction, Xie Fei's eyes fell on the sword rack. Large swords with blades as big as door panels were placed quietly. Lu Sheng continued, these are basically top-level magical instruments, without any spiritual intelligence. Basically. Yes, because a different sword was sent from below some time ago. A different sword. Hear this. Xie Fei thought, could it be such a coincidence? As the rows of sword stands were introduced, Lu Sheng took him to a separate sword rack. When seeing the extremely ordinary 8-sided sword above, Xie Fei was stunned. Sure enough, that magic sword. I was thinking about it. The sound of the magic sword came to my ears. It's Lu Sheng, do you remember what I told you last time? You are a rare genius, and you will surely be a rare talent in the future. If you have my help, you will be invincible in the world within 100 years. The magic sword vibrated slightly, and Jian Shursan's voice came out. Lu Sheng responded with a smile. Xie Fei was surprised when he saw it, and even more surprised when he heard it. Because in his perception, Jian Shursan's words were actually less tempting. Although once it is spoken, people will still believe it unconsciously. But it is much better than before. This level of bewitching can only be used against people below the Qi training stage. After a simple greeting, Jian Shursan seemed to have just seen Xie Fei. Then he was shocked. Why are you here? It recognized Xie Fei. But at the first level, because its perception was sealed, it didn't know that it was Xie Fei who killed its sword servant. But soon, the tone of surprise turned into calmness. It seems that my previous judgment was correct. You are indeed a rare talent. Jian Shisan spoke a lot of compliments. But Xie Fei didn't go to listen. Without sufficient strength, he would not communicate much with this magic sword to avoid a situation that he could not control. At the same time, he quietly used the golden eye of life on the magic sword again. No surprises, just like before, the demand is none. Elder Lu Sheng, that sword doesn't seem to have any forbidden magic array. After coming out, Xie Fei asked casually. Previously on the first floor, the elders on the fourth floor had added restrictions to the sword rack, weakening Jian Shisan's perception and making it unable to speak unless it was touched directly. Lu Sheng smiled and said, "Look at those." Following the direction of Lu Sheng's finger, Xie Fei saw pieces of wooden walls. With so many great formations in place, why bother putting another set of shackles on it? Lu Sheng continued, "Unless necessary, it is best not to impose restrictions on a sword that has been given spiritual intelligence. Otherwise, it's easy for sword resentment to accumulate, and some unpredictable and terrible things to happen." Elder Lu Sheng seemed to have a hidden meaning in his words. This must have happened before. What the sword demon just talked about with you seems to have been seen by you before. Lu Sheng asked curiously. Xie Fei nodded. This sword was on the first floor before, and then some things happened and some people died. This kind of thing is not a secret. Although the sword sect has blocked the news, it doesn't matter if it's in the Sword Pavilion. It was obvious that ordinary elders on the second floor like Lu Sheng didn't know much about the magic sword. So that's how he was brought to our second floor. Lu Sheng immediately understood the situation, and then took Xie Fei back to the reception desk, in area number 2. Old Bentu, the new elder Xie Fei, is on duty here for the first time today. Shouldn't we give him a day to clean up? As soon as he saw Lao Bentu, Lu Sheng shouted, "After all, he has become a second-level elder, so his previous residence should be moved." Well, that makes sense. Lao Bentu thought about it and immediately let Xie Fei go back to rest for a day, which was also a good opportunity to exchange for the elder's residence. Lu Sheng stood up to see him off. Watching Xie Fei leaving, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 24, Continuous Investment. Is there still someone stealing the sword? At this time, on a barren mountain thousands of miles away from the Changhe sword sect, a fat little man with a limp was looking at the corpses all over the ground and laughing heartily. Those corpses were exactly those of Zhang Ergu and others who were expelled from the sword sect. Needless to say, the little fat man is the war dragon with the golden destiny. Mysterious light gathers and the blade breaks the barrier of hatred, blood spills across the sky, the sword is mad. All old hatreds are now resolved, and the wind carries my joy across the vast land. Zhan Long recited some verses that he got from somewhere to express his inner joy. In his mind, a middle-aged man's voice sounded, "How is it? Is the thought clear? If all enemies are killed, success will come naturally." Zhan Long responded with a smile. "Very good." The voice continued, "If you continue at this pace, you will be promoted to the Qi training stage within 3 months. You are now a mortal 7th rank, and you will be promoted to the inner sect after returning to Changhe sword sect. With the inner gate resources, the 3-month period can be shortened." 3 months. Zhan Long's eyes showed excitement. Being able to achieve Qi training in such a short period of time, he can be called a genius in the entire Xuanqi continent. In the Changhe sword sect, those outer sect brothers and sisters who entered the sect earlier than him, let alone practicing Qi, would take half a year or a year just to break through a small realm. All of this is thanks to the help of Elder Xie Fei that day. If it weren't for Elder Xie, I'm afraid that the ring that Senior was staying in would have been taken away by Zhang Ergu and others. When Zhan Long thought of what happened in the bamboo forest that day, his heart was filled with gratitude towards Xie Fei. Indeed. The man in the ring agreed, "That day you activated the ring restriction with your blood and awakened me. If I am taken away by someone else, I will be trapped forever in this life, unable to communicate with outsiders. Your talent is much higher than that, Xie Fei. Now that the Changhe sword sect has run into problems, it will sooner or later lead to the sect's destruction. If you rescue him then, it will be considered as repaying the favor." Zhan Long nodded heavily, determined to protect Elder Xie Fei's safety. The man in the ring said, "You must remember that Changhe sword sect is not your place for the rest of your life. The Changhe sword sect is just a temporary stop on your road to rise. You will have a wider world to explore in the future. You should not be confined to this small sword sect. Zhan Long nodded quickly and said, Master, do you have any way to help Elder Xie Fei now? Thank you, Elder, for giving me a new life. If I can help him now but don't, and have to wait until later to repay him, I think it's wrong no matter how I think about it. After a moment, there was a vibration coming from the ring. Then a new cultivation method suddenly appeared in Zhanlong's mind. This is the Jinghong transformation, a superior practice method that I found in a relic 500 years ago. The man's voice rang in his mind, although it is not as good as Xie Fei's kindness to you, it is also a token of our appreciation. Upon hearing that it was a superior method of cultivation, Zhanlong's eyes suddenly lit up. In the Changhe sword sect, the most powerful mysterious skill is the treasure-level sword technique. The rest are more general. I think the skills cultivated by Elder Xie Fei are not as good as the superior Jinghong change collected by this master. Took a day off. Xie Fei rushed to the second floor of Jianghe from his new residence. After arriving at Area 2, neither Lu Xing nor Lao Benta came. After waiting for a while, the two finally arrived. But since he was new, Xie Fei spent the first few days at the back arranging the swords on the sword rack. Until the 5th day. Only after both elders were called by Wu to do some work did Xie Fei have the opportunity to come into contact with the inner disciples. This sit down. Soon, a male inner sect disciple arrived. Xie Fei immediately used the golden eye of life. Name, Feng Ziyuan. Gender, male. Lifespan, 19/79. Realm, 9th level of mortal body. Destiny and luck, green. Green is extraordinary. Recent demand, if you want to comprehend the way of the sword, you can place it in the Sword Pavilion for an hour to draw a trace of sword evil into your body. Sure enough, the inner gate is still better. This is a green disciple. Xie Fei raised his eyebrows and felt happy. Look up. The male disciple who came over was wearing the inner disciple pendant. At this time, Feng Ziyuan had a frown on his face, and his heart was filled with distress as he had no clue what to do. Master said that I need to comprehend my own swordsmanship before I can make further progress. But how can I gain enlightenment? Feng Ziyuan has been an inner disciple for a year and has practiced all the way to the 9th level of the mortal realm. But when he wanted to break through in Qi training, he just couldn't make it and had failed dozens of times. For this, he sought help from his master. Finally, he came to the conclusion that he needed to comprehend the way of the sword and break through with the sword. Before, Feng Ziyuan's practice focused on how to quickly absorb external spiritual energy and how to improve his realm. I didn't spend much time studying the way of the sword. Now when I need to break through in battle and use swordsmanship to break through the bottleneck, I find it difficult to figure out the clues. Last night, Feng Ziyuan was anxious and practiced sword skills hard, but he accidentally broke his sword. So he rushed here today, wanting to get a magic sword again. Could it be related to the sword? If I had a spiritual sword, would it help me comprehend the way of the sword faster? After arriving at the second floor of Jianghe, Feng Ziyuan couldn't help but think of it. But the spirit sword cannot be obtained for free, it requires merit points. If I were to use the merit points I've accumulated over the years to exchange for a spirit sword, I could only do so once. If it doesn't work, isn't it a waste? I was thinking of using my merit points to exchange for a technique. As he walked, Feng Ziyuan felt conflicted. Final. He decided to try the free magic sword for now. Elder, I want a powerful magic sword. This Feng Ziyuan seems a bit shy and introverted. Xie Fei thought for a moment and asked, I see that you look worried and your cultivation level is hovering at the gate of Qi training. But something went wrong when we were attacking the realm barrier. This elder, you. Feng Ziyuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary elder of the Sword Pavilion in front of him could see through his current situation at a glance. Xie Fei smiled and said, Sword sect disciples have no obstacles before they establish their foundation. If you fail multiple times, it means you don't understand Kendo well enough. After these words were spoken, Feng Ziyuan was no longer surprised, but bowed and saluted, as the elder said, This is exactly the situation I am in right now. My disciple's master said that I need to comprehend the way of the sword. but I really have no idea where to start. Xie Fei nodded slightly. In that case, why not stay here with me for an hour? Oh. Feng Ziyuan was puzzled at first. But when he met the meaningful gaze of the elder in front of him, he was shocked, nodded, and sat down to meditate beside him. Feng Ziyuan was able to obtain the green fate Dao, so he was definitely not a fool. This mysterious elder, whom he had never seen before, could see through his situation at a glance. He must be extraordinary. This way, letting myself stay in this sword pavilion for an hour would not be in vain. Since I have no idea anyway, I might as well give it a try here. Just 1 hour, just enough time to sort out your thoughts. Looking at Feng Ziyuan, who was meditating obediently, Xie Fei smiled and shook his fingers slightly. A huge and hidden sword intent flashed across his body. Since the system has given a hint, we can't add more. Otherwise, with this disciple's cultivation level, it would be very easy for the sword evil to kill his consciousness and turn him into a walking corpse. Thinking in his mind, Xie Fei used his own sword intent to slowly draw the nearest magic sword. After a moment, an invisible sword aura landed beside Feng Ziyuan and kept floating around him. An hour later, this trace of sword evil slowly entered the body. As the sword evil entered the body, Feng Ziyuan, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly frowned, drops of cold sweat slowly flowed out, and his body began to tremble slowly. Everything seemed to be enduring some kind of intense pain. After a while, Feng Ziyuan suddenly opened his eyes filled with joy. So, this is my sword art. He stood up and respectfully saluted to Xie Fei as a disciple. Thank you for the reminder, elder. Yes. Xie Fei nodded and threw the magic sword that was attracted with evil spirit over. It is this sword that helps you. Practice well in the future. Feng Ziyuan held up the sword with both hands and asked gratefully, without the elder, thousands of magic swords would not be enough for my disciple to understand the way of swordsmanship. Please tell me your name, elder. I will remember it forever and will never forget your kindness. Xie Fei. At this time, a new disciple came over. Xie Fei responded with a few words and then sent Feng Ziyuan away. Ding. The host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, get a rebate. Since the fate of the investment object is green, the rebate effect is normal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 years of cultivation, green. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 spirit stones. 2 years of cultivation, green, can be withdrawn at any time, the result of 2 years of hard cultivation according to the green extraordinary fate path. 100 spirit stones. There are still 2 years of training to go. The most important one is the latter. Now, after a period of accumulation and practice, Xie Fei's realm has been able to break through to the 3rd level of foundation building. If you add on the 2 years of hard training rewarded by the system, your strength will skyrocket. But only 2 years of hard training, isn't it a bit too little for me who is now in the foundation establishment stage? Xie Fei was thinking. An inner sect female disciple shouted anxiously. Elder, please give me a magic sword as soon as possible. I have accepted a mission from the sect and need to rush to meet up with the others. Okay. Sorry, I was a little distracted. Xie Fei followed the disciple's request and took a soft sword and threw it over. Then he ordered the golden pupil to open. Name, Yen Wei. Realm, 8th level of mortal body. Destiny and luck, white. White investable destiny. But I saw that the other party was in a hurry to leave. I had to take note of it first and invest it later when I have time. Although it is just a white life path, no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still meat. Not long after the inner sect female disciple named Yen Wei left, someone else came over. This time there were not 1, but 6 or 7 in a group. Although the crowd was overwhelming, Xie Fei ordered Jintong to watch on. All of them are not worth investing in, the gray fate of a mortal of the 8th level of cultivation. It seems that what I thought before was a bit optimistic. Seeing so many gray fate disciples coming, Xie Fei frowned slightly. At the same time, he roughly understood the system's judgment of his fate. It is definitely not about the good or bad talent in cultivation. Send away this group of gray fate disciples. A few more people came one after another. However, there are 3 that are worth investing in this time. Destiny and luck, 2 white and 1 green. Since they all came individually and were not in a hurry like Yen Wei, Xie Fei of course invested all of it. Ding. The host's investment is successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving 10 years of cultivation, white. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spirit stone. Ding. The host's investment is successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the lower-level cultivation technique, Wu Wei Heart Sutra. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 spirit stones. Ding. The host's investment is successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving 3 years of cultivation, green. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 spirit stones. Sure enough, the inner gate is still better. 3 investments at a time. So cool. Xie Fei did the math and realized that he had made a fortune today. At this time, it's almost time to get off work. I thought there was nothing to do, so I could happily wait for getting off work, and then return to the elder's residence to improve my strength. But I didn't think about it. At the last moment, Lu Sheng and Lao Benta suddenly came back. As soon as they met, they hurriedly took Xie Fei out. What's wrong? What happened? Xie Fei asked in confusion. Today, Chief Wu asked us to go over there to round up and suppress a sword thief. Lao Benta explained the reason as he walked. The general meaning is that the formation was triggered last night, and a man who came to the Sword Pavilion to steal the sword was discovered. Then some elders from the 2nd and 3rd floors of the Sword Pavilion were dispatched, but the thieves escaped from the sword sect. Finally, following the traces, they located the thief hiding in Qianren Cliff. Qianren Cliff is a rocky cliff on the left side of Changhe sword sect. From a distance it looks like thousands of stone blades standing on the mountain, hence the name. There are many caves and rock caves on Qianren Cliff, and the area is quite large. Therefore, early this morning, the chief elder of the 3rd floor and Chief Wu mobilized most of the elders from the 2nd and 3rd floors to rush over and encircle and suppress the bandits. In order to prevent the thieves from escaping again, the 2 leaders even applied to the sect to transfer a group of disciples to guard the various exits down the Qianren Cliff. But after a whole day, they still didn't find where the thief was hiding. Both elders in charge believed that more manpower should be added. It was just about time to get off work, so the current scene happened. He has sneaked into our Sword Pavilion. If we can't catch him, we, the Sword Pavilion elders, will be extremely embarrassed. Lao Benta finished explaining the situation. The 3 of them had already reached the foot of the Qianren Cliff. At this moment, Qianren Cliff had already been surrounded by disciples and elders of Changhe sword sect. Not to mention people, even a fly can't fly out. Hey! Old Bentu, and that Lu Sheng, hurry up. Follow me this way. As soon as the 3 of them arrived, a core elder from the 2nd floor greeted them. See this situation. Lao Benta said to Xie Fei, Elder Xie, please follow the other elders and we will go over first. After saying that, he and Lu Sheng caught up with the core elder. Xie Fei looked around. I wanted to find someone I knew, but I found out that I didn't know anyone on the elder's side. The Long Fei from the 1st floor seemed to have come as well, but no one knew where he went. Just at this moment, from the disciples in the distance, a surprised voice called out, Elder Xie Fei. Chapter 25 Purple Fate Road, full of harvest. A figure rushed over. Who are you? Looking at this extremely excited intersect male disciple, Xie Fei was a little confused. The other party's tone and shouting made it obvious that he knew me, and it seemed that they had a special relationship. But he really had no impression of it. I just feel that this inner disciple looks a little familiar. Thank you, Elder. It's me, Wang Defa. The male disciple named Wang Defa said excitedly, Elder Xie, you gave me 20 spirit stones before and pointed out the flaws in my cultivation at that time, do you remember? If it weren't for your guidance and those spirit stones, I would never have been able to break through to the 7th level of the mortal body and be promoted to the inner sect. He talked a lot. Xie Fei finally remembered. The Wang Defa in front of him was the outer disciple whose destiny and luck were white. I invested according to the system's prompts and acquired a fairly remarkable attack and killing technique. That attacking and killing technique was exactly Tai Wu Sword Chi. I didn't expect that after not seeing him for a while, this former outer disciple had transformed himself and entered the inner sect. Feeling quite relieved, Xie Fei smiled and said, "So it's you, Wang Defa. Have you been lazy in your cultivation recently?" Disciple dare not. Wang Defa replied somewhat stiffly. Then he looked around and sent a voice message, "Elder Xie, were you also dragged here to catch the thief?" "Yes." Xie Fei nodded, somewhat puzzled as to why Wang Defa wanted to transmit the message. "To be honest, Elder Xie." Wang Defa continued to transmit the message. "When I was patrolling and searching before, I heard some subtle movements outside a hidden stone cave in the west. I boldly guess that this is most likely the thief's hiding place. The Qianren Cliff has a complex terrain and a natural formation. The spiritual awareness can only cover less than 3 meters. Hearing this, Xie Fei was a little stunned. "Since you noticed something unusual, why didn't you report it to the other elders?" Wang Defa smiled a little embarrassedly. Disciple is just thinking about making some achievements. This time, if you find the thief, you will be rewarded with 50 spirit stones and a lower-level martial arts technique. If we catch the thief, we will get 500 spirit stones and 2 lower-level skills." Xie Fei smiled strangely. "Then tell me now. How can you be included in it?" Wang Defa said quickly, "Thank you, Elder, for your great kindness to me. I have nothing to repay you with, so I will take this opportunity to repay you 1% of your kindness." After some words, it makes one feel warm inside. Xie Fei just wants to ask the system, is this the invisible return after investment? "Thank you, Elder. That place is very hidden. I will take you there. Walk." Wang Defa walked in front, and Xie Fei hurriedly followed. The two of them went towards the west side of Qianren Cliff, one in front and one behind. Waiting to the place, Xie Fei left. "The stone cave in front of us is indeed very hidden. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice that there is a small entrance here. Thank you, Elder. This is the appearance of the thief you sent me." Wang Defa handed over a roll of paper. Xie Fei opened it and saw a simple depiction of a thin man with shifty eyes. The facial features are a little blurry, but the temperament is very vivid. The sect has a master of painting. After looking at the portrait, he couldn't help but sigh. I heard that this painting was drawn by Elder Feng from the Pill Hall. This Elder Feng is known for his expertise in both medicine and painting. Wang Defa seemed to be well informed and revealed the person who painted the picture. "I see. I'll go in and take a look at the situation first. You wait outside." Xie Fei put away the painting, threw it back, and then stepped into the cave. Behind. Wang Defa quickly sent a voice message to remind him, "Elder Xie, please be careful. I heard that this thief is very powerful. He was able to escape even when surrounded by 3 elders from the 2nd floor of Jiang'a." Xie Fei waved his hands to indicate that he already knew. On the way from Jiang'a, Lao Benta briefly introduced the sword thief's cultivation level, which was about the 8th level of Qi training. If it weren't for his strength, he would have been taken down by the 3 core elders of the 2nd floor who were at the 6th level of Qi training. After entering the cave, the vision suddenly became dark. Fortunately, Xie Fei had some spiritual power and used his eyes to see clearly even in the dark. This cave is quite deep. If you are not careful, it might be hidden here. With Xie Fei's strength, it took him about half an incense stick of time to walk. The vision suddenly broadened. Then I saw an open space in the hole below. A figure was sitting cross-legged in meditation, apparently healing his wounds. Under the effect of the Qi-gathering technique, Xie Fei's appearance did not alarm this person. "It's that sword thief. Look carefully." The man meditating and healing his wounds was none other than the shifty-eyed man in the portrait. The facial features are uncertain, but the temperament can be said to be exactly the same. That Nyobu before also wanted to steal the sword, and so did the 5 people that Jinyo contacted. Could this person be related to Nyobu and the others? Thought about it. Xie Fei used the golden eye of life to see the information about the sword thief. Name, Fang Yongrui. Gender, male. Lifespan, 38/120. Realm, Qi training level 8. Destiny luck, purple. Purple destiny, will surely be a brilliant person in the future. Recent needs. Due to breaking into the important place of Changhe Sword Sect, I was attacked by the formation and the elders of the Sword Pavilion and was seriously injured. I currently need a pure spiritual power to heal my injuries. Ah. Xie Fei was stunned when he saw the information displayed by the golden eye of life. What's going on? The sword-stealing thief who was to be killed turned out to be a purple destiny worth investing in. After reacting, Xie Fei had an idea in mind. It's all the fault of those damn Sword Pavilion elders. Fang Yongrui cursed with gritted teeth while healing his wounds. When I think about my current situation, the murderous intent in his heart was almost turning into reality. Don't you just want to steal a few swords? Is it necessary to be so targeted? If the magic weapon of the Changhe Sword Sect wasn't different, who would do such a thing? Oh shit. When I recover from my injuries, I will kill all the disciples of Changhe Sword Sect. When the time comes, we'll block them outside and kill anyone who comes out. Otherwise, who can swallow this breath? Fang Yongrui said this viciously. A slight cough, not concealed, suddenly sounded. Turned back suddenly. The person behind him was wearing the same clothes as the elders from the sword sect who had surrounded and killed him last night. Fang Yongrui was shocked, elder of Changhe Sword Sect. Xie Fei smiled and nodded. Impossible. How could you find this place? This place has obviously been searched by your elders, so I came here. No one would have thought I was here. How did you know? Different from Xie Fei, who smiles calmly. At this moment, Fang Yongrui's pupils shrank sharply, his whole body tensed up, and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Maybe you're just unlucky. Xie Fei finished speaking with a smile and had already arrived in front of Fang Yongrui. This unclear speed made Fang Yongrui feel like he was falling into an icy cave. Maybe he knew he might not be able to escape today. He suddenly looked fierce. Even though I'm injured now, you can't kill me alone. As soon as the word "da" came out of his mouth, he moved his feet and his skinny monkey-like body jumped into the air. Immediately following, 3 flying knives came flying. The speed and force were so fierce that it was like a bolt from the blue, arriving in an instant. That's the trick. I thought you were so awesome. Xie Fei looked disappointed. He turned his wrist and an ordinary long sword appeared out of thin air. Ding ding ding. There were 3 consecutive sounds and the flying knife fell to the ground, falling at the same time. There is also Fang Yongrui who wants to escape. As he looked dejected, a sword had been placed at his throat without him noticing. If I hadn't been seriously injured, how could I allow a mere elder like you to bully me? Fang Yongrui sighed, his tone and face showing extreme unwillingness. Oh. Xie Fei smiled calmly and suddenly put away his sword. Then clap your left hand. Bang. While knocking Fang Yongrui away, an extremely pure spiritual power flowed into his body. Fang Yongrui was stunned for a moment. He first looked at Xie Fei strangely, then immediately sat cross-legged in meditation. After 1 stick of incense. Ha ha ha. Fang Yongrui, who had recovered from his injuries, laughed wildly. Okay. I didn't expect that you, an elder, have such foresight. I am Fang Yongrui, the master of stealing. From now on, just follow me. I'll take care of you. The laughter wasn't finished yet. Xie Fei suddenly asked, who said I want to follow you? Huh? If you don't want to follow me, why are you helping me heal my wounds? Fang Yongrui was stunned. Just at this time, a system prompt sounded in Xie Fei's mind. Ding. The host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, get a rebate. Since the investment target's destiny is purple, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare auxiliary skill, Spiritual Rejuvenation Magical Method. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Earth-grade condensing golden pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3 years of hard training, purple. Spiritual Rejuvenation Magical Method, rare, can be extracted at any time. The skill is good at controlling and utilizing the vitality between heaven and earth to achieve the effect of healing and detoxification. Not only can it save your own life, but it can also extend the life of others. It is quite precious. Golden Pill, Earth Grade, already stored in the system space after taking it, it can enable a person to break through to the Golden Pill realm when they are at the 9th level of the Foundation establishment stage, without any side effects. 3 years of hard training, Purple. The system notification sound brought a smile to Xie Fei's face. Fang Yongrui saw this and felt uneasy. What do you mean? Nothing, I just want to borrow your head. Xie Fei put away his smile and turned his spiritual power. Although Fang Yongrui was alert and took precautions. And he has recovered from his injury now. I thought I could stop this strange elder of Changhe sword sect in front of me. But I didn't think. A sword was pressed to the throat again. You. Fang Yongrui swallowed hard and said in shock, you are not an ordinary elder. Foundation building. Only those at the foundation building stage have such strength. I actually attracted the attention of your sword sect's core elders. At the end, he smiled bitterly, as if he had accepted his fate. The core elders that Fang Yongrui mentioned were not those in Jiango, but those elders in Jianzhong who had access to core disciples. The core elders of Changhe sword sect generally have a cultivation level of the 1st to 7th foundation building stage. Swish. The sword flashed. Heads fell to the ground. Looking at Fang Yongrui who had become a headless corpse. When I scanned with my spiritual sense, I found that there was actually a bag of spiritual stones. Xie Fei picked up the bag, opened it and saw that there were about 300 or 400 coins, which was quite heavy. After throwing it into the system space, he carried Fang Yongrui's body and walked out. Halfway out of the cave, he ran into Wang Defa who was coming in. As soon as I saw Xie Fei, everything was fine. Wang Defa immediately smiled and explained, I saw that so much time had passed and was worried that something had happened to Elder Xie, so I thought of sneaking in to take a look. Good. Xie Fei smiled and nodded. At this time, only then did Wang Defa see Fang Yongrui's body. He was immediately surprised and said, This is the thief who stole the sword. Xie Fei said, This is not the place to talk, let's go out first. The streets of Izushi Cave. Wang Defa followed behind, looking at Xie Fei's back with deep respect in his eyes. This person is yours. Outside the cave, Xie Fei threw Fang Yongrui's body on the ground and said, Just say that you took advantage of his serious injuries and killed him here. Don't reveal the rest. Upon hearing this, Wang Defa was shocked again, and subconsciously said, Elder Xie, this is absolutely not allowed. This is all due to Elder Xie's contribution. How could I, a disciple, impersonate him? Besides, Xie Fei deliberately frowned and pretended to be angry. Stop talking nonsense. Just say it as I told you to. After saying, he didn't wait for Wang Defa to continue, and disappeared in a flash. Fang Yongrui's contribution was nothing more than 500 spirit stones and 2 inferior skills. These are of little use to Xie Fei. Moreover, taking the credit would easily expose one's true strength, thus bringing about a series of unnecessary troubles. In the end, it may even cost you your own life. In order to continue to live a stable life by quietly receiving rebates after investing, Xie Fei had already made up his mind when he came out of the cave that he could not take credit for Fang Yongrui's work. I gave it to Wang Defa purely because I saw that this kid was grateful and was a smart guy. Today, I have gained a lot. When I think about the fact that there are still so many rebates from investments in the system space that have not been collected, Xie Fei felt extremely happy. If he wasn't afraid of being exposed, he would have wanted to fly back to the Elder's residence right now and start madly improving his strength. Pity. You must act like you are at the 3rd level of Qi training. So I could only walk back step by step. About an hour. Finally, I saw my room and a person. Xie Fei looked a little surprised. Because the person standing waiting at the door of his residence was the little fat boy named Zhan Long. Why is this kid here? Xie Fei has met 2 people with golden destiny. So naturally, I had a very deep impression of this little fat boy. Thank you, Elder. Seeing Xie Fei slowly coming back, Zhan Long immediately went to greet him happily. The disciple has finally arrived, the elder he has been waiting for. You are. Elder, don't be confused. I have been promoted to an inner sect disciple. I heard that you, Elder Xie, have also come to the inner sect to serve. Zhan Long smiled and said, so I rushed over here, hoping to feel Elder Xie's kindness in person. That's it. Chapter 26 Breakthrough. Shocking Golden Core Realm. Zhan Long smiled and said, of course it's more than that. As he spoke, he took out a roll of copied rice paper and handed it over. Needless to say, it was the superior practice method called Jinghong Change. Generally speaking, skills or some more important things are stored and read using jade talismans. This not only reduces storage errors, but also allows the reader to fully understand the true meaning. However, the jade talisman is still too precious for Zhan Long, who has just been promoted to the inner sect. As a last resort, we can only use mundane recording methods such as paper. Thank you, Elder. This is a superior cultivation method that I discovered accidentally. I am offering it to you to repay your kindness in return. Zhan Long said with a smile. He will always remember Xie Fei's kindness in his heart. Hearing this, then I saw the book of exercises, which was obviously newly written. Xie Fei subconsciously glanced at the ring on Zhan Long's left finger. Needless to say, this stunning change came from the powerful person in the ring. Right now, he really lacks the method to practice. All along, Xie Fei has been practicing the ordinary martial arts, eternal life-breathing kung fu, that his original body learned before. Skills like 9 Heaven Sword Technique and Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist are either attacking and killing techniques or special auxiliary types of mysterious skills. For this reason, Xie Fei has always wanted a method of spiritual practice. In the morning, although the system gave me a rebate of Wu Wei Heart Sutra, it was only of inferior quality. It's not as good as the martial arts that Zhan Long brought. This makes up for it temporarily. With this book, Shocking Change, and the cultivation gained from these few rebates, maybe you can try to break through to the golden elixir. Thank you very much. Since it was related to the growth of his own strength, Xie Fei naturally would not be polite and reached out to take it. Seeing him take over Shocking Change so readily, Zhan Long not only had no other thoughts, he even felt relieved. Finally I have the chance to repay Elder Xie Fei. Otherwise, I would feel like there is a stone pressing on my heart and I would always feel very uncomfortable. In that case, the disciple will go and practice, and will not disturb the elder's rest. Zhan Long performed the disciple's salute again. Well, work hard. Xie Fei showed his 2 rows of teeth, smiled and nodded. After sending away the war dragon, Xie Fei closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. System, first received the Wu Wei Heart Sutra and the Spiritual Charm Rejuvenation Method. Soon, one picture after another unfolded in the sea of consciousness. First, there is a Xie Fei who is constantly practicing the Heart Sutra of Wu Wei. After you are familiar with it and have mastered it thoroughly, the magic of spiritual rejuvenation then began. This time it lasted for a whole incense stick. When Xie Fei opened his eyes again, he had already mastered the 2 skills. However, you still need to practice and study diligently to develop your own insights. Take a short break. After slowly adapting to the new practice, Xie Fei began to extract the rewards for his hard work. Boom boom. Just like a flood breaking through a dam, huge waves of spiritual power like a tsunami madly rushed into Xie Fei's meridians. At this moment, all the spiritual power in his body was surging like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting under a lot of impact. Even around him, strong winds began to blow. The strong winds caused by the impact of spiritual power immediately tore the tables, chairs, and benches in the entire residence into pieces. Break, break, break. Xie Fei kept shouting. He was just 1 step away from being promoted to the 3rd level of foundation building, and he made it in one go. The momentum of the breakthrough seemed unstoppable and continued to rise. The 4th level of foundation building. 5th level of foundation building. Finally, he reached the 9th level of foundation building. Let's see if I can try and break through to the golden core stage directly on my own. Xie Fei is interested in giving it a try. The spiritual power suddenly surged again. But what was different from before was that this time, these violent spiritual powers were not rebate rewards, but surged out from Xie Fei's dantian. But when this surge reached a certain limit, it suddenly died down and became silent. All the spiritual power also returned to the Qi Hai Dantian again. It turned into drops of liquid spiritual energy ball that merged and revolved around the small sword in the middle. Not very good. Xie Fei stopped circulating his spiritual power, sounding somewhat lost. The Jindan realm is no trivial matter. Most people would have to try at least 10 times, or even dozens of times, before they could break through this step. So although Xie Fei felt a little disappointed with the result, he didn't feel depressed at all. Forget it, I'd better not do something this difficult and time-consuming. Just take the pills. Thinking in my heart. Xie Fei has already taken out the golden pill that the system rebate gave him. Without any hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. Golden pill, break it for me. The surging medicinal power dissipated instantly. A large amount of medicinal power rushed directly to Xie Fei's Qi Hai Dantian. Then you see it. The huge liquid spiritual power began to collapse slowly under the influence of the medicine. Even the small sword shrank and solidified. Another night passed. I only heard a loud bang inside my body. The extremely compressed liquid spiritual power suddenly emitted a golden light. Then the golden light became more and more. Finally, in the light, a golden elixir with a small sword pattern on its surface appeared. Golden elixir. Become. Xie Fei suddenly realized that he seemed to have broken through a certain barrier. In a flash. His soul and will felt like they were about to leave his body. Just at this moment. The appearance of the golden elixir immediately attracted the spiritual energy from the outside world. Between heaven and earth, countless spiritual powers were stirred. An overwhelming number of people began to be absorbed into Xie Fei's body. Is this the power of the golden core realm? Just after a breakthrough, he can absorb and release such a huge amount of spiritual energy. Xie Fei seemed to have returned to her original state, staying in her mother's belly. This warm feeling makes people intoxicated to the extreme. However, what he still doesn't know is, just when Xie Fei achieved the golden elixir, outside the elder's residence, the entire Changhe sword sect has been turned upside down. Somewhere on the 3rd floor of Jianghe, in a small compartment full of ancient charm, the tranquil sandalwood is slowly emitting an aura of peace. Zhou Qing was sitting cross-legged at this moment, holding a volume of sword scriptures in his hands, and was studying it carefully. As one of the supreme elders of the Changhe sword sect, the guardian of the 3 upper floors of the Sword Pavilion, and a super-powerful person of the 8th level of the Golden Core. In addition to guarding the Sword Pavilion, Zhou Qing's daily duties include studying the principles of swordsmanship. Not only for himself, but also for making annotations and explaining the principles to cultivate truly talented disciples in the sect. Nowadays, most of the sect's classics and scriptures about swordsmanship were actually written by him. Buzz. The space vibrated slightly. The tranquilizing incense suddenly shook. The endless green smoke suddenly stopped. Zhou Qing raised his eyes slightly and lit the tranquilizing incense again. Just as he was about to continue simplifying the scriptures in his hand, the lit incense for calming the spirit suddenly went out again. Oh. Zhou Qing leaned forward slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It should be noted that the tranquil incense not only calms the mind, but also serves as a warning for this level of the Sword Pavilion. Normally, the tranquilizing incense will not be extinguished. Especially with this kind of continuous destruction, there is only one possibility. But how could such a possibility arise? Zhou Qing couldn't help but stand up and look outside the Sword Pavilion. And this look. His body shook violently, and surprise flashed in his eyes. This is. He saw that in the void outside the Sword Pavilion, an extremely ferocious tide of spiritual energy was surging and roaring. Boundless spiritual energy was pouring down madly, as if the sky and earth had opened up a huge mouth. And all this spiritual energy points to one location. There. But it is the residence of the elders of Jianghe. Such a surging spiritual energy has already formed the tide of heaven and earth. Could it be that someone has achieved a breakthrough to the Golden Core? No way. Even after breaking through the Golden Core, it is impossible to produce such a fierce spiritual energy tide. Could it be that a certain master is achieving nascent soul? Yes. It must be so. My Sword Pavilion has gained another invincible nascent soul. Zhou Qing's expression was shocked, his eyes fixed on the tide of spiritual energy that filled the sky. The agitation of spiritual energy this time was more intense than when he achieved the golden core. At least 50 times. Zhou Qing cried out in shock. The tide of spiritual energy has completely involved the entire Changhe sword sect. Even far beyond that, covering hundreds of miles. Such a horrifying sight. Zhou Qing had never seen it before. Who on earth is it? He actually achieved nascent soul in the elder's residence. Moreover, in a place like this, without any help from a spirit-gathering formation, they have caused such a big commotion. This. Zhou Qing felt that the more he calculated everything in front of him, the more it broke his common sense. He was a little confused. Just at this moment, the tide of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly changed again. As the tides grew more violent, the aura became more and more agitated. A powerful red light suddenly rushed out from below. This red light was like a long blood dragon, ready to sweep away all the incoming spiritual energy. Broken. Zhou Qing's eyes widened and his expression suddenly tensed. He was about to take action to stop the blood-red dragon. As the guardian of the Sword Pavilion on the upper 3 levels, he saw through the blood dragon's true colors at a glance. It was because of the tide of spiritual energy that the heaven and earth shook, and then a part of the sword evil dragon that had been condensed by the sword sect for tens of thousands of years was attracted. Although only part of it. But if it is not stopped in time, not only will that person's foundation be damaged due to insufficient spiritual energy when breaking through, it will also cause the entire sword sect to flow into a river of blood and become a sword demon puppet. By then, countless disciples will die at the hands of this ferocious sword. Only. Without waiting for Zhou Qing to take action. Suddenly, the sound of a sword was heard between heaven and earth. Swish. It was as if someone was swinging a sword. Immediately, a shocking flash of sword light was seen. In one go, he broke through the blood-red dragon. Bang. A silent yet shocking scene appeared. The blood-red dragon suddenly exploded and turned into countless blood-red sword fragments. Then they were all attracted and flew into the sword light. In the blink of an eye. In the entire void, there was only a small transparent sword hanging upside down in the air. It is as majestic as the sword of an immortal and as awe-inspiring as the supreme intention. This is the open and above-board sword intent. It was as if it did not come from the mortal world, but from the immortals above the 9 heavens. Zhou Qing saw a sword path that seemed to have no end, and felt the sword heart swaying and the vibration was unstoppable. Hiss. This sword. There is great terror. Zhou Qing was stunned, staring at the small sword in the void. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Could it be? Zhou Qing suddenly remembered a figure. It is rumored that 276 years ago, there was a powerful figure in Jianghe who was at the 9th level of the Golden Elixir realm. In order to step out of the Golden Elixir and achieve the nascent soul, that big shot actually imprisoned himself under the Jianghe. He planned to use the boundless sword evil suppressed by the Sword Pavilion to attack the nascent soul. And the method that great men practiced was exactly a broken immortal sword. 9 heaven sword art. It must be that person. Only a person with such great perseverance and determination can have such supreme sword intent. Only then can you use the sword you just used. The more Zhou Qing thought about it, the more he felt that this should be the case. Okay. A clap of hands. Zhou Qing burst out laughing on the spot. Later. Inside the Sword Pavilion, there is another nascent soul sword god. This night. The appalling tides of heaven and earth spiritual energy. And that sword that shocked the soul. It caused a sensation in the entire Changhe sword sect. The masters of the sword clan's 3 most important places, Sword Tomb, Sword Pavilion, and Sutra Hall, were all shocked. Everyone's attention was focused on the direction of Jianghe. To be more precise, it is the residence of the elders of Jianghe. But just when a large number of masters wanted to go and see what was going on and understand who had made such a huge breakthrough, they were blocked one by Zhou Qing, an elder from the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion. Please don't disturb the practice of my seniors. Now that you have just made a breakthrough, you need time to consolidate your realm. Within 7 days, the entire area of Jian Pavilion will be sealed off and no one is allowed to enter. Zhou Qing's attitude shocked others. He is indeed a master of Jiang'e. They didn't expect it. The Sword Pavilion, which has always been suppressed and driven by the Sword Tomb and the Sutra Hall, actually has such a powerful Yuanying sword god. I have finally taken this step and achieved the golden elixir. Xie Fei slowly opened his eyes and felt his whole body become extremely light. The whole world had a different charm in his perception. Every trace and wisp of spiritual energy is clearly visible. Each and every wave of sword intent was exceptionally clear. And the vitality of all things. This world of perception is like lifting the black cloth that has been covering it and seeing the truth. Then look at yourself. The whole person underwent a transformation again. Inside the Qi Hai Dantian, a golden elixir engraved with sword patterns was slowly rotating. With each rotation, a large amount of spiritual energy enters the body, becomes spiritual power, and then flows into the golden elixir. In this situation, there is no need to practice deliberately. It is a spontaneous behavior of Jindan. Communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth all the time to enhance your strength. Then look at the flesh, blood, and bones inside the body. Every place and every inch carries a faint sword intent. It seems that even a drop of blood can kill. Pulling out a bone can turn it into a magical sword weapon. With this change, my strength has probably increased by more than 100 times. No wonder many classics say that there is a gap as big as heaven and earth between each great realm. This gap cannot be offset by the number of people. Just when Xie Fei was carefully feeling the changes in himself. In mind. Suddenly, a system voice was heard. Ding! The host has been detected to have reached the golden core stage. The system's new functions are now available. Chapter 27 Fusion Function, Major and Minor, Sword God. As the system voice sounded, an interface that only Xie Fei can see appears. Host, Xie Fei. Realm, Golden Elixir Grade 1. Mysterious Skills, 9 Heaven Swordsmanship, Crossing the River with a Reed, Taiwu Sword Qi. Magic Weapon, Sword. This is the information panel you have seen before. But the difference is, this time on the Personal Information Overview interface, in the item of Xian Gong, a plus sign appeared after each technique. When you focus your mind on it, you will see a line of system prompts. Do you choose to use this technique as the main one and integrate other similar techniques? Please note that there is only one main profound skill of the same type of profound skill. After making a selection, only the main cultivation skills of each category will be displayed, and the other auxiliary cultivation skills will not be recorded on the host information panel. Please note that the fusion efficiency is between 30% and 90%. The specific value is related to the compatibility of the main cultivation method. After the host selects, the other auxiliary profound skills will not be included in the information panel, but they will not disappear. The host can still use them, but will not be able to comprehend the true meaning of them because their Dao rhyme has been absorbed by the main profound skill. A series of reminders and introductions gave Xie Fei a general understanding of the new functions of the system. In short, you can integrate all your skills according to categories. After the fusion and strengthening, the power and characteristics of the main skills will be improved to varying degrees. Then the integrated skills will not disappear, but it is impossible to study them to the extreme. This is a good thing. Xie Fei couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Nowadays, he has mastered many more profound skills than ordinary people. And as long as you invest, it will continue to increase. To the end. I'm afraid he has thousands or even tens of thousands of mysterious skills. However, human energy and time are limited. Although the system directly instills profound skills, if you want to comprehend its true meaning, you still need to study hard on your own. Moreover, among so many profound skills, there are only a few that can be used to fight against the enemy, which naturally seems a bit cumbersome. With this new feature of the system, then there will be no worries. Now some unimportant skills can be integrated into the main skills. The system is based on the 9 Heaven Sword technique and integrates other profound skills. Xie Fei immediately chose the most powerful precious profound skill as his main skill. Ding! Host, are you sure to use 9 Heaven Sword Art, 3 Heavens, as the main profound skill and integrate all other profound skills of the attack and killing techniques? Sure. As Xie Fei confirmed. In an instant, a series of unfolding pictures emerged in my mind. Just like an ink painting. Each Xie Fei inside is performing different moves and mysterious skills. A wake-up call. Tai Wu sword chi. Wind palm. Empty legs. Eventually all these profound skills came together. The scroll has come to an end. Fusion version, 9 Heaven Sword Art. Xie Fei only felt that he had gained many more fantastic insights into this rare-level sword technique. And all of these wonderful ideas are related to the characteristics of auxiliary cultivation of mysterious skills. For example, the current 9 Heaven Sword Art, once performed, not only has the attribute of killing with sound waves, but also has the ghostly and unreal charm of Tai Wu sword energy mixed in with it. However, because the main profound skill is swordsmanship, only Tai Wu sword energy has the highest compatibility, and its characteristics have been integrated to 80%. The rest, like the wake-up call, have only a minimum of 30% effect. But even so, today's 9 Heaven Sword Art has become stronger. Xie Fei wasn't sure. But when he swung his sword and used the characteristics of Tai Wu sword energy to silently destroy a new wooden table. Killing people is even better. Put the sword into the system space. Xie Fei used his spiritual sense to investigate the situation outside. When he found that everyone around him was talking about his breakthrough to the golden core. Only then did he react. My breakthrough to the golden core actually caused such a big commotion. Xie Fei herself found it a little unbelievable. Think about it. I guess the hard work that resulted in system rebates was really solid hard work with no exaggeration in its name. It is because of this solid foundation that such a sensation occurred. Every time you break through a great realm, it is a baptism of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for yourself. So the stronger the foundation, the deeper the heritage, the more powerful the baptism will be. It is precisely because of this that there is a huge gap between each major realm. I have the system's rebate for hard work, I have the Daluo sword body, and I also have the marrow cleansing pill and other things to improve my talent. Just thinking about it. Xie Fei suddenly noticed that a red line suddenly appeared on the sword pattern on the golden elixir in the dantian area of his body. Feel it carefully. The lines were twisted, with bared fangs and claws, exactly the image of a dragon. What's going on? Xie Fei couldn't help but recall the entire breakthrough process carefully. Finally remembered. During this period, as if due to the vibration of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, a sword dragon flew out from the direction of Jiang'a. In the end, he was killed by his own swordsmanship using the 9 Heaven sword technique. Then it absorbed the long blood-red dragon composed of sword evil spirits. No wonder. No wonder I seemed to have a strange feeling when I swung the sword just now. I thought it was just the situation after fusion. Now let's look at it. But it was because it absorbed a large amount of sword evil. From now on, when he faces the enemy, he only needs to mobilize his spiritual power and launch a sword attack. And the evil spirit. It is one of the most feared existences by all practitioners. Not only can it cause people to develop inner demons, but it can also destroy their foundations of Taoism. It can also plunder life and destroy everything. It can even wear down people's minds and turn them into idiots who are like walking corpses. Think of this. Xie Fei picked up the sword again and took the initiative to guide out the sword evil. Boom. Like a bolt from the blue. A powerful sword energy that shook the world burst out. The entire residence suddenly turned into an icy hell. If a mortal being came in, he would be corroded by the evil spirit and exterminated on the spot. The power of the sword is extremely terrifying. Xie Fei immediately put away the sword and put it into the system space. It is worth mentioning, as he has now broken through to the golden core stage. Today's system space has almost become an extremely vast small world. More than enough to hold 2 large mountains. With such a huge sword evil blessing, even though I have just broken through to the first level of Jindan. But if the sword evil is activated and combined with the integrated 9 Heaven sword technique, I'm afraid even a 9th grade Jindan can give it a try. The sword comes out. People died. This is Xie Fei's current combat power. Although his realm is not high enough, his combat power has reached an incredible level. Now that I have achieved the golden core, I should have some ability to protect myself. After measuring your own strength. The huge rock pressing on Xie Fei's heart was finally moved away a little bit. The days to come. There is no need to worry as much as before. After a simple cleanup, I calmed down again. After covering up the qi concentrating technique, Xie Fei walked out the door. Along the way, almost everyone in Jiang'a looked excited. Especially when you reach the second floor of Jiang'a. Everyone seemed to be celebrating the new year, all were smiling and chatting with each other. Great! Our lives will be better from now on. Who said it wasn't true? If the Sword Tomb and the Sutra Repository come here and act bossy again, I'll see if I'll pay any attention to them. This time, a sword god emerged from our Sword Pavilion. We can finally hold our heads high. This is a grand event in our Sword Pavilion. Listening to the heated discussions of the elders from the various sword pavilions. The more Xie Fei listened, the more he felt something was wrong. The sword god they were talking to. Could it be me? Chapter 28 The Core Elders Assessment, Spiritual Weapon. At this time. An inconspicuous corner. Lu Sheng, one of the elders of Area Number 2, was talking with a core elder of the second level. Looking at Xie Fei passing by. The core elder turned his head slightly and said, "Young master, this elder Xie seems to have some secrets. During the 7 days of blockade, I haven't seen him once." A junior elder who has risen through the ranks, who was previously unknown and even famous for his laziness, has now gained the attention of Chief Wu. It is impossible for him to say that he has no secrets. Lu Sheng responded calmly without looking at Xie Fei. Hearing this, the core elder's voice turned cold, and he said with a hint of murderous intent, "Then why don't we?" Lu Sheng was silent for a while before he responded, "No need. If someone dies at this critical moment, there will probably be unpredictable changes, which will easily affect the next plan. Young master is considering this." The core elder nodded slightly and continued, "But has a nascent soul sword god really appeared in the Sword Pavilion?" Speaking of this, not only him, even Lu Sheng's expression changed slightly. The nascent soul sword god does exist, but it may not be the Sword Pavilion. Lu Sheng pondered and said, "There are many powerful spiritual swords in the Sword Pavilion, and even some sword monsters. Which one of them is not an extremely powerful being? Perhaps they have eroded the will of a certain elder and escaped by using his shell." Upon hearing this, the core elder's face lit up. "If that's the case, I'm afraid once they get out of this trap, they will definitely turn this place upside down and fight to the death. This will be of great benefit to the young master's plan." Lu Sheng sneered, "It doesn't matter whether it is helpful or not, as long as those ghosts don't come to disturb us. I have been lurking here for 10 years, and even my soul aura has been changed. Now my plan is about to succeed. If it fails..." Having said this, Lu Sheng clenched his fists. Young master is blessed by heaven, and will definitely be able to find the sword transformed by the old master. After the old master escapes, those traitors who tried to seize power will be punished, and our Fengyue sect will surely return to its peak and sweep away all enemies. Lu Sheng didn't say anything, but turned around and headed towards Area Number 2. Upon seeing this, the core elder immediately stepped back and returned to his own place. Afterwards, the rumor that a nascent soul sword god had emerged from the Sword Pavilion spread throughout the Chang'e sword sect for 7 or 8 days before it slowly faded away. During the time he was working on the second floor, Xie Fei actually learned from other elders about the impact of his breakthrough. It can be said that the entire Chang'e sword sect was shocked by this. Even the sect leader, who seldom appeared in public, sent people to Jiang'a to inquire about the situation. "Just because I broke through the golden core, you're making it so serious?" Xie Fei could only sigh like this. However, although he broke through the golden elixir, but he remained extremely low-key during this period, and his qi gathering technique continued to maintain the previous 3rd level of qi training. It's just now, because of entering the golden elixir stage, the spiritual power in the qi high dantian has undergone a qualitative change. If you want to break through again, it can no longer be as fast as before. For a while. Even with Xie Fei's current talent, his progress in cultivation has slowed down. If I want to break through to the 2nd level of Golden Core, it will take at least 5 months if I practice hard on my own. 5 months. Xie Fei just felt that the time span was too long. If others knew what he was thinking now, they would definitely draw their swords and fight to the death. But Xie Fei is not Versailles, but it does feel too slow. This is still the 2nd grade, and the next ones are the 3rd to the 9th grade. When will that be? It seems that I have to quickly contact more inner disciples. It would be best if I could invest more than 10 or 20 golden life paths at once. If you want to have more contact with outstanding inner disciples, your current cultivation may not be enough. Think about it. Xie Fei adjusted his qi condensing technique to reveal himself as a 4th grade qi training master. In this way, I should be taken seriously and allowed to become a core elder of the 2nd level of the Sword Pavilion as soon as possible, and then be exposed to more talented disciples. I don't know if it really works or if it is affected by some other factors. After a few days, and there really was an elder who came to inform that Xie Fei should be taken there to be assessed by the core elders. There is an assessment for this thing. Xie Fei was a little surprised. Of course. The elder who came over was the elder who led the way before. He only said, "But when did you break through to the 4th level of qi training?" "It's only been a few days since I broke through. I saw a master drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Facing the might of heaven, he had an epiphany." Xie Fei responded with a smile. After hearing this, the guide elder immediately showed envy. "I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Watching the powerful breakthrough, I had an epiphany that is hard to come by." This naturally made him envious for a while. But enlightenment also requires aptitude, and it seems that you have good aptitude. I will report this matter to Chief Wu. Now come with me, I will take you to the test. Hearing this, Xie Fei immediately followed the guiding elder and left. And this time. But Xie Fei was surprised to find out. The place that the guiding elder brought him to was actually the 3rd floor of Jiang'a. The assessment is placed on the 3rd floor. What is the test? Xie Fei couldn't understand. This was his first time coming to the 3rd floor of Jiang'a. There are more elders on the 3rd floor than on the 2nd floor. And the area appears to be more than twice that of the 2nd floor. Walk all the way. There were 3rd level elders coming and going everywhere. There is another biggest difference from the 2nd floor. There are enclosed halls between each area on the 3rd floor. If you don't go in, you won't be able to see what's going on in each area. Under the influence of the magic circle, the spiritual consciousness can only cover a range of about 1 foot within itself. Although he was unable to use his spiritual sense to investigate the situation, every time he passed an area, Xie Fei could rely on his powerful 6 senses to vaguely hear the sounds of countless swords coming from the hall. Are they all magical weapons and swords that have been given spiritual intelligence? This idea just came up not long ago. Xie Fei arrived in front of a small room. Then he saw the leading elder saying a few words to a 3rd level elder at the door. The 3rd floor elder glanced at Xie Fei, then nodded and opened the door. The door opened. A burst of sword sounds suddenly rang out. "Thank you, elder. Please go in." The guide elder said this and was the first to step into the small room. After Xie Fei stepped in, he saw a green sword stuck in the middle of the room. The moment I saw this green sword, Xie Fei's expression changed. In his perception, this is a spiritual weapon. In other words, this is a magical sword that has been born with spiritual intelligence. At this moment, this spiritual sword was bound in the center of the room by 9 rune chains. I noticed the door opened and someone appeared. The spiritual sword vibrated immediately, and waves of sharp sword sounds echoed all around. The sound of the sword was like ripples on the water. Buzz. Along with the sound of the sword came waves of sword auras. Under the impact of the sword, he felt dizzy and had tinnitus, and could no longer control himself. Xie Fei almost couldn't help but take action to suppress it. The guide elder said, "This is the spiritual weapon. Your first test. Just stay under this spiritual weapon sword for 7 days. After 7 days, if you are fine, you have passed the test." Chapter 29, Blue Fate's Nameless Sword, Rebate Talent. Xie Fei finally understood what this meant. Most of the swords that the core elders of the 2nd level come into contact with should be spiritual weapons distributed to outstanding inner disciples. Generally speaking, spiritual weapons have their own intelligence and will naturally have some emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. If not handled properly, it would be easy to be attacked by the spirit sword. The so-called attack, within the restrictions of the Sword Pavilion's magic circle, is naturally the release of sword evil. Therefore, whether or not one can withstand the impact of the sword evil is the key to becoming a core elder. The reason why I ran to the third floor. I guess the sword in front of me is very powerful, otherwise it would not be trapped by 9 rune chains. After the guide elder finished speaking, he left on his own, even closing the door behind him. All over the room. Suddenly, only Xie Fei and the magic sword in the middle were left. The soul-stirring sound of the sword became louder and louder. Strands of sword evil began to surge towards Xie Fei alone. From the sound of the sword and the sword aura, one could feel that the spiritual sword was filled with malice. Obviously. This is a vicious sword. If it were an ordinary cultivator, he would have been frightened by this moment, and the sword evil would have taken advantage of the opportunity and turned him into a sword evil puppet. But Xie Fei, who possessed the Daluo sword body and forged the supreme sword heart, was not affected at all. In addition, his actual cultivation level has already reached the golden core stage, so he is not afraid at all when facing this vicious sword. I just don't know if there is anyone in this room checking the situation. Xie Fei looked around intentionally or unintentionally, and saw closed wooden walls all around. It looks very thin, but it will break if hit. In fact, there was a halo of light flowing on the surface, and it was covered with formations. This time it is a test by the core elders of the second level, and it involves sword evil and life, so there may be someone watching to prevent accidents. Think about it. To be on the safe side. Xie Fei did not make any excessive moves, nor did he reveal his true strength. However, with his previous experience with the magic sword, he naturally used the golden eye of life against the evil sword in front of him this time. Name. Gender. Lifespan. Realm, 9th level of Qi training. Destiny luck, blue. Blue superior destiny. Born with the spirit of heaven and earth, if you persist, you will achieve something. Investment is recommended. Recent demand. This was originally an ordinary spirit sword, but due to the impact of the sword evil spirit suppressed by the Changhe sword sect, its intelligence was distorted and it gradually went crazy. It is necessary to eliminate the alien sword evil spirit inside it and restore it to normal. It turned out to be a vicious sword because it was affected by a different kind of sword evil. Xie Fei was stunned. I didn't expect that this spiritual sword in front of me would have such a situation. However, the system prompts keywords. It made him fall into deep thought. Suppressed sword evil. Could it be that? Is this the secret of the Changhe sword sect? After secretly remembering this point, Xie Fei began to think about how to eliminate the strange sword evil of this spiritual sword. Think about it. Perhaps the only way to do this is to activate one's own sword heart. After all, when he broke through the golden elixir stage before, he subconsciously used his sword heart to kill the sword dragon that wanted to steal his power. Think of this. Xie Fei closed his eyes and meditated on the spot. After a moment, an invisible and intangible transparent small sword flashed past him. When it appears again, it has been integrated into the spiritual sword. In an instant, the spirit sword trembled violently. Wisps of blood-red sword energy began to dissipate. It was continuously absorbed and integrated by the transparent small sword. Because he couldn't destroy the magic sword, Xie Fei controlled it extremely carefully, fearing that he might accidentally break the sword. If this situation really happens, then the investment rebates and so on will naturally be wasted. That's all. Do it step by step, carefully. 3 full days and 3 nights passed. The transparent little sword returned to the body and merged with the golden elixir in the Qi Hai Dantian. Xie Fei slowly opened his eyes. When he looked at the spiritual sword trapped by 9 chains. At this moment, the spirit sword no longer had any malice in its heart. Instead, it only felt a sense of joy at having survived a calamity, and a feeling of gratitude. Although he could not speak like the devil sword Jian Shursan, the constant sword sounds expressing his joy were very clear. Ding! The host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, get a rebate. Since the investment target's destiny is blue, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent Sword Heart Clear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 years of Kendo enlightenment. Sword Heart Clear. This is one of the Kendo talents. The possessor has an extremely firm sword heart. No external objects can interfere with or erode his sword heart. It can also speed up the comprehension of the secrets of Kendo. 3 years of Kendo enlightenment. It can help people quickly comprehend Kendo, and add 3 more years of accumulation. The sword heart is clear. This is the first time that talent rebates have appeared in the system. As soon as Xie Fei saw the introduction, he knew that this thing was extraordinary. Most sword practitioners who do not cultivate their understanding and only focus on breaking through the realm are extremely susceptible to the erosion of various distracting thoughts, as well as sword evil, demons, and external objects. Once the forged sword heart is affected, the realm will stagnate at best, and it will take decades or even hundreds of years to regain the sword heart and temper the inner demons. In serious cases, the person may die and his entire life will be gone. But now that he has this clear sword heart, he is not afraid of these things at all. No matter what attacks his swordsmanship, it cannot shake its foundation. In addition, his understanding of swordsmanship far exceeds that of people at the same level, as well as the Daluo sword body. You can say that. In the sword art, Xie Fei already has a smooth road ahead. Although there is no rebate on cultivation or skills this time. But the innate swordsmanship is already an extremely powerful aid. While there are still a few days left, Xie Fei directly received the 3 years of Kendo experience. Then he continued to meditate and practice. Today's spiritual swords no longer release sword evil to attack at will. Gentle as a lamb. Moreover, it always wants to get close to Xie Fei, who saved its life. Unfortunately, he was trapped by the rune chains and could not move freely, and could only make a slight sound of the sword. The remaining time just passed by in a flash. The door opened again from the outside. The guiding elder who had disappeared for 7 days walked in with a smile. I didn't expect Elder Xie to treat it so leisurely. It seems that this little sword evil is nothing to Elder Xie. I saw Xie Fei meditating and practicing here. The leading elder immediately gave a thumbs up and praised him. Xie Fei shook his head, then stumbled out as if he couldn't bear it any longer. It's not leisurely at all, it's just forced endurance. I just feel dizzy and exhausted. Xie Fei spoke with a pale face, looking into the dark door with some fear. It seems that he never wants to enter it again. Ha ha ha. The leading elder couldn't help but laugh. Obviously. Xie Fei's current appearance was consistent with the scenes he often saw. You have passed the first test. The guide elder continued, rest for a day, and I will take you to the second stage. There's more. Xie Fei immediately put on a bitter face, which caused a burst of laughter. And wait until the two of them left. The elder guarding the door suddenly realized something was wrong. When he opened the door and looked inside, the whole person froze in place. This evil sword has actually recovered. It took a long time. He finally reacted and immediately went to inform the core elders on the 3rd floor. So, there was a commotion on the 3rd floor of Tianjian Pavilion. No one would have thought that a vicious sword could return to normal. But no one thought about Xie Fei. After all, this kind of situation that even the 4th and 5th level elders couldn't handle, how could a junior elder from the 2nd level be able to handle it? Chapter 30 Invest in the Red Destiny Path, Taishu Demon Defending Chapter. The next day. This assessment will be a little different. On the way. The guide elder reminded, according to the rules, you should continue to deal with sword evil spirits of various degrees to cleanse your sword heart and prevent your mind from being disturbed in the future. However, due to special circumstances, Director Wu decided to change your assessment to an attendance ceremony. Watch the ceremony. Xie Fei was stunned. Can watching a ceremony be considered a form of assessment? Of course it's not an ordinary viewing ceremony. Having said this, the guide elder paused, as if he was organizing his words. Elder Xie was promoted from the 1st level. He should still remember the magic sword, right? Is it related to Sword 13 of the Red Fate Road? Xie Fei's eyes turned. All along. He was thinking about how to invest in that magic sword. In the past, I didn't have enough strength and was always cautious. Now I am thinking of testing Jian Shisan's needs after the assessment. But I didn't expect to have the opportunity to meet her during the assessment. The guide elder continued as he walked. Originally, the magic sword was stored on the first and second floors because of some considerations from above. But it seems that something unexpected has happened. Now it has been decided to hold a small sword-killing meeting. Sword-killing party. Xie Fei was stunned again. From the guide elder's words, he roughly understood what was going on. The big shot who had previously decided to store the magic sword on the first or second floor has now decided not to do so and to directly eliminate the hidden danger of the magic sword. Therefore, a small sword-destroying meeting was held internally. In addition to destroying Jian Shisan's intelligence, it also provided an opportunity for the potential elders to observe and learn. In other words, the spiritual wisdom in the magic sword, that is, Sword 13 of the Red Destiny, is about to be destroyed. Xie Fei's mind instantly became active. When facing death, how could Jian Shisan not have any needs? As long as there is a sentient being, who doesn't have the instinct to survive? Just thinking about it. I'm in trouble again. You can hear it from the guiding elder. The one who presided over this small sword-destroying meeting was the elder from above. If the magic sword is needed at that time, it will really be a matter of survival. Then how should I invest to save it? This is a big problem. Along the way, Xie Fei is thinking about this question. Waiting to the place. But it is in a mysterious area on the second floor of Jiang'a. The reason why this area is mysterious is that it is generally not open to the public or to the public. When I introduced this place before, I was not very detailed and just mentioned it briefly. Now let's look at it. This area should be the place to handle some special matters, such as the current sword-destroying meeting. After entering, there were already 10 people standing inside. Among them, there are 3 core elders of the second level, 5 ordinary second-level elders, and 1 with a deep aura, who should be a third level or above. The last one is naturally the Master Wu. It is worth mentioning. Xie Fei saw an acquaintance among the ordinary elders. It was Lu Sheng who was on duty with him in area number 2. The 10 people stood in a semi-encircled position, and on the stone table in the center, there was an ordinary 8-sided sword. Xie Fei glanced over. Who else could it be but the devil sword Jian Shisan? The elder who led the way first greeted Wu, and then said respectfully to the elder with a deep aura, "Greetings, elderly." The village elder nodded slightly, then looked at Xie Fei and said, "Is this the new elder who is going to be tested?" "That's him. The sword refining formation is being set up. Tell him to wait and not to move around randomly, so as not to affect the operation of the formation." "Yes." The elder who led the way nodded quickly, then turned around and gave Xie Fei some instructions. Then he introduced in a low voice, "This elder is the core elder of the 4th floor of the Sword Pavilion. His realm has reached the foundation building stage. Remember not to offend him casually, otherwise, Master Wu will not be able to intercede for him. During this sword exterminating meeting, you only need to watch, comprehend, and learn. This is also a rare experience for you, so you should cherish it." Listening to the warning, Xie Fei nodded and looked at the elder who was in the foundation establishment stage. The man looked to be in his 60s, with silver hair and a goatee. The body is somewhat round, with short limbs and a bulging belly. It is worth noting that his right hand is always playing with a gilded toad paperweight. The toad is very delicate, with its mouth slightly open, and its tongue looks real, every detail visible. Xie Fei sensed through his spiritual sense that the village elder's cultivation level should be around the 6th level of foundation building. Among all the elders present, he is considered powerful. Only. I wonder if they know that the magic sword has already reached the golden elixir level. Just thinking about it. A strange voice suddenly sounded in Xie Fei's mind. "I was right. You are qualified to be here." The one who transmitted the message was Jian Shisan. Xie Fei's mind was slightly moved, but his expression remained calm. "Oh. When you are about to die, you still have the mind to come to me to send a message." "Die." Jian Shisan seemed nonchalant and said, "How can they kill me? That sword refining formation uses a bit of the power of this sword pavilion. Although it is powerful, even if it can wipe out my spiritual wisdom, it cannot wipe out my sword embryo. Given time, I will not only be resurrected, but also reborn in nirvana, and my strength will be further enhanced." Listening to the message from the magic sword, Xie Fei felt somewhat surprised. "But when I thought about it carefully, I felt something was wrong. According to what you said, why did you suddenly come to me when you were not afraid at all? He whispered these words in a calm voice. That's an opportunity that I want to give you. If you don't seize it, you will forever lose a great opportunity to soar to the sky. So. Xie Fei ignored Jian Shisan's message and used the golden eye of life on it again. Name, Jian Shisan. Gender. Lifespan. Realm, Golden Elixir Grade 1. Destiny and Luck, Red. Red Destiny Child. Recent needs, facing the crisis of being killed, he needs help to escape. He can destroy the sword refining formation to help him escape. Really? See the information displayed by the Golden Eye of Destiny. Xie Fei's eyes lit up. It seems that this demon sword likes to brag and deceive people. However, viewed from the side, the so-called sword refining formation in Jiang'a is indeed a bit extraordinary. It was actually possible for the village elder who was at the foundation establishment stage to directly kill the magic sword at the golden core stage. At this time, Jian Shisan was still transmitting messages, trying to seduce him. Since you have seen me many times, you are qualified to be favored by me. This opportunity is a small test from me for you. The sword refining formation will be activated shortly. You only need to attract the sword evil in this sword pavilion and attack the southeast of the formation. If you can't do this, then I will be completely disappointed in you, and in the future. Xie Fei was too lazy to listen to what was said afterwards. Since the situation Jian Shisan described involved life and death, he believed that there would be no problem with the method. But sword evil. Xie Fei smiled coldly inwardly. If he follows what Jian Shisan said and tries to attract the sword evil in the sword pavilion himself, even if he can successfully lure it out, he can destroy the sword refining formation. If the investigation is finally completed, I will definitely be discovered. Jian Shisan dug a big hole here. But fortunately, many sword evils had already been integrated into his golden elixir, or in other words, into his sword heart. Especially that bloody sword dragon. By then, just releasing a little bit of it should be enough to cause problems for the sword refining formation. Okay, let's start getting ready. Just at this moment, the village elder suddenly spoke and nodded to Wu Zhushi and others. Then we saw Master Wu and the others all mobilizing their own spiritual power. Immediately following, Xie Fei saw that the gilded toad in the elder's hand suddenly opened its mouth. 12 extremely thin bronze chains sprang out from the ground and tightly clamped the 8-sided sword on the stone table. Master Wu bit his fingertip and drew a talisman in the air. The blood condensed into 2 ancient characters and pressed on the sword. Let the fire burn the evil, rise, the 3 core elders shouted in unison. The array pattern on the ground suddenly lit up with a red-gold light. Xie Fei felt his sword heart move slightly. This sword refining formation was actually drawing out the sword intent contained in the entire second-floor sword pavilion. There are even veins under the Jiang'a. This sword refining formation is not simple. Although the original body had no research on battle formations, Xie Fei gained knowledge on refining equipment and alchemy through system rebates. Formations, weapons, and elixirs all have some similarities, so naturally you can see some of the tricks. Soon, as the power of the formation continued to grow, the demon sword began to tremble. Then large flakes of something like scales began to peel off. In the blink of an eye, the magic sword revealed its blood-red crystal bones that looked like glass. The crystal-clear blood exudes a strange and powerful aura that makes people shudder. This is actually a blood-red bone sword. The previous 8-sided sword was just a disguise. A look of surprise flashed across Xie Fei's eyes. Just at this moment, Jian Shisan's voice sounded anxiously in Xie Fei's mind. Hurry! Do you see the chain in the southeast corner? Invoke the sword evil and attack it immediately. Xie Fei sneered in his heart but remained expressionless on his face. He pretended to make hand gestures and secretly mobilized the sword evil spirit dormant in his golden elixir. I saw the sword evil split into an extremely thin filament, like a nimble gossamer, swimming quietly under his control. His eyes were fixed on the operation of the formation, waiting for the best opportunity. When the sword refining formation was at its most powerful, the sword energy shot out like an arrow and pierced accurately into the root of the 9th chain. Crack! A sound like porcelain breaking suddenly rang out, and something strange happened in the sword refining formation. Black blood actually oozed out of the formation pattern in the southeast, and that black blood spread rapidly along the formation pattern like a living thing. The earth veins are backfiring. Elder Lu Sheng's face changed drastically. He cried out in shock and quickly stepped back, his eyes full of fear. The village elder's expression froze, and the toad paperweight in his hand suddenly flew out of his hand, rushing towards the formation with a powerful spiritual power, trying to stabilize the situation. However, before the paperweight could get close to the formation, it was knocked down by a scarlet sword energy unleashed by the magic sword. The paperweight rolled several times in the air and finally fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha, you guys think you can refine me? It's wishful thinking. Jian Shisan burst into wild laughter, and the sound echoed throughout the space. Then a blood rainbow shot up into the sky and rushed straight to the dome. The powerful force shocked the surrounding elders and made them retreat one after another. Ding! The host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, get a rebate. Since the investment target's destiny is red, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special profound skill, Taishu Yuma Shenjiang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare level auxiliary profound skill, Thousand Faces Spiritual Transformation Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Way of Formation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Chengying Pill. Taishu Demon Control Chapter. This is a special cultivation skill with no rank. Those who practice this skill can control demons. This skill emphasizes the spirit. If the spirit is not strong enough, it is very easy to be eroded by the evil aura of demons and breed inner demons. Thousand Faces Spiritual Transformation Technique, rare item auxiliary mystical skill, allows the practitioner to change his appearance and soul at will, making it difficult for others to detect his true appearance. The Way of Formation can be extracted at any time. The owner can integrate the basic knowledge related to formation, and it will also have the effect of greatly improving the formation talent. Chengying Pill, already stored in the system space when the 9th level of the Golden Elixir is perfected, taking it can help people break through to the Yuanying realm without any side effects. 4 types of rebates. Xie Fei could only hear the system prompt sound ringing in his mind. At this moment, though, these rewards cannot be withdrawn immediately. But just by seeing the introduction of the system, he knew he would make a fortune. Not to mention anything else. That infant creation pill would definitely cause a bloody storm if it were released outside. Break through the nascent soul stage with 100% no side effects. What's this? It can be said that it is not an elixir, but it is better than an elixir. However, Xie Fei immediately suppressed his excitement. Because he knew that the top priority was not to check the system rebates. Now. The blood rainbow quickly condensed into the sword shadow of Jian Shisan in the air. The sword shadow was illusory yet powerful, carrying an aura of dominance. Boy, I will give you a reward. Jian Shisan had not yet finished his words. Xie Fei suddenly flashed and grabbed the toad paperweight dropped by the village elder at an extremely fast speed and threw it to the village elder. And secretly took back the sword that destroyed the formation. Elder, please restart the formation, he shouted loudly, his voice firm and powerful. The moment the gilded toad came into the hands of the village elder, the toad's tongue suddenly stuck out. A magical thing happened. The originally scattered formation began to gather together again, and the light gradually recovered. Wu was the first to react. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He bit his tongue without hesitation, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and shouted loudly, "Lock it." You. Jian Shisan was surprised to find that Xie Fei was not deceived by him. But it was too late. He began to shake violently. But Jian Shisan was unwilling to give up, and immediately burst out all his strength, trying to get out. Unfortunately, this is Jiang'a, and there are formations everywhere that restrict him. He is clearly at the golden core stage, but he is shaky when flying, and his speed is not even as fast as that of a cultivator at the Qi training stage. And at this time, Xie Fei slipped out the magic sword that he had taken out from the system space from his sleeve. He pretended to be in a panic, but in fact he accurately blocked Jian Shisan's way. Ding ding dong dong. No. The magic sword let out a final wail, its tone filled with despair. Chapter 31 Lu Sheng's Abnormality, Go Down the Mountain. Buzz. The 9 chains seemed to have a spirit, and as they swung, they wrapped around Jian Shisan again. The aura of the sword refining formation suddenly increased, and the light became brighter. After the formation was activated again, the suppressed Jian Shisan had almost no power to resist and was directly dragged back to the stone platform. Xie Fei held the sword, staring intently. Although it seems that everything has been settled now, the magic sword is after all of the golden elixir strength, and it also has the red destiny. I'm afraid. Maybe he was overthinking it. Because what happened next went very smoothly. The light of the formation became brighter and brighter, and Jian Shisan's wailing became weaker and weaker. Eventually it was slowly refined by the formation, leaving only a blood-red bone sword on the stone platform. The elders and others checked carefully and repeatedly to make sure that the spiritual intelligence inside had completely dissipated. Only then did they register it and take the magic sword away without any intelligence. Before leaving, the village elder even took a special look at Xie Fei, and seemed very surprised and satisfied with his performance just now. After everyone left, Wu walked over with a smile, patted Xie Fei on the shoulder and said, "Not bad, not bad. Based on your performance this time, you don't need to take the next assessment. At the same time, you will also receive a bottle of soul-gathering pill as a reward. 3 days later, you will report to the core area number 7. I will arrange for someone to take you to familiarize yourself with it." After some words of praise and encouragement, Manager Wu waved his hand and asked everyone to disperse. But just as he was leaving, Xie Fei keenly noticed that Elder Luxing seemed to have taken something. It will take a few days to reach the core area. Xie Fei, whose assessment had already ended, headed towards Area 2 where he had been on duty. Along the way, he began to take stock of his gains. First, the Tao of Formation was extracted. With the improvement of his cultivation and the infusion of system rebates, the impact on Xie Fei's body became less and less. The previous loss of consciousness and severe tingling sensation no longer occur. Soon, a lot of basic knowledge of formations has been mastered. With a sudden transformation, Xie Fei has now mastered the 3 major ways of cultivation: weapons, elixirs, and formations. Although I cannot say I am proficient in any of them, I cannot say I am profound either. But in terms of the 3 basics, there are only a handful of people in the world who can compare to him. After all, system production. Now it seems that the sword refining formation is indeed quite sophisticated. It actually makes use of the earth veins, the Sword Pavilion formation, the sword sex power, and the connection to the toad paperweight. With the basic knowledge of formations, and looking back on the sword-making formations that he had personally experienced before, Xie Fei gained a lot. After the formation method is extracted, the next thing to come is the rare-level auxiliary skill. System: extract the 1,000 Faces spiritual transformation technique. After silently reciting in my heart, long-lost scenes unfold in my mind. In the picture, Xie Fei keeps changing into unfamiliar shapes. Teenagers, young people, middle-aged people, old people, men, women. Every change is like a new person, and there is no flaw to be found. Even the chi and soul fluctuations have changed. After a moment, Xie Fei had some enlightenment, and the 1,000 Faces spiritual transformation technique was already flowing in his mind. I can find an opportunity to integrate all these auxiliary skills. After all, human energy is limited. If we can combine everything into one, we will naturally save time and do more things. After extracting the 1,000 Faces spiritual transformation technique, it is the final, Taishu Yumashan chapter. According to the information provided by the system, although this Taishu demon control divine chapter is extremely strange and powerful, it carries the risk of giving rise to inner demons. But I have a clear sword mind, and I can kill any inner demon with one sword. This is nothing to be afraid of. In an instant, in Xie Fei's soul and sea of consciousness, chaotic air currents surged. These air currents converge, like clouds floating above. Immediately afterwards, countless gray raindrops fell from the sky and landed on the sea of consciousness of the soul. In the rain, the pictures slowly unfold. During the whole process, Xie Fei's soul and spiritual consciousness suddenly soared. This feeling of sudden ascension is like a breakthrough in realm. But this time it was not the realm that was upgraded, but the sea of consciousness of the soul. Controlling demons to serve you. What is the most important thing if you want to control demons? According to the explanation in Taishu Yuma Shenjiang, it is the sea of consciousness of the soul. At this moment, as the paintings unfolded one after another, Xie Fei's soul and sea of consciousness expanded almost 10 times. The spiritual consciousness spread out, like an invisible tentacle, a pair of imperceptible eyes. As long as there is no special magic array blocking the way, any existence around can be seen clearly. The taste is really intoxicating and unique. Above the golden core is the nascent soul. Based on the current strength of my soul and sea of consciousness, I'm afraid it's already comparable to that of a nascent soul. Xie Fei was a little uncertain. Because so far, he has not come into contact with the existence of the nascent soul realm. So it's just a guess. Collect your thoughts. Let's continue to return to the special practice method of Taishu Yuma Shenjiang. From the images presented by the system and the complete practice memory of Taishu Yuma Shenjiang, it can be roughly divided into 2 volumes, front and back. The first volume is the rain that nurtures the sea of consciousness of the soul, and every drop of rain is a part of Xie Fei's soul. Every drop of rain can command and control a demon. The latter part of the book contains a large number of methods of controlling demons and means of fighting enemies. This Taishu demon controlling divine chapter takes a different approach, it's unique to the extreme. All training is focused on controlling demons. If your soul is strong, you can control more and stronger demons. The stronger the demon, the stronger my own combat power will be. It's just that when it comes to cultivating one's own spiritual power, this Taishu Yumashin chapter is slightly weaker. But it's also true that there is no such thing as a perfect, all-encompassing magical skill. If it doesn't work later, I will directly integrate a few special spiritual powers and mysterious skills specially designed for breaking mirrors into it. Just think about the future, when I wave my hand, thousands of demons will sweep away everything. Xie Fei couldn't help but feel very excited. There is just one problem right now. So where can we find the demons to control? At the moment, he doesn't have any demons in his hands. Think about it. After a while, I'll go look for traces of the demon and try to catch one. Making up my mind. People have reached area number 2. This time back. Lao Benta came forward and was the first to congratulate him. I heard that Elder Xie's assessment has ended. From now on, he will be the core elder of the 2nd floor of our Sword Pavilion. Ha ha ha. Xie Fei was still a little absent-minded at this time, thinking about Lu Sheng's unusual behavior before. Seeing him like this, Lao Benta couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong? Did you suffer a mental shock during the assessment? If you feel something is wrong, just take a few days off and rest. There's nothing going on here anyway. Lu Sheng and I can handle it." Xie Fei came back to his senses and was about to speak when a figure came over and said, "Psychological shock. Who is mentally unstable? Why don't you go down the mountain with me tonight and play at Baihua Pavilion? I'll make sure your mind is perfect and you can go anywhere." The person who came back this time was Lu Sheng. The old man frowned and said, "You are already quite old, why do you keep thinking about S*X every day? Aren't you afraid that it will affect your cultivation?" Lu Sheng laughed, "I may be old, but my heart is young, and my body is even younger." You. Old Benta couldn't help but shook his head. Seeing Lu Sheng appear, Xie Fei thought about it and used the golden eye of life on him. Then I saw. Name, Wangan. Gender, male. Lifespan, 22/135. Realm, Qi training level 7. Destiny luck, Gray. Gray Fool's Fate, not recommended for investment. Recent demand, as the young master of Feng Yue sect, one of the 7 evil sects, I want to take a photo of a treasure-level divine sword in the Sword Pavilion. There is indeed a problem. Xie Fei was shocked. I didn't expect that Lu Sheng's real name was actually Wangan, and he was the young master of the evil Feng Yue sect. Previously, Lu Sheng had always claimed that he was already 51 years old and that his cultivation level was only at the 4th level of Qi training. I didn't expect that when Mingdao Jintong saw it, he found out that this person was hiding so deeply. A young master from a great evil sect actually changed his name and sneaked into this Sword Pavilion, intending to steal a treasure. Where is that treasure-level divine sword? Why would it attract the attention of an evil young master? Xie Fei couldn't figure out what was going on behind the scenes for a moment. But anyway. This Lu Sheng, or Wang An, is not a good person. Just when Xie Fei was observing Lu Sheng's background, a ray of light suddenly popped out from Lu Sheng's fingertips and then sank into Lao Benta's body. If it was an ordinary elder in the Qi training stage, it would be impossible for him to notice Lu Sheng's little action. But Xie Fei is already a golden elixir. Not to mention Lu Sheng snapping his fingers, even a mosquito flapping its wings could not escape his perception. Sensing the faint breath, Xie Fei was startled again. Because it's Jian 13. I didn't expect that the magic sword had not disappeared yet, and Lu Sheng had even penetrated into old Benta's body. For a while, thousands of thoughts flashed through my mind. By the time they reacted, Lu Sheng had already left with Lao Bentu, and no one knew where they went. I thought I would be able to see Lao Benta soon. But unexpectedly, after 3 days, until the guiding elder came to take Xie Fei to area number 7, no one showed up. Old Benta was most likely murdered, or he might have been possessed by Jian Shisan with the help of Lu Sheng. Should we report this to Chief Wu? After thinking it over, Xie Fei decided to put this idea aside for the time being. Since the other party has sneaked into Jiang'a for so long, he must have a lot of preparations and methods. If I rush out like this rashly, I might not only fail to accomplish my goal, but also bring myself into danger. Fengyue Gate. That is a well-known evil sect in the Xuanqi continent. Even if it is not as powerful as those holy places, it is definitely not something that a small Chang'e sword sect can deal with. In the days that followed, in addition to being familiar with the work in Area 7, Xie Fei also secretly observed Lu Sheng. On the 3rd day of July, Lu Sheng disappeared again. We still can't find him anywhere, and he hasn't left the sect. When his attention was focused on Lu Sheng, Xie Fei discovered more things were wrong. Lu Sheng disappeared without a trace for 9 days out of 10. There was no trace of him, either in the elder's residence or anywhere else. Several times, Xie Fei's Jindan realm consciousness followed and watched Lu Sheng return to the elder's residence. But it was almost instant. The person disappeared. The spiritual consciousness is also unable to lock onto its location. However, in the process of tracking Lu Sheng in the past few days, his spiritual consciousness accidentally heard some things about Xie Fei himself. It turned out that some elders on the 2nd floor discovered that he went between his residence and Jiang'a almost every day. He was clearly only at the 4th level of Qi training, but he never went out to hang out, nor did he go down the mountain to play in the city, and he never communicated with other elders. This series of unusual behaviors has attracted everyone's attention. Some elders even suspected that there was something wrong with him. After realizing that this might cause some unnecessary attention and trouble, Xie Fei decided to stop tracking Lu Sheng and resolve the matter first. I have heard some news these days. I heard from a few core elders that there is a misty forest outside Huayang City. I heard that there is a big monster lurking there. The nearest big city to Chang'e sword sect is Huayang City, 500 miles away. This trip down the mountain means killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only can you see if you can find the monster and try out the effect of the Taishu Yumashan Zhang, but you can also show that you are also an ordinary person and dispel everyone's doubts and concerns. But before that, one must first break through to the 2nd level of Golden Core. After so many days of practice and accumulation, and because of the assessment, Master Wu rewarded him with a bottle of spirit-gathering pill to save time. Now the spiritual power in his body is enough, but because of following Lu Sheng these days, Xie Fei has been suppressing it and has not made a breakthrough. However, since we have decided to go down the mountain, the stronger we are, the better, so as to avoid any accidents. To break through, you need an undisturbed environment, and you need to immerse your mind completely and concentrate. The Elder's residence has a corresponding magic array, and many small spirit-gathering arrays are carved under the residence. It is the best choice for current cultivation breakthroughs. So that night, Xie Fei spent half the night and entered the 2nd level in his own residence. Then the next day, I took a leave and went down the mountain. Stop. At this moment, outside Huayang City, at the edge of a small dense forest where fog lingers all year round, a sedan chair carried by 8 people stopped. The 8 people carrying the sedan chair were put behind, looking at the surrounding fog, and couldn't help but look back in fear. Master, this is the foggy forest you are looking for. The curtain of the carriage was lifted. Xie Fei walked down slowly and threw out a small silver cake. After getting the money, the 8 men immediately lifted the sedan chair and wanted to leave in a hurry. But the leading sedan bearer hesitated for a moment and reminded again, "Sir, the misty forest has always been a taboo for merchants. Even though going through the forest can save hundreds of miles, no one dares to go. Because a lot of people were eaten here 10 years ago." "You?" Xie Fei shook his head slightly and smiled. "I'm just curious, I'm just walking around in this forest, I'm not going in." "That's good. We still have business to do, so I'll leave first." The 8 people bowed, carried the empty sedan and headed towards Huayang City. Watching the people leaving in a hurry, Xie Fei said nothing. He did not step into the woods until the 8 people disappeared. The reason Xie Fei rode in a sedan chair carried by 8 people was not because he wanted to enjoy himself or show off. On the contrary, the human-powered sedan chair is too slow and is far less fast than flying on its own. It's just that Xie Fei needed a guide who knew the place, and the leader he met was pretty good, so he gave him the business. To him, worldly money is really not worth mentioning. Chapter 32, The Great Monster in the Misty Forest and Other People Who Came Suddenly. Misty Forest. An area belonging to Huayang City. Since no one has walked here for many years, this place has long been like a primitive jungle. According to the information I heard, there is an extremely powerful monster here. In those days, many merchants died in Huayang City, so they sought help from the Changhe sword sect. Afterwards, an elite elder who had reached the 9th level of Qi training came to the sword sect. I thought I could accomplish it easily without any effort. As a result, he went deep into the misty forest and fought with the big monster. Not only did he fail to take it down, he was even severely injured by the big monster. From this perspective, the strength of that great demon should be in the initial stage of foundation building. If he is at the 3rd level of foundation building, then the elder at the 9th level of Qi training should not be able to escape back to the sword sect. Xie Fei was thinking in his mind as he stepped into the misty forest. With the system rebate, crossing the river with a reed can be extremely fast even without flying. The spiritual power vibrated slightly and then disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already 100 feet away. If the 8 sedan bearers were still there, they would be so shocked that their eyes would pop out of their heads when they saw this scene. It takes about half a cup of tea. Xie Fei has already reached the depths of the misty forest, which is the core area in the middle. However, the size of this misty forest was beyond his expectations. Since there has been no traffic all year round, the roads here are covered with weeds and trees. The misty forest is now almost twice as large as it was in the early years. Being in the middle ground. Looking up, I saw hazy white mist everywhere. In the thick fog, many corpses could be vaguely seen. Some are human, some are animal, and some are unknown ferocious beasts. The corpses were piled up in a mess. It's shocking to watch. Xie Fei also noticed that there were many wild dogs that came from nowhere, wandering around, looking for bones to chew on. These extremely hungry wild dogs were very ferocious, with murderous looks on their faces, as if they would pounce on you the next moment if they were spotted. It's sunny outside, but there's a perennial evil fog here. And this demonic fog also has the effect of isolating spiritual consciousness. I tried to release my spiritual sense, but it turned out that I could only explore about 20 miles. After realizing that there was something wrong with the white mist, Xie Fei couldn't help but be a little surprised. You know. With his current strength of the 2nd grade of Golden Core, coupled with the Taishu Yumashan Zhang, his soul and consciousness can compete with some masters who have just entered the nascent soul stage. As a result, we can only explore an area of 20 miles. This misty forest must have undergone some unknown changes. If it was this strong, the elite elder at that time might not even be able to enter the forest. After thinking about this, Xie Fei couldn't help but frown. He finally understood why the sword sect did not send anyone to deal with the matter later. It seems that the big demon has some unknown secrets. But the stronger it is, the more interested I am. If we could capture this great monster and control it, our combat power would definitely be greatly enhanced. Think of this. Xie Fei took another step. But we hadn't walked far. I saw fog surging, and then 2 strange figures appeared in front of me. Take a closer look. One is a moving skeleton. The other one was a tall and thin wolf with a ferocious face and green eyes. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, directly double-teamed Xie Fei. Blocking in front of you. It was that unusual wealthy wolf. The look he gave Xie Fei was as if he was staring at fat meat that was about to reach his mouth. The open mouth was dripping with sticky foam. Is this a low-level demon? There are also many records about demons in the Changhe sword sect. I have seen some of them before. Before coming here, Xie Fei looked through a lot of information. The group of demons is very complex. Overall, it is divided into two parts, demons and monsters. Among them, monsters are generally weaker in strength, and only powerful ones can be called demons. Looking at the two little demons in front of him that were obviously not wild beasts, Xie Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. The spiritual consciousness had already detected these two things. But since his strength was too low, he was only at the first level of Qi training, so he didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect that he would jump out and seek death. I'll use you to test my Taishu demon control seal. Xie Fei waved his hand. He separated out two powerful spiritual powers and instantly suppressed the skeleton man and the wealth wolf. Then the soul split into two strands. Just when Xie Fei was about to try out the effect of controlling the demon. At the other end of the misty forest, close to the central core area, there was a thick fog. The whole sky was gray. And in the depths of the fog, something would move from time to time. There are even a large number of traveling merchants that are like ghosts and zombies. Suddenly, a ray of light suddenly broke through the fog. Then he flew into the group of traveling merchants who had been dead for many years. The lights interweave and the harvest is rapid. After 3 breaths, a large number of corpses fell to the ground. Looking at them one by one, each body was cut into finger-sized pieces. In this case, even if they become monsters, there is absolutely no chance of them being resurrected. However, there seems to be a strong man in the traveling merchant team. He actually knocked the light away with one punch, then let out a loud roar and pounced towards the place where the light came from like a tiger descending from a mountain. But what was that light that was knocked away? It was a flying sword with a strange shape. In the hands of the operator, the sword turned upside down and suddenly burst out with an even more violent murderous intent. The strongman was nailed to the ground in one go. The movement suddenly stopped. A group of people came up in the thick fog. The leader was a middle-aged man in a purple gown. As soon as he appeared, he raised his hand and waved. As the flying sword flew back, a beam of fire fell on the body of the strongman, suddenly burning it to ashes. The chief is indeed worthy of being the elder of the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Sect. This flying sword and divine fire is breathtaking. A woman who was half a step behind the purple-shirted man laughed. The woman was dressed in a black robe, and her every move exuded endless sharpness. It's like a walking sword, making people feel scared. The chief smiled back and said modestly, "Elder Lin Shui, you are too polite. I am just an unknown little elder of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Everything I have learned is from this flying sword. In terms of sword attainments, I am naturally not as good as those born in the sword sect." Hearing this, Lin Shui smiled slightly. In any case, with the presence of the first-grade Golden Core chieftain, the matter of the Misty Forest should be resolved smoothly. The Dragon and Tiger sect is best at dealing with demons. As long as we can hold back the dog demon, we can obtain the blood essence stone. Several people were walking and chatting. But that's not all. Waves of rich bloody smell floated in the fog. Generally speaking, blood always has a strong fishy smell. But this blood not only does not have the slightest smell of blood, it even has a hint of sweet fragrance. This is bloodstone. Lin Shui was shocked. Immediately rush in the direction of the smell. Wading to the place, I discovered that this was actually a field of corpses. Right in the middle of the ground full of bones. A blood-red round stone as big as an adult's fist was floating in the air. It has grown so big. Seeing this huge blood stone, Lin Shui's eyes lit up. Then she was about to fly over and take it. But just as he was about to move, he was stopped by the chief of the Dragon and Tiger sect. Elder Lin Shui might as well wait for a moment. I heard the chief trying to stop me. Lin Shui looked back in surprise. Just then, I saw that the old chief was staring at the blood stone on the corpse with a serious look. Lin Shui was about to ask the reason. Suddenly, a low roar was heard from the fog. Buzz. In an instant, the world is changing drastically. A surge of demonic energy emerged, carrying with it a huge momentum. The source of that evil spirit. It's right below the blood stone. Bathed in the rolling evil spirit, the blood stone became more translucent, and the sweet scent became more intense. Lin Shui was suddenly startled. Only then did I understand why such a huge blood stone was born here. It turns out there is a big monster hiding underneath. Judging from the aura, I'm afraid it's that extremely powerful dog demon. Bang. Senbai's corpse exploded with a loud bang. A monster with 4 limbs that looked like a buffalo appeared. The fog cleared. Everyone saw his appearance clearly. It's a huge dog. What's terrifying is, this dog actually has 3 heads. At this moment, 6 eyes with red light were staring at them. Even though Lin Shui is extremely arrogant and powerful. But when he was stared at by the dog demon, his soul was shaken and his face turned pale. Just a glance. This big shot from the Changhe sword sect's sword tomb suffered a loss. In this case, the other elders from the sword tomb who followed along naturally felt even worse. Some even vomited blood and their souls were damaged. Unexpectedly, this dog demon actually has the ability to harm people's souls. At this time, the chieftain from the Dragon Tiger sect spoke up, "All of you stand behind me." Talking. He took a step forward and met the gaze of the dog demon. Then his left hand produced a golden talisman from somewhere. A hint of surprise appeared on the chief's solemn face. This dog demon is not simple. Not only is its strength already at the first level of golden core, he is gifted with extraordinary skills that can destroy people's souls. If we can capture it and refine it into my demon puppet. Looking at the dog demon, the chief laughed. The Dragon and Tiger sect is best at dealing with demons. Even if this dog demon is also a first-grade golden elixir, he is confident that he can defeat it today. Swish. The old chief flew into the air. First he muttered something. Then he swung his left hand and several golden talismans flew out. Still in midair, these golden symbols burst into dazzling golden light. Then, among these golden lights, lines of blood-colored runes seemed to come alive and envelop the dog demon. Face the attack. The dog demon showed its ferocious appearance and let out a low roar. The 2 heads dealt with the bloody golden talismans, while the one in the middle bit towards the old chief. For a moment, a man and a demon fought each other here and everything was turned upside down. The earth kept shaking and the white mist kept rolling. This momentum is really terrifying. Lin Shui and other elders from the sword tomb watched the fight between the chief and the big monster in the sky. There was envy in everyone's eyes. As expected of a Jindan realm expert. Can I reach such a level? Golden elixir, if it is not golden elixir, it will always be an ant. Roar. With a roar, a dog demon with a strength of about the 8th level of mortal was torn into pieces by 2 figures. One of them bit and swallowed the flesh. It was the same jackal from before. The other figure, who else could it be but the skeleton man? Compared to the beginning, the combat power of the jackals and skeletons seems to have increased a lot now. Judging from his realm, he has already reached the 2nd level of Qi training. This Taishu demon-controlled divine seal is indeed abnormal. Not only can it control demons, it can even allow them to absorb the opponent's power through fighting, thereby quickly improving the strength of the demon. In the fog, Xie Fei watched this scene quietly. I was extremely surprised at the changes in the jackals and skeletons. Ever since I tamed these 2 little demons, he had been wandering in this misty forest for an hour. The little demons and wild beasts they encountered were all dealt with by jackals and skeletons. Apart from taming the 2 little demons at the beginning, Xie Fei hasn't even moved his hands until now. After an hour of observation and experimentation, Xie Fei also made a surprising discovery. That was when he was controlling the demons to fight. As the demons under his command grow in strength, his own strength will also grow. Although the increase is not much. But as long as there are enough monsters and enough battlefields, then there is no need to practice at all, your cultivation level will increase rapidly. But it is worth mentioning. Period. Xie Fei constantly hears the will and spirit of the jackal and the skeleton man. If you are in this situation for a long time, even if a person is not crazy, he or she is likely to have mental demons. Fortunately, there is Jianqin Tongming. No matter how the jackals and skeletons harassed Xie Fei's spiritual will, they could not shake his mind. Even if he wanted to, they can all be completely blocked. After discovering these situations one by one, Xie Fei couldn't help but sigh, this Taishu Yuma divine chapter. I can only say one thing, it is worthy of being produced by the system. Kill this little demon. Xie Fei continued to take the only 2 demons to find another battlefield. However, just after the jackal and the skeleton man teamed up to kill another skeleton, Xie Fei suddenly sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. And it was accompanied by a demonic aura rising into the sky. This is. His mind moved and his spiritual consciousness was suddenly released. Then he saw a man and a demon fighting in midair about 15 miles away from him. Golden Core Realm. This misty forest actually attracted someone at the Golden Core stage. Aren't you trying to snatch the demon from me? Xie Fei didn't bother to continue the experiment and waved his hand immediately. The 2 little demons, the jackal and the skeleton, were captured by him. Then he immediately flew towards the place where the battle was taking place. With all your strength. His figure was like a flash of lightning, disappearing into the fog in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only the ever-rolling sea of mist and clouds. It's peaceful and quiet, go. The old chief controlled the flying sword with his mind, like a butterfly flying through flowers, and instantly slashed at the 3-headed dog demon. At the same time, he kept throwing out golden talismans with his left hand. When golden light flashed, countless runes covered the area like a huge net. Boom boom. However, the 3-headed dog demon opened its mouth and 3 blood-red balls of light suddenly spurted out. A big hole was blown in the rune net on the spot. Then the dog demon leaped out of the big hole and bit the flying sword that was coming towards it. Chapter 33, The Master of Swordsmanship is called the Sword God. Clang. The collision of fangs and flying swords. He actually broke the chief's flying sword. 2 broken swords flew out and landed among the corpses on the ground. No matter how the old chief urged them, there was no response. And after breaking the 2 attacks at once, the dog demon pounced again and bit the old chief in midair fiercely. Fangs that can even bite off flying swords. If the chief really bites hard this time, he will definitely not be able to bear it. Bang. The rolling demonic energy was surging, like a bolt of thunder bursting out of nowhere. It instantly covered the entire sky. Lin Shui and other Sword Tomb elders below were all horrified when they saw this. Everyone thought that the chief would be defeated by this dog demon. But I didn't think about it. Outside of the evil spirit, the chief's embarrassed figure suddenly appeared. Very good. A pair of fangs can actually destroy spiritual treasures. It can even bite off my spiritual weapon flying sword. I didn't expect a monster like you to be able to achieve such a feat. The old chief's eyes were burning with anger. He wished he could catch the dog demon on the spot and give it a proper ritual. It seems that I must use some of my best skills. Otherwise, there is a real possibility that I won't be able to subdue you today. The words fell. The chief waved his hand. A purple light flew out from the cuffs. Take a closer look. It turned out to be a purple talisman. A purple halo circulated, bringing with it a strong sense of oppression. The Longhu Tianzong is famous in the Xuanqi continent for its talismans and flying swords. The chief is an elder of the dragon and tiger sect at the true level, and his flying sword is unrivaled in the world. However, compared to his flying sword, what really makes him powerful is actually his talismans. At this time, with the chieftain's old purple talisman in his hand, all his spiritual power poured in like a river bursting its banks. The purple talisman shines brightly, the power of heaven is evident. Once the decree is issued, all evil will hide. The old chief was emitting a terrifying aura, and the purple talisman in his hand emitted a dazzling light. His entire body was enveloped in purple light. It's like a god standing between heaven and earth. Boom. There seemed to be thunder. Then a purple light, like thunder, shot out from the purple talisman. It hit the dog demon in one blow. Woof. This seemed to be the first time the dog demon felt pain, and it let out a wail as its skin was torn. But the purple light was not over yet. Another 7 or 8 appeared in succession. The dog demon wanted to dodge around, but the purple lightning seemed to have locked onto it, and it was useless no matter how it escaped. Not even a breath. All the purple light and thunder fell on the dog demon. Suddenly, the huge body was charred black, the scarlet flesh was turned inside out, and the white bones were exposed in the mist. It couldn't even maintain its monster body, and was about to degenerate into the size of a normal dog. But the chief over there is not feeling well either. Continuously using such ferocious moves has gradually drained his spiritual power. He fell to the ground, not wanting to waste even a bit of his spiritual energy to stay in the air. But although a little exhausted. But the chief's eyes were full of joy and pride. It's just a monster, even though it has talent, it can't be brought to justice. Why don't you surrender immediately and follow me back to the Dragon Tiger sect to become a Dragon Tiger war puppet? The old chief's words were shocking. The momentum was as if the dog demon would be crushed to ashes and killed on the spot if it did not agree. Such courage and strength are truly amazing. Lin Xue and the others in the distance nodded in admiration and almost applauded and cheered. However, just when everyone thought that the situation was settled and the monsters could not cause any trouble, the miserable dog demon suddenly barked towards the sky, woof woof woof. I don't understand what trick it is. There was no other movement on its part. But with the shout, all the fog in the misty forest gathered. A moment. A thick fog gathered and completely enveloped the dog demon. From a distance, it looks like a huge white cocoon. Boom. The condensed white mist suddenly exploded. A white three-headed dog monster about 100 feet tall makes a stunning appearance. Woof. The head in the middle screamed towards the sky. Obviously the sound is not loud. But it caused the heaven and earth to shake, and everyone's soul was in turmoil. Faced with this sudden change, the chieftain was horrified. Law of heaven and earth. It is rumored that the demon has a powerful magical power. It is called following the laws of heaven and earth. I didn't expect to see you today. The old chief had no time to think, and immediately mobilized his remaining spiritual power desperately, unleashing purple light and thunder to attack. But these were the purple lights that the dog demon was unable to resist before. Now even the fur hasn't been broken. The three-headed dog, which was 100 feet in size, stomped its hind legs hard. Then you see it. The rich purple light that enveloped the old chief standing on the ground suddenly shattered like glass exploding. Bang! A crack suddenly appeared on the purple talisman in the chief's hand. His whole body shook violently, his face turned pale, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The three-headed dog moved slightly. When he reappeared, he was already above the chief. Then all four hooves fell down with a thud. Boom boom. Smoke and dust rose up, and bones were scattered everywhere. The old chief vomited blood and escaped to another sky with difficulty. The future situation. It's like a hunter conversion. The old chief was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. If it weren't for the multiple magical weapons that could save his life, he would have probably died in front of this 100-meter-long three-headed dog. But the old chief's spiritual power was on the verge of exhaustion, and he could not control these powerful magic weapons for much longer. I estimate that he will die in a cup of tea at most. Buzz. A white light flashed down like lightning. Where it landed, endless dust exploded and a huge pit 3 feet deep appeared. The old chief screamed and crawled out of the edge. Although I resisted. But a defensive magic weapon on his body, which was similar to a bronze mirror, had been broken. At this moment, the old chief no longer had the high-spirited, unfathomable demeanor of a strongman as before. Elder Lin, this. Far away. Seeing this scene, the Sword Tomb Elder couldn't help but look at Lin Xue in panic. Lin Xue held the sword in his right hand, and the sword was unsheathed. But facing the ferociousness of the 100-meter-long three-headed dog, her hands were shaking and she was afraid to step forward. She is only at the second level of foundation building. How can one interfere with the fight at the Jindan realm? I have the will but not the power. I thought I could get the blood stone successfully this time. But I didn't expect it to be like this. If not, we can only retreat first. Lin Shui gritted her teeth and said helplessly. How could she care about the life or death of the chief? I just hope that I can save the lives of the people behind me this time, and not lose any manpower to the sword tomb. How could this situation come about? A dog demon at the first level of the Golden Core realm actually possesses one of the most secret skills of demons. In its current state, even a 9th-grade Jindan would be defeated. The old chief, who was exhausted from escaping, was complaining in his heart. He irritated the 3 dogs. Now I can only bear the monster's rage. The chief had thought about asking the Changhe sword sect for help. But unfortunately those people were too weak. Even if they had the courage to come over, they could not stop the 3-headed dog demon that had activated the law of heaven and earth. Moreover, at this critical moment, when one's own life is at stake, who would risk his life to help? If it were him. Even if I have the ability, I won't interfere. Thoughts flow. This caused the movement to slow down for a moment. The 3-headed dog immediately seized the opportunity, and 3 rays of evil light spewed out from its 3 mouths. The old chief was at the end of his strength, so how could he hide any longer? The only option now is to fight hard. But my magic weapon is gone. The old chief closed his eyes slightly, as if he knew that struggling was futile and had already accepted his fate. It's just a favor, a favor. How did it end up like this? Are you going to lose your life here? My heart was filled with bitterness and despair. Just when Lin Shui and others thought that the chief was doomed to die and were ready to escape, an extremely powerful spiritual consciousness that swept across the heavens and the earth suddenly enveloped them. In an instant. All peace and tranquility. See you later. The 100-foot-long 3-headed dog was restrained in an instant. The 3 evil lights disintegrated midway. This is. The old chief who survived the disaster has not yet recovered from his shock. Immediately following. Then you can see it above the void. A figure descended. Then I sensed the 3-headed dog being restrained. With just the power of the soul and spiritual consciousness, a great demon that can control the heavens and the earth is suppressed. The chieftain suddenly came back to his senses and said in shock, "This is the Yuanian great power." Lin Shui and the others who heard the exclamation from afar were immediately shocked. Then everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the strange figure that appeared in disbelief. He can suppress a golden elixir demon with spiritual awareness alone. There are only nascent souls or above. For these Sword Tomb elders, Jindan masters are people they need to look up to. Not to mention big figures like Yuanying. This kind of existence completely belongs to the level of transcendental power. You may never come into contact with it in your lifetime. But now it appears. And we also saw the nascent soul master take action. How could Lin Shui and the others not be surprised and shocked? Everyone saw the face of this big man clearly, an ordinary person with ordinary looks. But with the blessing of the nascent soul realm. This ordinary appearance, on the contrary, seems even more mysterious. As soon as this big guy appeared, he just mentioned it to the bound 3-headed dog void. Then the 100-foot-tall figure suddenly retreated. In the blink of an eye. It became the size of an ordinary puppy. Even the 3 heads became 1 head. This is a method of directly revealing the true form of the great demon. The chief, Lin Shui, and others were immediately terrified. A peerless monster that forced them to accept their fate and flee for their lives. Now he is like a good dog, being easily bullied by any big guy who appears. This strength and presence. It's so terrifying. Seeing that the dog demon was about to be taken away. A sudden change occurred. The dog demon suddenly barked, and a thick white mist burst out from its body. The mist that had been absorbed back before appeared again. With the help of this white mist, the dog demon actually broke free from the spiritual constraints. Then all 4 legs swung wildly. With a whoosh, he escaped. Broken. When the old chief saw this, his pupils trembled and his face turned pale with fear. I didn't expect this dog demon to be so cunning. I never expected that the white mist would have such a huge restraining effect on spiritual consciousness. This sudden escape move. I guess even with this nascent soul master, he would be able to escape from this dog demon if he is not careful. Just when the chief was frightened. But then the nascent soul master slowly landed in front of the group of elders from the Changhe sword sect. He said to Lin Shui, "Do you have a sword?" An indifferent and slightly cold tone came. Lin Xue was slightly stunned and subconsciously took out her own magic sword. Have. The words just came out. My hands feel lighter. The sword has fallen into the hands of this yuanying master. Nice sword. The ordinary nascent soul master nodded slightly, and then the sword flashed. Moment. The sword flashed towards the dog demon far away in the sky. The chieftain, Lin Xue, and the elders of the sword tomb. What they saw was a scene that they would never forget in their entire lives. The moment the sword light appeared, the whole sky suddenly darkened. Sword intent. Boundless sword intent fills the heaven and earth. In this instant, the void is cut off. In this vast world of sword intent, a trace of blood-red sword evil emerged again. The appearance of Jiansha made everyone feel cold and as if they were falling into an icy cave. Sword light. Sword intent. Sword evil. 3 phases in one. In the blink of an eye, the fleeing dog demon was submerged. I'll return the sword to you. No one was able to come back to their senses, and the heaven and earth were losing their color. But this ordinary nascent soul master just made a faint sound. Then the sword returned to Lin Xue's hand. Wait and see. The yuanying boss has disappeared on the spot. When he looked again, he had appeared near the dog demon. Then in the blink of an eye, all disappeared. After a while, as the sky was clear and the earth was peaceful, Chief Old and Lin Xue and the others slowly came back to their senses. Everyone's eyes widened, looking dazed. All he saw and thought about was the sword that just now seemed like a ghost. Although it is clear that the other party is a yuanying boss. But actually seeing such a terrifying sword still caused a shock that shook the soul and sea of consciousness. Is this the strength of the yuanying master? A sword of ghosts and gods. Sword god. This is the sword god. The old chief was so agitated that he could hardly control himself. He even knelt down and shouted, "This is the sword god in the sword way." Only a sword that eclipses the heaven and earth can be worthy of the title of sword god. The so-called god. Here it refers to the existence on the great Tao that is close to God, or even surpasses God. The way of swordsmanship is divine. He is called the sword god. By practicing the art of flying sword, the chief can be said to have already stepped half a foot into the way of swordsmanship. That's why. Only then did he understand the meaning of the word sword god. There are only a few sword practitioners who can be called sword gods. The old chief had once fantasized about receiving such an honor one day. But now, he would be satisfied just thinking about meeting a sword god. But I didn't think. Not only did I see it today, I even saw the sword god take action with my own eyes. The chief's inappropriate excitement made the elders of the sword tomb react one after another. When I heard the chief shouting sword god, a thought flashed through Lin Xue's mind. Could it be that adult? She thought of it. It was the nascent soul boss of the Sword Pavilion who had caused a stir in the Changhe sword sect before. This association. It seems like they are really the same person. Lin Xue will never forget the earth-shaking scene she saw above the Sword Pavilion in the sword sect that day. The sword breaks the dragon. The Tao shakes heaven and earth. That momentum and energy. It is too similar to the sword used today. More importantly, what Jianghe announced to the public was that a nascent soul sword god had emerged from Jianghe. Could it be that 2 sword gods suddenly appeared nearby? Lin Xue had the answer in her heart. After she decided to return to Changhe sword sect, she would immediately report what happened today. But in an instant, Lin Xue thought of something again and suddenly looked down at the sword in his hand. Sword god, used my sword. She muttered to herself, and her right hand unconsciously grasped the hilt of the sword. I don't know if it's an illusion. There seemed to be some residual warmth from the sword god's palm. Her body trembled, and a different feeling surged in her heart. Chapter 34, The Remnant Soul of Jian Shursan. Xie Fei at this time. Flying in the air were the jackals and skeletons that had been subdued before, as well as the dog demon just now. He has put them all into the system space. Although ordinary living things or life forms cannot be stored in the system space. But because these 3 monsters are controlled, they are considered Xie Fei's property. And because his cultivation has reached the second level of golden elixir. The internal area of the system space has expanded from about half an acre at the beginning to nearly 100 acres. Not to mention 3 monsters, even 300 of them would be more than enough. I guess the elders in the Sword Tomb would never have thought that a nobody in the Sword Pavilion like me could be the mysterious master just now, right? Thinking back to everything he had done before, Xie Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. With the Thousand Faces spirit transformation technique, turning into an ordinary man is naturally not a big deal. In order to avoid being exposed, he didn't even use his exclusive sword. But the explosion of that sword. It also gave Xie Fei a general understanding of his own strength. If he uses all his strength, he should be able to fight against a master who has just entered the nascent soul stage. Even though he still couldn't win in the end, it was still scary enough. It's worthy of the system rebate. I sighed secretly. His attention turned to the dog demon he had just controlled. Now he has been subdued by the Taishu demon subduing chapter. This dog demon in the system space is like a little white dog, walking around obediently. It is not difficult to tell from its smart eyes that this great demon at the first level of the Golden Core realm has extraordinary intelligence. In the previous fight with the old chief, this dog demon also displayed his special demonic power of controlling the heavens and the earth. The demons that can control the heavens and the earth must have either inherited some great power or have wealthy ancestors and extraordinary bloodlines. It's obvious. This dog demon is most likely the latter. That is to say, this is no ordinary dog. I'm afraid that future achievements will exceed some of our imaginations. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise for Xie Fei. With my own combat power, plus this dog demon. Below the nascent soul stage, there should be no rivals, right? Xie Fei smiled softly, and with a slight movement of his mind, the dog demon was released from the system space. Then it grows against the wind. It suddenly transformed into a 3-headed demon dog about 3 meters long. Walk. Xie Fei jumped on it, too lazy to fly on his own, and directly drove the dog demon towards the sword sect. This picture. TSK. What a young man riding a dog. Jiang'a. Elder's residence. Xie Fei returned to his room, looked at the dog demon that had transformed into a puppy again, and asked with a smile, "Why don't I call you Xiaobai from now on?" After being controlled by the Taishu demon controlling chapter, the dog demon, whose life and death hung in the balance, naturally did not dare to make any resistance. All he could do was listen to this extremely common name and lick his face while barking woof woof happily. By the way, should I refine some backup magic weapons? Otherwise, I would have nothing useful except my own sword. And when I go outside, I must not show my exclusive sword to others easily, otherwise it will be easy to associate it with my true identity. Then we need some other magic weapon to cover it up. And it is best to refine the magic weapon in secret. Xie Fei thought about it and began to count his belongings. If you want to refine a magic weapon, the materials alone require a lot of spirit stones. I still feel like I'm a little short of money. After much calculation, he realized that if he only wanted to refine a few small magic weapons for use in the foundation establishment stage, his own spirit stones would be enough. But it can be used to refine the Golden Core realm or even the nascent soul realm. That's still a long way to go. If I rely on my own savings, I don't know when it will take. It would be best if I could get some rebate spirit stones later. Or it would be best to just use the magic weapon in one go. Otherwise, we have to go see if we can kill a few people and grab a few magic weapons. For example, the evil young master who goes by the alias Lu Sheng and whose real name is Wangan. Elder Xie Fei, what are you thinking about? Today is July 13th. It happened to be the 100th birthday of Master Wu. After getting off work, the elders from the second level of Jiang'a were taken to Huayang City to celebrate. Now is the time for everyone to disperse. Some familiar elders saw Xie Fei standing in front of a red light district and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Xie Fei smiled and shook his head. He just took a look and didn't expect to be misunderstood. However, he did not explain, but replied with regret, "When I came to Huayang City before, I met several girls who asked me to come over and play. But I felt embarrassed to be alone, so I ignored them." Upon hearing this, the elders around burst into laughter. "Oh! Elder Xie is shy. Ha 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 ha. Lu Sheng laughed and walked forward, pulling Xie Fei and said, "It's a beautiful night, why don't you come with me? The women in Huayang City are different from ordinary mortal girls because they are close to our sword sect. If you give me spirit stones, there will even be female monks to serve me personally." Perhaps because the Changhe sword sect is only a third-rate sect, the disciples and elders within the sect have not been able to escape from the mundane world. If those holy places still existed, it would be basically impossible for their current situation to occur. Not to mention going to brothels together to find girls. Elder Lu, please go and have fun by yourself. I will just go back to the sword sect. Xie Fei smiled, seeming a little shy and embarrassed. The other elders from Area 7 immediately joked, "Hey! How can you take our Elder Xiao Fei to play something like this? Elder Xiao Fei has a promising future, and I'm afraid he will be promoted to the 3rd level in the future. We can't let this delay our Elder Xiao Fei." Hearing this, Lu Sheng said, "How can this be considered a delay? The elders of the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion will not assess these things." "That's true." Several other elders responded, "Let's go. Hurry and bring Elder Xiao Fei along." Elder Xiao Fei refused so much, could it be that he still hasn't had a woman? Ha ha ha. Stop indulging in cultivation and do more other things. Human beings, reproduction is the most important thing. Right. Don't forget the basics of being a human being. If everyone is like Elder Xiao Fei, what will happen to these girls in the future? Without income, it's too pitiful. That's right. The group of people were chatting and laughing. None of them look like old people who are in their teens or even hundreds of years old. I can only say, once you embark on the path of spiritual practice, you spend all your time practicing, and your mentality rarely resembles that of an ordinary old man. I joked with Fei for a while. Everyone's conversation turned to what was happening in the brothel. This one talks about which girl he went to see last time and her temperament. The one who said that the wine in that street shop is diluted with water is a shady shop, so don't go there. Everyone was chatting excitedly. What no one noticed was Xie Fei next to him, although he occasionally joined in the topic, even had an expression of wanting to know but being shy on his face. But his eyes were clear, and his mind was all on Lu Sheng and the other person. Lu Sheng seems to be the one who plays the most and has the most experience among all the elders. He was surrounded and asked to share his experience. And another person. Like Xie Fei, he stood at the edge, just watching everyone talking without interrupting. In other words, the old benta who has not been seen for a long time. There seemed to be no problem with the two people. In Xie Fei's eyes, something was wrong. Lao Benta should be dead. I'm afraid that he has become Jian Shisan now. It is even very likely that it was Jian Shisan who was restrained by Lu Sheng. If only Lao Benta hadn't died. At this time, you should be the first one to stand up and advise everyone. But now. Thinking of this, Xie Fei couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the young master of the evil Fengyue sect, plus the rebirth of the magic sword. It's just the 2nd floor of Jianghe, but it's turned out like this. If it's some holy place or a first-rate sect, it wouldn't be surprising if it's so complicated. But it's just a third-rate sword sect that has such a weird thing happen. This will. Everyone was chatting animatedly. Immediately, many people pulled Lu Sheng and insisted on taking them into play. After rushing into the brothel in a mighty manner. At the street corner. Only Xie Fei and a few elders were left. I didn't go to chat with other elders. Xie Fei walked towards Lao Benta with an enthusiastic look. After hugging Lao Benta's shoulders, he laughed loudly and said, "Lao Bentu, where have you been these days? Come on, let's go back together tonight. I haven't seen you for a few days." It was obvious that Lao Bentu's whole body stiffened. Calculate. Before he could say no, Xie Fei hugged the person and walked out directly. Not giving any chance at all. I walked through 3 streets in a row. It was already midnight. Although it was late, the prosperous Huayang city was still brightly lit. Walk. Xie Fei laughed and took Lao Bentu into an empty alley. After entering the alley, the old man finally had the chance to speak. "Elder Xie Fei, aren't we going back? Where did you take me?" "Nowhere." Xie Fei smiled and said, "I just want to ask you something." Should I call you Jian Shisan now, or should I continue to call you Lao Bentu? Lao Bentu was stunned. Then he immediately put on a confused look. Jian Shisan. Who is Jian Shisan? I am Lao Bentu. Elder Xie Fei, did you make a mistake? Xie Fei turned around and stared at him for a long time. Suddenly he shook his head and sighed. I thought you would kill someone suddenly, but you turned out to be playing dumb. It seems that you have been seriously injured and your strength has declined. Otherwise, I wouldn't be controlled by Lu Sheng. Old Bentu's eyes rolled around, but his face was still very confused, as if he didn't understand at all. In that case, I'll just kill you tonight. It can be considered as a little revenge for Lao Bentu. Xie Fei just finished speaking. Old Bentu suddenly changed his confusion and shouted, Who are you? You actually took over Elder Xie Fei's body. This place is under the jurisdiction of the Changhe Sword Sect, and dozens of Sword Sect elders are gathering here again. Believe it or not, I can capture you immediately after I give the signal. Shouting. Lao Bentu wanted to rush out of the alley. You still want to leave? Jian Shisan, Jian Shisan, you are quite good at escaping from your shell. Xie Fei didn't make any move. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Lao Bentu. After realizing this abnormal strength, Lao Bentu finally had a real reaction. There was a hint of shock and fear in his eyes. It was as if I had seen something incredible. You, this strength. You are definitely not that kid. Who are you? The old man asked sternly. Xie Fei did not respond, but pointed his right hand like a sword. It instantly fell on Lao Bentu's heart. Phew! The sword points into the flesh. The light flashed and disappeared. Then a bloody little sword was seen forced out from Lao Bentu's body. Swish! With one grab, Xie Fei caught the remaining soul of Jian Shisan in his palm. The small sword kept twisting. Jian Shisan's voice exploded in his mind, his tone filled with fear and disbelief. You actually used your sword power to force me out of my body. Why is your soul sword so domineering and fierce? No. Impossible. Could it be, you are the nascent soul sword god? Wrong. You can actually control the soul, this is the soul-devouring magic of the demon lineage. Are you a demon? Or a monster? Who on earth are you? Jian Shisan was becoming more and more shocked. It was like meeting Xie Fei for the first time. It was also the first time I truly got to know Xie Fei. To the end. The instinct for survival took over. Jian Shisan suddenly changed the subject, his tone suddenly became pleading, No, no, no. Let me go, let me go. I can command you at your command, and even take you as my master, becoming the spirit of your magic sword. Faced with Jian Shisan's pleading, Xie Fei used a little force expressionlessly. Then, puff! The remaining soul of Jian Shisan was shattered on the spot. A pure and different energy appeared and was picked up by Xie Fei and thrown into the system space. Xiao Bai, who had been waiting for a long time, swallowed up all the energy belonging to the soul. Demons are born with the ability to absorb souls. It is a great tonic for the soul of a cultivator. But generally speaking, the soul is tangible and difficult to capture. This time, Xiao Bai got a chance. After absorbing the spiritual energy of Jian Shisan, Xiao Bai immediately fell into a deep sleep. Once he wakes up, his strength will surely improve, and he will be able to provide greater help to Xie Fei. After dealing with the remaining soul of Jian Shisan, Xie Fei looked at the unconscious Lao Bentu. It seems that Jian Shisan has not completely devoured Lao Bentu's will, otherwise he would have become a corpse by now. As long as Lao Bentu still has some remaining will and soul, then there is hope of recovery. Just need a little something to add. Think about it. Xie Fei took out the jackal, extracted its soul, and injected it into Lao Bentu's body. With the help of this jackal demon's nourishment, Lao Bentu should recover soon. At least waking up was no problem. Just suffered this great disaster. If there is no special opportunity in the future, I am afraid that my achievements will stop here. Old Bentu, I hope you can be worthy of the loss of a little demon like me. After saying, Xie Fei didn't care anymore and turned and left. If what you expect is correct. Under the nourishment of the jackal demon's soul, Lao Bento will regain consciousness in about 3 hours. Chapter 35, it turns out that he is a talent worthy of investment. In these days when there is no one to invest, my realm is improving slowly. More than half a month has passed since the last celebration of Master Wu's 100th birthday. Xie Fei had already broken through to the 3rd level of golden elixir last night. At this moment, he was wandering around the core area of the 2nd floor board. Although he became a core elder. But let's be honest. Instead, he was getting further and further away from those inner disciples. Originally, Xie Fei thought that it was just because he had just arrived and needed to familiarize himself with the work environment and adapt to the responsibilities of a core elder. Only then will you be given the opportunity to interact with inner disciples. But however, until now, he had only been doing patrol work. Every day I just look around, and all I look for are various magic swords to prevent any unusual movements. The patrolled area includes not only the core area number 7, but also the entire 2nd floor. Sometimes you even have to take the time to go to the 1st floor to take a look. Think about it this way. Most of the elders who had died at the hands of Jian Shursan on the 1st floor of Jiang'a were the core patrol elders on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Originally, Xie Fei was not in this position, but was the registrar of Area 7. It is similar to the work of the former Taurus elders. This duty will allow him to come into contact with some inner disciples. However, because he was appreciated by Chief Wu and had an outstanding performance in the sword-destroying society, he was forced to do the easiest patrol job. Faced with this arrangement, Xie Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But he couldn't just say that he wanted to be a sword registrar, or even the most tiring disciple receptionist. What a pity. If you say this, others will definitely think that you are either sick or there is something fishy going on. So I had to accept it and thank Master Wu for his care. If this continues, I will have to rely on myself to improve my cultivation for a long time to come. When Xie Fei thought of this, his face was filled with pain. Who would be willing to struggle when you can just lie down? If so, it means lying flat is not comfortable enough. No. It seems we need to think of a way. Think about it. Xie Fei's mind fell on the Taishu Yumashan chapter. As long as the demons I control grow in strength, I will also gain a corresponding improvement. From this point of view, I'm afraid I can't keep Xiaobai in the system space. I should let it out. Think of this. That night, Xie Fei rushed to Huayang City again. Then, with the help of the 8 sedan bearers, they reached the edge of the misty forest. Because the dog demon has been subdued. There is basically no white fog or anything like that in the misty forest at this moment. The sedan bearers who saw this scene were stunned. Where's the fog in the misty forest? Is a misty forest without fog still a misty forest? Maybe the monster inside has left. They never thought that someone would destroy the monster. Even though I saw that the misty forest seemed to have returned to normal, I just thought that the monster had left on its own. Seeing their surprised and puzzled expressions, Xie Fei couldn't help but smile. Maybe he just went out to visit relatives. He will probably be back soon. I am coming back indeed. And he sent it back himself. Since Xiaobai can cultivate to the golden core realm here, then this place is undoubtedly a better place for Xiaobai to practice. Xie Fei didn't make any changes and just threw the dog demon back. He needs a fixed, experienced baby. In this way, you don't have to practice so hard. Wait for the 8 sedan bearers to leave. Xie Fei once again entered the depths of the misty forest. Maybe it's because I've been stuck in the system space for too long, or maybe there's just nothing fun to do in the system space. The moment Xiaobai was released, he started cheering and barking, and ran around happily. Seeing it like this, Xie Fei released the skeleton man again. Then he called Xiaobai and gave him some detailed instructions. It's nothing more than working hard to improve your strength, and then remember not to get caught. If a strong enemy appears, remember to notify yourself to deal with it. After doing all this, Xie Fei left with peace of mind. As soon as he left, thick fog filled the misty forest again. As before. Wait until we return to Jiang'a. It was already afternoon. Xie Fei continued the patrol work that he had not completed in the morning and visited all major areas. It is worth mentioning. Today, it is rare to see Lao Bento in Area 2. But it's the same as the previous times. The old man seemed to have become much quieter, less talkative, and less enthusiastic. And he likes to sit there and think about things all the time, as if he is trying hard to remember something. It seems that Jian Shisan's possession of another body still has some aftereffects. After observing this, Xie Fei couldn't help but sigh slightly. Fortunately, the person was rescued, although there were some problems. Inspection completed. It was just time to get off work. When everyone is about to leave, an elder rushed over and shouted, "Elder Lin from the Sword Tomb is here." Elder Lin. Lin Shui. Upon hearing this person appear, Xie Fei immediately went out. The core elders on the second floor followed suit. Xie Fei was naturally among them. Waited to the second floor gate area. Then I saw a young girl in long black clothes and with beautiful features talking to Mr. Wu. Xie Fei naturally didn't know the woman's name, but he remembered her appearance clearly. We've met several times already. Last time, she used her sword as a cover. How is it? Is Elder Lin very good-looking? Just at this moment, Lu Xing appeared out of nowhere, winking and whispering. Xie Fei ignored the question and asked, "Do you know her?" "Who doesn't know Elder Lin Shui of the Sword Tomb?" Lu Xing immediately said unhappily. "What do you mean? Is this female elder famous? What do you think?" Lu Xing then told the story of Lin Shui. Probably, he was born as a disciple of the Sword Sect, and his master was a great elder of the Sword Tomb. Then he became the elder of Sword Tomb. He is very talented, and he is only in his 20s this year, but he has already reached the foundation establishment stage. Although Elder Lin Shui is only 4th on the Changhe Sword Sect's beauty list, I, Lu Xing, feel that she is on par with the top 3, and each has her own merits. After hearing this, Xie Fei became interested. I quickly asked what was going on with this beauty list. I have been in the Sword Sect for quite some time, but I have never heard of this thing. Manager Wu was chatting with Lin Shui about something, and seeing that they were bored, Lu Xing slowly began to explain. It turns out that there are many good people in the Changhe Sword Sect. These people include not only disciples, but also a considerable number of elders. In the Sword Sect, there is not only a beauty list, but also a talent list, a wealth list, a disciple list, an elder list, and so on. It is said that several of the sect master's disciples were involved in compiling these lists. So it is very authoritative. The reason why Lin Shui is so famous. In addition to being 4th on the beauty list, her name is also on the talent list, elders list, wealth list, etc. It can be said that Lin Shui, in a sense, is the face of the younger generation of elders in Sword Tomb. There are people from the refining room who are on the beauty list. What about our Sword Pavilion? Xie Fei couldn't help but ask. Hey! You said you don't like women, but aren't you just staring at the beauty list? To be honest, we have one in Jianghe too. Lu Xing said mysteriously, and the ranking is extremely high. Want to know who it is? It's Nangong Liuli, the great-granddaughter of a great elder on the upper 3rd floor and the number 1 beauty on the beauty list. What a pity, I have never actually seen this woman. If I could see you once, I would be willing to die. Speaking of this, Lu Xing sighed a little. After listening to this, Xie Fei couldn't help but smile and shook his head. He didn't know whether this was Lu Xing's true nature or he was just acting like that. But in any case, he was always very cautious during every conversation. By the way, I haven't seen the fate of this elder Lin Shui yet. When he first met her, Xie Fei felt that this female elder from the Sword Tomb was no ordinary woman and must have a very strong destiny. But goodbye now. Especially after the last time we met. He no longer has that feeling. I don't know if it's an illusion because my previous strength was relatively low. To this, I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. Xie Fei immediately used the golden eye of life towards Lin Shui who was talking in the distance. Name, Lin Shui. Gender, female. Lifespan, 20/180. Realm, Foundation Building Level 3. Destiny Luck, Purple. Genius Destiny. This kind of person must be a genius beyond all others. I suggest you invest quickly. Recent demand, his master, Great Elder Wang Jun, plans to use it as a sword to feed the cauldron, so as to refine a special magic weapon, the Sword of Love. Purple. It turned out to be the purple destiny. This gave Xie Fei a little surprise. It seems that the previous judgment was correct. This Lin Shui is indeed a talent worth investing in. But when seeing the recent demand, Xie Fei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The great elder of the Sword Tomb intends to sacrifice the reputation of the younger elder of the Sword Tomb. So how can I stop it? We can't just rush into the Sword Tomb and kill the elder of Wang Jun. Not to mention whether he can be killed, such a daring act will definitely be exposed and may even attract an attack from the Sword Sect. But if you don't do this, should we just tell Elder Lin Shui that her master wants to harm her? As soon as this thought came out, Xie Fei quickly shook his head and drove the thought out of his mind. Joke. There is no evidence at all, so how could anyone believe me, a junior elder of the Sword Pavilion? That's the master. People usually think, can the master harm me? Once a teacher, always a father. Impossible. This investment, no matter from which aspect to start, it seems to be a bit difficult. How to invest? Xie Fei was thinking. Manager Wu has already finished talking to Lin Shui. After Lin Shui left, Wu, the chief, came over and said, everyone should pay more attention during this period. Elder Lin of the Sword Tomb said that there might be a mysterious nascent soul master in our sword sect. If you find anything, report it to her immediately. Elder Lin has already rushed to Huayang City. I heard that the misty forest that was pacified by the mysterious master a few days ago has recently encountered problems again. The following words. Xie Fei hardly listened to it. It wasn't that he did it on purpose. But after hearing the words, mysterious master, an idea suddenly popped up in my mind. This is Xie Fei's third time in the misty forest. This time, they didn't ask the 8 sedan bearers to bring it over, but flew directly here. And the top is not the original appearance. Where did the people go? Standing above the misty forest, Xie Fei scanned the area with his spiritual sense again and again, but could not find any trace of Lin Shui. Since the dog demon has been subdued by him, the white mist here will no longer affect his spiritual consciousness. Therefore, once the spiritual consciousness covers the entire misty forest, it will be under control. However, after searching for a long time, there was no sight of the woman. Forget it, call Xiao Bai out and ask him. Too lazy to look for it himself, Xie Fei immediately had an idea and called out the sleeping Xiao Bai. As expected, Xiao Bai, who has been here all the time, knows the surrounding situation very well. But the answer he got surprised Xie Fei a little. That means Lin Shui hasn't come yet. This shouldn't be the case. I'm so much later than her, how could I be here first? Could it be that something delayed you on the way? Xie Fei was thinking. Suddenly I saw the direction of Huayang City. 8 bearers carried a large sedan chair which was carried by 8 people and swayed towards them. Waited until we were outside the misty forest. 2 figures walked out of the sedan chair. Both are women. One of the looks is wild and capable, with a super large thick-backed sword on his back, making him look very fierce. The other is none other than. It was Lin Shui that Xie Fei was looking for. See that lady with the big knife? With the idea that he would have to invest anyway, and if possible, he might as well invest together, Xie Fei quietly used the golden eye of life. Name, Hua Zheng. Gender, female. Lifespan, 39/230. Realm, 9th level of foundation building. Destiny and luck, green. Green extraordinary talents, investment recommended. Recent needs, I have encountered a bottleneck in my body refining recently and need some guidance on body refining. Can you try to explain some advanced body refining techniques? Bottleneck of physical training. Xie Fei was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that this burly woman with a big sword is actually an expert in body training. These days, it is rare to find someone who can reach the 9th level of foundation building through physical training. However, he does possess a mysterious skill that can be called a body refining technique. That is the tiger demon bone refining fist. There are some key points about this skill that can be used for investment. These are just ordinary points that do not involve the core of this profound skill, so there won't be any problems. Xie Fei thought about it, and waited until the 8 sedan bearers left before he appeared in front of the 2 women. I saw a person suddenly appear beside me. The woman with the big knife suddenly had a fierce look on her face and was about to draw her knife, etc. Lin Shui hurriedly called out to him, and then immediately bowed respectfully to Xie Fei. Lin Shui meets senior yuanying sword god. Hearing this, especially when hearing the word nascent soul, the woman with the big knife was stunned on the spot, looking at Xie Fei with shock in her eyes. No need to be so polite, Xie Fei said calmly, looking up at the sky, acting like a real master. It's great to see you again. Lin Shui continued, this time I came here because of the dog demon in the misty forest. Senior, what happened that caused the dog demon to escape? And it caused a thick fog in the misty forest again. Xie Fei waved his hands, it's not an accident, I did it on purpose. I have tamed that dog demon. It will never harm good people again. Upon hearing this, the two girls were shocked again and looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Domestication. Did I hear it right? A golden elixir monster was actually tamed. Chapter 36, the fourth level of golden elixir. The body of an immortal can also be transformed. Xie Fei did not dwell on this matter for long. After explaining it briefly, he changed the subject. Hua Zheng, right. I see that you seem to have embarked on the path of physical training, and you have encountered a bottleneck. The name of this lady with a big knife had already been mentioned in the previous conversation. Xie Fei continued, it just so happens that I also know a little about body training, so I can tell you about it. There was no dragging of feet and no need to find any suitable excuses. He just pointed it out with the image of an expert who likes to guide the younger generation. Then Xie Fei picked out some key points from the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist, and explained them to Hua Zheng. After listening, Hua Zheng didn't even have time to be shocked, and she just stood there in a daze. An epiphany on the spot. According to the information seen by the Golden Eye of Destiny, this lady with the broadsword is on the verge of a bottleneck and just needs a little guidance. It is precisely because of this that Xie Fei's words have such a great effect and directly make people realize the truth. And taking advantage of Hua Zheng's sudden realization, Xie Fei looked at Lin Shui and said, can you trust me? Believe me. Lin Shui was slightly stunned. But she quickly responded, although I have met you twice, I naturally have no doubt about your words. That's good. Xie Fei nodded and said, do you have any fellow apprentices? Lin Shui nodded, I am in Changhe Sword Sect, my master is Elder Wang Jun, I have 2 senior brothers and 3 senior sisters. So are your 5 senior brothers and sisters close to you? Or do you see them often? Xie Fei continued to ask. Faced with this question, Lin Shui thought for a while before saying, my senior brothers and sisters are quite busy. They are either in seclusion or dealing with sect affairs. We rarely meet. That shouldn't be your senior brothers and sisters. Xie Fei pretended to be thoughtful. Seeing him like this, Lin Shui couldn't help but ask anxiously, Senior, do you have any questions? Why are you asking these questions? If an ordinary person asked her, she would naturally not worry about the reason. But the person in front of him was a yuanying master. There must be something behind the conversation, not just casual chat. Xie Fei certainly knew Lin Shui's current doubts. But he can't say, I saw it with my golden eye of life, right? So, I observed a little sword mark on you last time. It's just that I needed to catch the dog demon at that time, so I didn't have time to talk to you. Xie Fei paused at the right moment when he said this. This gave Lin Shui time to think and accept. Mark. As the elder of the sword tomb, Lin Shui was naturally no stranger to this thing. If it is outside, then the mark may be used for tracking, positioning, etc. But in the sword tomb, the mark has another effect. That means feeding the sword with one's body. Only those who are about to raise a sword will be marked with the sword's evil mark. And the sword evil must be the sword evil of the sword to be fed. Only in this way can we reduce the rejection reaction and promote integration when feeding the sword. To put it bluntly, it is a measure of assimilation with the sword in the early stage. Good. Xie Fei nodded and said, in order to plant the sword evil mark, you must keep a certain distance from the sword for a long time. The person who can do this must be someone close to you. Hear this. Lin Shui was shocked and said in disbelief, "Senior, are you talking about my master? Whether it is true or not, you can find out when you go back and try it." After Xie Fei finished speaking, he had disappeared from the spot. Only the swordswoman was left, who was still in enlightenment. And Lin Shui still couldn't believe it. Ding! The host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, get a rebate. Since the fate of the investment object is green, the rebate is normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 3 years of cultivation, green. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of human-level soul-gathering pill. 3 years of cultivation, green. The result of 3 years of hard cultivation for a person with a green extraordinary destiny. Human-level spirit-gathering pill, bottle 1. Bottle contains 9 pills, which can gather spiritual energy and speed up cultivation. This is the rebate from investing in the swordswoman Hua Zheng. 3 years of cultivation of the green extraordinary life Tao. And 9 spirit-gathering pills. On the way back, Xie Fei immediately decided to practice hard for 3 years. The cultivation level will naturally improve further. Although it will not break through to the 4th level, it is only 1 step away. I guess Lin Shui's rebate will come later. According to the system's judgment, we should wait until she discovers the truth. For this, Xie Fei was not in a hurry. After returning to Jiang'e, in the next few days, he also stayed on the 2nd floor every day, walking around and stopping here and there. However, in order to obtain investment returns, these days, every time he sensed the presence of an inner sect disciple, he would patrol over there intentionally or unintentionally. Although I didn't get lucky and meet good disciples, I did find a few white destiny paths and invested in them. Most of the white rebates are in the form of cultivation points and spirit stones. Needless to say, cultivation can quickly improve strength without any side effects. And the spirit stone. This is exactly what Xie Fei is in short supply at the moment. Because he planned to refine some magic weapons to facilitate his change of appearance and actions. It is worth mentioning. Among these investments, one of the rebates actually gave me 1 year of life. This surprised Xie Fei for a long time. He didn't expect that the system rebate could actually give out something like this. When it comes to lifespan, who would complain about having too much? That's all. The days go by. It was on the 1st day of August. Xie Fei suddenly heard several core elders in Area 7 talking about Lin Shui. Hey! Have you heard? Something big happened at the Sword Tomb this morning. Sword Tomb? Something happened to the Sword Tomb again. What level of Sword Demon is it this time? It's not the Sword Demon, it's Elder Lin Shui, who is ranked 4th on the beauty list. Ah. Elder Lin. What could happen to her? Elder Lin Shui is the Taoist partner I've wanted all my life. What happened to her? To be honest, I only heard rumors from the Sword Tomb. I don't know the real situation. Hurry up and say it. Stop dilly-dallying. Okay, let me tell you, you know Elder Lin Shui's master, right? The great elder of the Wang army of the Sword Tomb. Yes. Elder Lin Shui and Elder Wang Jun had a falling out. Ah. A disciple and his master have a falling out. Isn't this a great act of treason? I thought so at first, but later I heard from others that it seemed that Elder Wang was planning to let Elder Lin Shui feed the sword, so Elder Lin Shui left in anger. Feed the sword. Asking the goddess Taoist partner in my dreams to feed the sword. Is this fair? Generally, those who feed swords are extremely evil. Why would Elder Lin be the one feeding a sword? Where did Elder Lin Shui go? Where else can we go? Just leave Changhe Sword Sect. What? I heard that Elder Wang was so angry that he went down the mountain himself to capture Elder Lin. Another one has defected from the sect. Xie Fei couldn't help but shook his head. Including Xiaoyan, who was the first one to leave, this is the second major talent to leave. But before he could start sighing, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, get a rebate. Since the investment target's destiny is purple, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 years of hard training, purple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special weapon refining technique, Sword Refining with Soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the king-level special skill, Corpse Transmutation Technique. 5 years of hard training, purple for a person with a purple genius destiny. The result of 5 years of hard training can be extracted at any time without any side effects. Sword Refining with Soul, a special refining method that can only refine magic swords. It can be forged with the souls of demons and humans. It has the effect of beheading souls and can break through the level of the magic weapon itself. However, there are some unexpected changes that may produce a powerful sword monster. Corpse Transmutation Technique, the so-called top-grade items are the top-grade items. This technique is quite special, and its effect can only transform corpses, even the bodies of immortals. Using soul to refine the sword. Xie Fei was a little stunned. Is this the secret of the sword tomb? Is this the method used to refine magic swords in the sword tomb? It can actually break through the grade of the magic sword itself. This method is definitely extraordinary. Just imagine this. If you obtain a magic sword of treasure level, you can use the soul refining sword method to break through it into a Taoist weapon. That will surely cause madness in the entire Xuanqi continent. Look at it this way. The sword tomb is indeed extraordinary. There are even things like this that go beyond common sense. But anything produced by the system must be of high quality. Even if the sword tomb uses the same method, it is definitely not as good as the system's rebate of using the soul to refine the sword. After understanding the system's capabilities many times, Xie Fei naturally understood this principle. There is also this corpse transformation technique, which can even dissolve the body of an immortal. Then this is definitely a necessary skill for killing people and robbing goods. This time I invested in Lin Shui. Xie Fei felt like he had made a fortune. In comparison, the rebates from those 5 years of hard training don't seem so hot. But it only appears. Among the 3 rebate rewards, the one that really brings the greatest improvement at the moment is the 5 years of purple hard training. Think of this. Xie Fei then went back to his elder's residence quietly under the pretext of inspection. 3 rewards were then withdrawn. Needless to say, Sword Refining with Soul and Corpse Transmutation are still paintings that can be deeply understood in the soul. The 5 years of hard training in the purple life path allowed Xie Fei to make another breakthrough. His current cultivation level. It has reached the 4th level of golden elixir. How long has it been? He had just broken through to the golden core stage and reached the 4th level in such a short time. If this gets out and people know about it, they will be shocked. A few more days passed. As usual. Just like Xiaoyan before. When Lin Shui ran away this time, Elder Wang Jun still failed to catch her. However, there is still a gap in strength, and Lin Shui may also be thinking of the many years of friendship between them as master. The great elder of Wang Jun in the sword tomb was not injured this time, but his face was livid and he looked as if he wanted to keep away from strangers. Pay attention here. Xie Fei didn't listen to the matter any further. In any case, unless it was an investment, he wasn't that interested. This continued day after day. By September, it was already getting cold outside. Elder Xie Fei, the Sword Sect Disciples Sword Competition will be held in a few days. Do you want to go and join in the fun? Elder Xie, if you don't want to go, then why don't we go and take a look today? This is a rare day, let's go and see the sword skills of the sect disciples. The 10th day of September. It was the sword fighting competition among the disciples of Changhe Sword Sect that was held once every 5 years. This is what the elders on the 2nd floor called the Disciples' Kendo Conference. As mentioned before, the practice in the mountain sect is always boring, so when there is such a big day, naturally, elders and disciples alike will go to join in the fun. So, Jianghe suddenly became deserted, with only a few people around. It was rare for Xie Fei to be able to slack off openly. I just found a place to lie down and got through it. The disciples' kendo tournament lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. And he lay there for 7 days and 6 nights. The reason why one night was shortened was because we went to the Misty Forest in Huayang City and visited the dog demon Xiao Bai. A group of outstanding disciples emerged in this kendo conference. When I saw the names the other elders were talking about, Xie Fei suddenly realized that many of them were people he was familiar with. Most of them were invested by him. the most eye-catching one among them. He is Zhanlong, the #1 inner disciple. That's the little fat guy with a limp. See the battle dragon as the first. Xie Fei was naturally not surprised at all. This little fat boy has a golden destiny. Plus the help from the mysterious old men in the ring. Such rapid growth is not outrageous at all. The one with golden color is Xiao Yan. I don't know how this kid is doing recently. This is the first investment object. Xie Fei naturally has a particularly deep memory of this. The end of the kendo tournament means that Jiang'e is getting busy again. However, everything about the kendo conference is still a hot topic among the elders and disciples recently. In between inspections, Xie Fei heard many inner disciples chatting many times. But what they talked about the most was the little fat boy Zhanlong. Secondly, there are some other people. Even though Zhanlong is a cripple and young, the way he attacks and fights is so experienced and savvy that it's scary. Yes. Too strong. I remember he was promoted from the outer sect not long ago, right? What a monster. Have you checked outside the gate? There's a 16-year-old girl. What's her name? Are you talking about Jiang Wei? The female outer disciple who just came up from the menial service. Yes, yes, yes. That's amazing. Almost no one in the outer sect can withstand her 3 sword strikes. I've seen her fight. Her sword skills are very strange. They seem to be ordinary sword moves, but their power is unpredictable. One is from the outer sect, Jiang Wei, and the other is from the inner sect, Zhanlong. Our sword sect now has 2 great geniuses. More than 2. Xie Fei listened and couldn't help but complain in his heart. In fact, there are several more. And 2 more defected. But of course he wouldn't say that. Afternoon. It's time to get off work. Xie Fei was preparing to return to the elder's residence. But he didn't expect that there was already someone standing at his door. Respectful, as if waiting for him. Look at its appearance. It was the fat boy Zhanlong who ranked first among the inner disciples in this kendo tournament. Elder Xie Fei. See Xie Fei appear. Zhanlong hurried over and bowed deeply. What? Something wrong? Xie Fei noticed that the little fat boy seemed to be hesitant to talk, so he couldn't help but ask. Can I come into your room to chat, Elder Xie? Why not? Xie Fei smiled and brought Zhanlong into his residence. After closing the door, he also deliberately opened the shielding magic circle. Chapter 37, Rebate 6th Heaven. Saint-level magic. I don't have much tea here, so just drink some water. After entering the room, Xie Fei brought over 2 glasses of water. You're welcome. Zhanlong quickly stood up and took it with both hands. You seem to be quite strong now, and you have even been awarded the title of the first disciple of the inner sect. Xie Fei said with a smile. I, Zhanlong, can achieve what I have today thanks to Elder Xie's help in the bamboo forest. If it weren't for you, I would never have come this far. What Zhanlong said was naturally from the bottom of his heart. At that time, if the ring was stolen, I would probably have lived a mediocre life. It's just a small effort. Everything is up to you. Xie Fei waved his hands, without any intention of taking credit. Only he himself knows clearly. Helping Zhanlong is actually the most cost-effective investment. Elder, you are too indifferent to fame and fortune. No matter what, I will always remember this kindness in my heart and never forget it. Zhanlong said, holding the water and standing up again. I almost forgot, I haven't congratulated the elder on his promotion to the core elder of Sword Pavilion. I am offering you a glass of water instead of wine. What kind of promotion is this? Xie Fei couldn't help but laugh. I'm not a core elder of the sect, and my job is just to inspect the 2nd-level magic swords. From now on, it will be difficult to get any promotion. When you disciples have fully grown up, it will be time for an old man like me to find a place to spend the rest of my life. The teasing hasn't finished yet. Zhanlong said very seriously, Elder, you are still very young and your lifespan will not be wasted. If that day really comes, you don't have to worry too much. I, Zhanlong, will definitely treat you as a father and an elder. These words came out. This made Xie Fei stunned for a moment. Zhanlong is a super genius with golden destiny and luck, and he has the help of the old men in the ring. I didn't expect that he would say something so silly and unprotagonist-like. However, these words made Xie Fei feel a little moved. Take a deep breath. Xie Fei changed the subject and asked, "You didn't come to me to be my son, did you? What's the matter? Tell me now." Upon hearing this, Zhanlong couldn't help but sigh slightly. After a moment of silence, he spoke with some difficulty, "Disciple has something and would like to hear your opinion. Listen to me." Xie Fei was stunned. This little fat boy already has a mysterious grandfather, why does he still listen to himself? What he didn't know was, since the old man in the War Dragon ring is a person from the last era, he has almost no understanding of the current era. Therefore, given the situation Zhanlong is facing now, after much thought, he can only come to him for help. "Thank you, Elder." That's what happened. Zhanlong explained, "Half a month ago, when I was buying a batch of alchemy materials in Huayang City, I encountered a martial arts competition in the secular world. By some strange coincidence, I became the final winner. The girl is very nice, and her father is an upright man. The problem now is that she has come all the way to Changhe Sword Sect and is insisting that I marry her. But now my disciples." Xie Fei realized something was fishy when he heard this. "You mean, they're mortals, and they chased you to the Changhe Sword Sect? The bamboo forest outside the Changhe Sword Sect is not just for aesthetic purposes. If he were really a mortal, he would definitely not be able to enter, let alone find the War Dragon among thousands of disciples." "Right." Zhanlong nodded repeatedly. "This is also one of the points that disciples are confused and worried about. The incident was caused by my fault. I had originally planned to wait a few years, at least until she was 16 years old, before marrying the girl. But I didn't expect that the other party was afraid that the disciple would not admit it, so he came directly to me. Before, I was able to avoid meeting you by claiming that I was preparing for the kendo tournament." Zhanlong was still talking. But Xie Fei suddenly had an idea and used the golden eye of life on the little fat boy. "If you really want to know something, the golden pupil of life might be able to see something. There is just a reason. Can someone who has invested once make a second investment?" Xie Fei doesn't know. So far, he has not done so. Name, Zhanlong. Gender, male. Lifespan, 13/150. Realm, Qi Training Level 2. Destiny and Luck, Gold. Golden Legend. This is a rare genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. Recent demand, by chance, I became the prospective son-in-law of the Northern Territory King. If I can make this happen, it will definitely be of great benefit. After seeing this information, Xie Fei's eyes flashed with surprise. The first thing that surprised me was that this little fat boy had quietly reached the second level of Qi training. If it weren't for the golden eye of fate, no matter how he detected it, Zhanlong would have been a mortal of the 9th level in cultivation. It seems that this kid also has a special profound skill that can conceal his aura and restrain his strength. Xie Fei understood. The second surprising point. It lies in the two words, human king. Nowadays, the human king no longer exists. There are only secular emperors, but no human kings. The term human king is the name of a system from ancient times. What the Fate Dao Golden Eye saw was naturally not false. So this kid's future father-in-law is a descendant of the Northern Territory King who has been passed down from ancient times to this day. That would be incredible. No wonder. No wonder the other party could break directly into the Sword Sect. And Xie Fei is sure that father and daughter are definitely not ordinary mortals. Since the Fate Path Golden Eyes can see that it is a great benefit, then Xie Fei had an idea in mind. Then he looked at Zhanlong and said, "Since you have become someone's chosen husband through a martial arts competition, don't break your promise. Go ahead and treat them well." Hearing this, Zhanlong suddenly became anxious. "Elder, you don't know. If I agree to get married now, firstly, I am still too young, and secondly, they want me to leave the Changhe Sword Sect." Leaving the Sword Sect. Xie Fei was startled again, but soon said firmly, "If you want to divorce, then divorce. If it really doesn't work, you can get married first. Wait a few years, and when they give in, it won't be too late for you to come back." I believe that with your talent, the door of Changhe Sword sect will always be open to you. After listening to this, Zhang Ling fell into deep thought. If we talk about who he trusts the most in Changhe Sword sect, it is undoubtedly the elder Xie Fei in front of him. Since you said so, elder, I will go and agree to their request now. Well, go ahead. Xie Fei said, remember to tell Jian Zong, don't leave without saying goodbye. Okay. I will definitely come to visit you when I have time in the future. Watching Zhanlong leaving, Xie Fei couldn't help but shook his head. The Changhe Sword sect is still too small after all. For true dragon sons of destiny like Zhanlong and Xiao Yan, this would be a shackle. After all, whether it is above or the environment, I can't give them too much. Outside the Changhe Sword sect, under the sect stone, Zhanlong kowtowed 9 times respectfully. Elder Xie Fei, after I leave this time, I don't know when I can see you again. But no matter how long it has been, no matter where you are, disciple Zhanlong will always remember your kindness. Behind him, there were 2 figures standing there. One is a middle-aged bearded man. One is a young girl of 28 years old. No matter how you look at them, they just look like ordinary people in the mortal world, without any fluctuation of spiritual power. Ding! The host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, get a rebate. Since the investment object's destiny is gold, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Kendo Enlightenment, 60 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magic weapon Xiaoyao Fan, spiritual weapon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare sword technique, 9 Heaven Sword Technique / 6th Heaven. Kendo Enlightenment, 60 years, can be retrieved at any time. Xiaoyao Fan, spiritual weapon. The form can be restrained, but the spirit cannot be restrained. There is great freedom in this small space. With a wisp of innate sun wind as the soul, it was refined for 9 years with the mirage sand collected from the bottom of the Guishu Sea. It can be used for attack and defense, and can also enhance the temperament of the holder, pretend to be cool. 9 Heaven Sword Art / 6th Heaven, rare, can be extracted at any time. This is an incomplete version of the 9 Heaven Sword Art, only the middle 3 realms, combined with the previous 3 realms, it can be the 6th Heaven. This rebate reward was beyond Xie Fei's expectations. One is the very rare Kendo Enlightenment. It is worth mentioning that the last time he gained insight into the way of the sword, he also gained it from Zhanlong. From this we can see that this little fat guy is indeed lucky. Secondly, he actually got a magical fan, and it was a spiritual weapon level. This was also a pleasant surprise for Xie Fei. I was just worrying about how to get a magic weapon to cover it up, but I didn't expect the system to give me a fan as a reward. Although it's not very practical for me and doesn't fit in with what I've learned. But the more this happens, the easier it is to conceal myself and prevent others from guessing or making associations. The most important thing. It is the final 9 Heaven Sword Art. I only had the first 3 realms before, and now I have obtained the middle 3 realms. There are also other types of swordsmanship that have been integrated. Think of this. Xie Fei immediately extracted the reward for 9 Heaven Sword Art / 6th Heaven. In an instant, a familiar feeling came over me. The pictures are slowly unfolding. A long time. Xie Fei opened his eyes, a look of joy flashing in his eyes. Okay. As expected, even an incomplete version of the 9 Heaven Sword Art is rated as a treasure by the system. After completing the 6th level, this sword technique is actually at the Imperial level. Plus the other offensive and killing techniques I incorporated before. My current 9 Heaven Sword Art / 6th Heaven is enough to reach the Saint level. On the Xuanqi continent, the levels of the skills are divided from low to high, ordinary, inferior, superior, rare, king, emperor, saint, emperor, god. As far as Xie Fei knows, the most powerful martial art of the Changhe Sword sect today is a rare-level sword manual practiced by the sect leader. And if a big sect possesses a king-grade profound skill, it can already have the foundation to be called a second-rate sect. If you are at the Imperial level, you will be qualified to compete for a first-rate sect. As for the saint-level profound skills, that is a transcendent force, and can be called the magical power that protects the Holy Land. Unexpectedly, he actually possessed a profound skill that was equivalent to the Holy Land sect's magical skill. If this gets out, the whole continent is going crazy. More than a month has passed since Zhanlong left, because he had just obtained the title of the #1 inner disciple and then left the sect. This incident naturally attracted considerable attention. Fortunately, Zhanlong handled the situation properly before leaving, so he did not arouse the hostility of the Sword sect's senior elders. Of course, there are still some criticisms. I think those sophisticated ways of dealing with human relationships should have come from the hands of the mysterious old men in the ring. After all, no matter how powerful Zhanlong is, he is just a teenager and certainly has no experience to deal with these things. Another month passed. It's almost December. The Changhe Sword sect welcomed the most grand event in recent years. That is the opening ceremony held once every 20 years. The so-called opening ceremony. In fact, it means to establish a school and recruit disciples. From more than a year ago, many preparations for the opening ceremony have already begun. In a force like a sect, the recruitment of new disciples and new talents is extremely important. Therefore, Changhe Sword sect attaches great importance to every opening ceremony. Almost all the elders and outstanding disciples were released semi-forcibly. The entire Changhe Sword sect ushered in a rare bustle. Many elders who usually retreated and disciples who went out for training appeared in the sect one by one. Moreover, no one stayed at home. Everyone was walking around and smiling at everyone they met. The elders and disciples who were working on the opening ceremony also became busy. Don't underestimate the Changhe Sword sect, it's just a third-rate sect. But after all, it is an authentic sect of practice. Every time he opened the mountain to recruit disciples, there would be at least 80,000 to 90,000 people coming to the mountain gate to admire his reputation. According to statistics, 100 years ago, when the number of people was at its peak, it reached 300,000. On the Xuanqi continent, compared with practitioners, the number of ordinary people is still too large. After all, only a very small number of people can embark on the path of spiritual practice. In a place like Changhe Sword sect, there are nearly 100,000 people who come to become disciples, but there are actually only about 100 of them at most. It is literally like a huge army crossing a single plank bridge. This side of Jianghe, the middle and lower 6 floors are also all forced to take a holiday. All the elders were also walking around in the sect. Moreover, many elders were assigned the task of receiving new disciples. Since there are few people on the first floor of Jianghe, I will act as one of the kind and benevolent elders. On the second and third floors of Jianghe, since there are the most elders, basically all the tasks fall on the elders of these 2 floors. Xie Fei, the core elder of the second level, is the most important. He is one of the elders guarding the gate at this opening ceremony. All disciples who come to become disciples need to go through 9 levels of tests, and only after passing them all can they enter the Changhe Sword sect. And this is the busiest and most crowded level, the first level. Of course, there is more than one elder in the first level. Otherwise, it would definitely take him a year or 2 to screen the largest group of people by himself. But the other first-level elders all looked worried after receiving this designated task. Only Xie Fei was secretly happy. Great, great. This is exactly what I want. The first level is where the most new disciples come into contact. So it goes on. Are you worried that you can't find someone to invest in? But the only thing to note is, with so many people around, we must pay attention to the frequency of using the golden eye of life. It is best to be sure before using it. Otherwise, if I hadn't guarded the first level well, I, as an elder, would have fainted from exhaustion. If this situation really happened, it would definitely be a laughing stock in the sect for 100 years. Chapter 38, Opening Ceremony, 50 times increase in cultivation. Changhe Sword sect. Outside the bamboo forest, on a vast plain, several sword masters have joined forces to transform it into a huge square. Looking outside, there are people everywhere. Crowds of people. Crowded with people. People. In the square. Xie Fei looked at the endless sea of people waiting to become his disciples and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Why do so many people come from thousands or even tens of thousands of miles away? It's not a fantasy world, it's too dangerous. The strong prey on the weak. Without strength, you are just a fish on the chopping board. This is the first level in the square. There are 9 major areas in total. Xie Fei is in charge of the third one. In each area, there is a talent pillar, which is used to test the qualifications of new disciples. It only takes 3 breaths of contact with this pillar of talent, and it will flash different lights depending on the talent of the person who touches it. Grayish-white light means that this person has average talent. Blue-green light means that the person being tested has better talent. Purple-orange light, that's genius. There is also a red light, representing a monster that is rare in 1,000 years. The Changhe Sword sect is recruiting disciples, and the first requirement for passing the level is to reach the gray-white light. Gray or white is fine. That is to say, as long as the talent pillar reacts, it will be fine. The entire Xuanqi continent uses this method to judge whether a disciple has great potential. But in the system assessment, even red light may be classified as a fool. So it doesn't mean that the higher the color of the talent column, the more worth investing in it is. They lined up neatly in the sea of people, not daring to make any rash moves. All the boys and girls raised their heads, their eager gazes almost becoming physical. Especially the ones at the front. Looking at the 9 testing elders including Xie Fei, their eyes were full of passion. The person in front of you is a master from the Changhe Sword sect. If you can get in touch with one of them, your future will be limitless. The first test officially begins. Following the order given by a great elder who presided over the opening ceremony. Many sword sect disciples immediately perked up and began to maintain order at the scene. The countless people who came to become apprentices were divided into 9 queues, corresponding to the 9 areas, and began the first test. However, just the first level of talent testing has eliminated nearly 90% of the people. Out of 100, only about 10 can elicit a reaction from the pillar of talent. The remaining 80-odd people all left sadly. Obviously. Under the pillar of talent. In this world, the vast majority of people are not qualified to embark on the journey of spiritual practice. As the crowd surges, time passed by little in the morning. More than 50,000 people have fallen at the first level, and only less than 500 have passed the pillar of talent. While guiding these people to register, Xie Fei used the golden eyes of life to investigate. It's a pity. With so many people coming here, there are only a few that are worth investing in. At most, they are just some ordinary people with white destiny. But just when he was a little disappointed, a girl who looked only 13 or 14 years old came up. She was seen wearing a simple linen dress, with her dark little hands, and she touched the Tianzi pillar very nervously. The girl's appearance was not outstanding, and because she looked a little rustic, she even seemed a little ugly. But she was extremely serious and solemn, and her eyes showed determination and resoluteness. She has given everything for this apprenticeship. The girl, who had lost her family long ago, now has all her hopes. If she fails to successfully join the Changhe Sword sect this time, the only thing waiting for her when she returns is death. Think of this. The girl began to tremble all over. However, the reaction of the talent pillar. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 5 full breaths passed. The talent pillar did not emit any light. This phenomenon. The girl was stunned. The eyes that were originally full of hope instantly turned into a pool of stagnant water. She froze completely. An outer sect elder nearby saw her and was reluctant to leave, so he immediately shouted at her, "You don't have enough talent, leave immediately." It was like the sound of a death sentence, causing the girl to tremble all over. "You're not leaving yet. How many people's time are you going to waste?" The outer sect elder who maintained order scolded again. The girl raised her head slightly and looked at the Changhe Sword sect behind the bamboo forest with despair in her eyes. Then he walked away sadly. Just when she was completely desperate, a gentle voice came, "Where are you from?" The girl looked up suddenly. He found that the person who asked him the question was the inner sect elder who was sitting there registering. Upon seeing this, the outer sect elder who had scolded her before immediately shut his mouth and pretended that he saw nothing, and continued to preside over the tests for others. Report to the elder, I, disciple Qingyao, came from Xixia town thousands of miles away. The girl didn't dare to look Xie Fei in the eye and responded with her head down tremblingly. Well, you passed. Go to the passerby side. Xie Fei's next words completely stunned the girl named Qing Yao. Elder, what you said is true. Qing Yao looked at him in disbelief. Can what I said be false? Go ahead. Xie Fei waved his hand, signaling the other party to hurry over. Yes, yes. Thank you, Elder. Qing Yao quickly turned around and was about to run away, but stopped quickly, turned back and bowed deeply to Xie Fei before leaving. If the pillar of talent had not moved before, it would be like falling into a bottomless abyss for her. So my current mood is instantly pulled up from the abyss and brought into the world of light. Everything. It's like a dream. At this moment, Qing Yao experienced the ups and downs of life to the fullest. Name, Qing Yao. Gender, female. Lifespan, 14/99. Realm, none. Destiny luck, blue. Blue superior destiny. This kind of person is a combination of the spirit of heaven and earth. He has a strong and persevering character and is definitely not an ordinary person. He only needs to practice well and he will achieve something in the future. Investment is recommended. Recent demand, I want to pass the test of Changhe Sword Sect, so as to learn the skills of cultivation and avenge the unjust deaths of my family. This was the information Xie Fei had seen before using his Life Tao Golden Pupil. A person who has no talent under the detection of the talent pillar, but has a blue destiny in the Golden Pupil of Destiny. This is also the reason why Xie Fei suddenly spoke up and made an exception to allow him to pass. As a gatekeeper elder, allowing a disciple to pass the test as an exception is naturally a trivial matter. This is also one of the reasons why the Changhe Sword Sect asked these inner sect elders to be here. Otherwise, it would be enough to just register and find a disciple. Why would we need an inner sect elder? Ding! The host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, get a rebate. Since the investment target's destiny is blue, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 years of hard training, blue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation talent, blue. 10 years of hard training, blue, can be withdrawn at any time. Practice talent, blue, can be extracted at any time. Practice talent can be divided into 8 levels: gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and vision. Gray is 1 times the practice speed increase, white is 5 times, green is 10 times, blue is 50 times. Practice increase. Xie Fei was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that there would be such a talent rebate. He had previously obtained the talent of Sword Heart Enlightenment, and now he has obtained this blue talent for cultivation. Doesn't that mean that 1 day of meditation and practice is equivalent to 50 days of practice for someone with the same aptitude and the same profound skill? So calculated. Then this talent is incredible. Oh! I didn't expect that Elder Xie Fei's taste was this kind of little woman. If I had known this, I would have taken you to Huayang City to have a good experience. There are all kinds of women there. At this time, Lu Sheng, who was also the elder guarding the first level in area number 4 not far away, immediately sent a message with a smile. Obviously. The fact that Xie Fei had just decided to let Qing Yao pass caught the attention of Elder Lu Sheng, who did not want to reveal his real name. Xie Fei didn't want to pay any attention to him. His attention was all on the people queuing up to become his disciples, for fear of missing out on a potential stock for investment. And even if he had time, he didn't want to say anything about this. Qing Yao's true potential. Now only he knows clearly. The elders around, including this talented pillar, had no idea what kind of achievements the girl would make in the future. And the other boys and girls lined up in area number 3 on Xie Fei's side. They stared at him even more heatedly. Everyone wants to gain the favor of this elder, because no one is sure whether they can make the pillar of talent shine. However, this day has passed. Xie Fei no longer exercised his right to force customs clearance. This made many people look disappointed. What they don't know is that it's not that Xie Fei doesn't want to exercise his power, but that there are really no good seedlings worth investing in. The next day, the guarding continues. Compared to the endless sea of people yesterday, today there are much fewer. Calculating the scale, there are only about 20,000 people. That is to say, a total of about 130,000 people came to the founding ceremony of the Chang'e sword sect. Although this number cannot be compared with those holy places where millions of people are mobilized at any time. But for an ordinary third-rate sect, it is already a lot. The reason behind this. The first reason is that the Chang'e sword sect is a sect that uses swords. The sword is the king of all weapons. Whether it is used by men or women, it looks handsome and beautiful. Among all weapons, the sword is the most popular. The second reason is because of the geographical location of Chang'e sword sect. An area of 80,000 miles. Only the Chang'e sword sect can be considered a major sect. The rest are small and insignificant sects. In comparison, it naturally has several more advantages. 20,000 people were divided into 9 teams. 1,000 people in front. Xie Fei used the talent column to detect 2 geniuses. Both of them caused the talent pillar to emit purple light. One of them had a hint of orange in his purple. Obviously, his talent is better than the previous one. And these 2 geniuses were both extremely powerful in their secular origins. One is the prince of a small kingdom. One is the prince of a great dynasty. He has an extraordinary background and abundant resources. Compared to the other people who came to become disciples, these 2 were clearly far superior. Faced with the genius detected by the pillar of talent, Xie Fei would naturally not be stingy with his life Tao golden pupil. I immediately looked at the 2 people's information. Name, Chai Bang. Gender, male. Lifespan, 15101. Realm, first level of mortal body. Destiny luck, gray. Gray fool's fate. Not recommended for investment. Recent demand. Name, Wei Xing. Gender, male. Lifespan, 15/98. Realm, second level of mortal body. Destiny and luck, white. White ordinary fate, investable. Recent needs, I hope to be accepted as a disciple by a powerful elder. I don't want to learn with the crowd and I don't have a fixed master. See the fate information of these 2 geniuses. Xie Fei suddenly felt a little bored. So what if the cultivation genius is detected by the talent pillar? With such bad destinies, it is useless to practice faster. The first level. Continue. Xie Fei did not continue to pay attention to the 2 people, but cast his eyes on the more than 1,000 people behind him. Another 500 passed. Among them, there are several people who are worth investing in. But none of them was better than the Qingyao girl from yesterday. Not to mention exceeding it, not even one can reach blue. Is it my bad luck this time, or are all the disciples who come to Chang'e sword sect to become a disciple not very good? For a moment, Xie Fei didn't know which direction to think. At this time, the disciples who have passed the first level gathered in the area. Those people from yesterday were also among them. Because after all the screening is completed today, they will gather here for the second test. Qingyao, who was allowed to pass the customs as an exception yesterday, is now waiting cautiously. Until now, she found it difficult to calm the throbbing in her heart, as if she were still living in a dream. Qingyao didn't understand. How could the inner sect elder in area number 3 of the first level suddenly make an exception and let me pass? I come from a humble background and I am not a gifted person. After figuring it out, she looked up at Xie Fei, as if she wanted to engrave Xie Fei's appearance in her heart. No matter what happens next, Qingyao will always remember this kindness. But just as she looked over, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a very familiar man in team number 3. The man looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. He was dressed the same as her, and it was obvious that he came from an ordinary poor family. When I saw this man appear, Qingyao was shocked and her eyes were full of disbelief. Long Qie. Why is he following here? Didn't he go to Tai Holy Land? Qingyao became anxious when she thought of her childhood sweetheart coming here instead of going to Tai Holy Land. That's a holy place. When Long Qie was herding sheep, he met an elder from the Tai Holy Land, who gave him a disciple token. As long as he is willing to go over, he can become a disciple of the Holy Land. But now, why would you follow me to Chang'e sword sect? Qingyao knew very well that her qualifications did not meet the requirements of the Holy Land, so she could only settle for the next best thing and try her luck at Changhe Sword Sect. But Long Qie is different. Coming to Changhe Sword Sect is definitely a waste of my life, and I have let down the cultivation of the elder from the Holy Land. Think of this. Qingyao didn't care about rules and order, and rushed out of the waiting crowd and ran towards area number 3. This scene not only surprised the elders around. Even Xie Fei was a little surprised. What's going on? Just at this time, the young man named Long Qie reached out and touched the talent pillar. Chapter 39, The Red Shepherd Boy, the Earth-Grade Elixir that Improves Talent. Name, Long Qie. Gender, male. Lifespan, 15/104. Realm, none. Destiny and luck, red. Red destiny. Born from the great fortune of heaven and earth. This kind of existence can learn anything in a short time and master it in a short time. It is hard to describe. I suggest you invest now. Recent demand, I want to follow my childhood sweetheart Qingyao to join the Changhe Sword Sect to practice. When he saw the fate of this young man who caused Qingyao's unusual behavior, Xie Fei was completely dumbfounded. Red destiny. Apart from Jian Shursan, this was the second red life path existence he had seen. Strictly speaking, this is the first person with a red destiny, because Sword 13 is just a magic sword. And at this time, the time for the test of the talent pillar has also arrived. Long Qie's talent. As expected, there was no light. According to the sex assessment rules, this young boy has extremely poor talent and should be eliminated. Looking at the tall pillar of talent in front of me, Long Qie was stunned. He was just a kid who grew up herding sheep. Overnight, the sheep were lost, the home was destroyed, and the entire village was slaughtered by the demon. Only he and his childhood sweetheart Qingyao escaped. He was supposed to go to the Tai Holy Land, but in the end he was still worried about Qingyao, so he gritted his teeth and followed him to the Changhe Sword Sect. In order to prevent Qingyao from chasing him away, Long Qie followed quietly along the way, not daring to reveal his identity. No matter it is windy or rainy, no matter if you are hungry or being ridiculed and looked down upon by others. He walked silently with Qingyao all the way. Travel thousands of miles. They walked for a year and a half. Only these two children, aged 14 or 15, knew the hardships that went into those more than 500 days and nights. And now, looking at the pillar of talent without any light, Long Qie subconsciously clenched his fists, and his lips turned white from using too much force. He raised his head slightly and looked at his childhood sweetheart who was running towards him. There was a layer of mist in those childish eyes. Long Qie didn't know where to go. 7 nights. Qingyao was stopped by a disciple of the sword sect who was maintaining order in the examination. Standing outside, she shouted with tears in her eyes. But he hadn't finished talking yet. The outer sect elder next to the talent pillar interrupted and said, "Okay. You can leave now if you haven't caused the talent pillar to light up." Long Qie took a deep breath. He looked at Qingyao who had passed the first level and shook his head slightly. Then he turned and walked down the stairs. But a familiar scene appeared. "Oh. It seems you know that Qingyao. What's your name?" Xie Fei's calm voice came. Long Qie paused in place, and then responded subconsciously, "My name is Long Qie." "Okay, you can go with Qingyao now." Xie Fei said calmly, "You passed the first level." A sentence. Not only did it make Long Qie completely dumbfounded. Even Qingyao over there was looking at him with an expression of disbelief. Elder. Elder, I am not dreaming, am I? Although Long Qie is 1 year older than Qingyao and has also experienced great changes, when faced with such things, he does not look mature at all. "No, go quickly and don't keep people waiting." Xie Fei's words made the 15-year-old boy Long Qie tremble completely. He was tongue-tied and didn't know how to express his gratitude. So he knelt down on the spot and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. "Wait until we return to the disciples who have passed the first level." The childhood sweethearts hugged each other and burst into tears on the spot. It was as if he wanted to vent all the grievances and sufferings. Although it's only the first level. But the two of them received the long-awaited recognition and respect. But this time, Xie Fei did not receive any notification sound from the system indicating that the investment was successful. Because of Long Chie's needs. It is to join the Changhe Sword sect with your childhood sweetheart, not just to pass the first level. It was noon. The first stage of the founding ceremony of the Changhe Sword sect has come to an end. Hundreds of thousands of people came in a mighty procession. In the end, only more than 2,000 people were able to pass the first level. A ratio of more than 50 to 1. The cruelty of this world has already been revealed. And this is just the first level. There are still 8 checkpoints waiting for these 2,000 people. Guess. It would be good if there were about 200 people left in the end. The first test is over. All those who pass the test will take on the second level here tomorrow. Following the words of the great elder who presided over the opening ceremony, the other elders and sword sect disciples left the square one after another. As for the others who did not pass, no one will care whether they live or die. Xie Fei also slowly stood up, packed up, and prepared to leave. After being busy for nearly 2 days in a row, coupled with the frequent use of the golden eye of life, he really should go back and have a good rest. Look at those who have been eliminated. Each of them is unwilling and like a walking corpse. Alas. This is the path of cultivation. Xie Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Cruelty is always the essence of the world of cultivation. Not to mention that there are demons running rampant in this world. But just when Xie Fei was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. He was a boy as thin as a monkey, wearing adult clothes that were obviously ill-fitting, walking alone at the end. While walking, he looked back blankly at the Changhe Sword sect behind the bamboo forest. This way. The boy was gone for 5 years. There are more than 100 mountains to worship along the way. But no sect was willing to take him in. Changhe Sword sect is his final destination. After this failure, he no longer had the strength or persistence to move forward. He can't reach the next sect. Elder Xie Fei. What are you standing there for? Let's go. Lu Xing walked over, patted Xie Fei on the shoulder and shouted. It's finally time to take a break. I'll take you to Huayang City to have some fun. Talking. Lu Xing seemed to have noticed something and followed Xie Fei's gaze, which fell on the boy. Elder Xie, is this your first time as the gatekeeper elder for the opening ceremony? Lu Xing smiled and said, I saw you letting those 2 untalented people pass the level before. In fact, there is no need to do so. Doing so will only give them hope, and eventually make them fall into deeper despair. I was also a gatekeeper elder at the last opening ceremony, but I was at the 3rd gate. I heard from the old elders that after every opening ceremony, there would be a lot of fresh corpses under the Qianren cliff. Corpse. Xie Fei was stunned. Yes. Fresh. Lu Xing shook his head and said, these people, before they came here, it was almost like they were at the gambling table. And he risked his entire fortune. Being eliminated means they lost the bet. As the young master of the evil Fengyue sect, Lu Xing has seen more darkness and helplessness than this. The current scene was already commonplace to him, and he was not surprised at all. Xie Fei finished listening. I couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The world is in a difficult and dangerous situation now, with demons and monsters causing chaos. Many masters of spiritual practice have fallen. Even a holy place was completely destroyed. What about these ordinary people? Are there no one to take care of those corpses? Xie Fei couldn't help but ask. Of course we will. We are a reputable and upright sect after all. Of course we will. Lu Xing showed an expression that was neither a smile nor a smile, as if he was teasing something, or as if he was making fun of himself. He continued, the sword sect will arrange for some disciples to send these corpses back. Those who have no records and whose identities cannot be confirmed are buried under the Qianren cliff. Xie Fei listened quietly. Okay, let's not talk about this while we have some rest and happiness. Lu Xing clapped his hands and said with a smile, after the opening ceremony, I will take Elder Xie out to play. When the time comes, Elder Xie, you must show your favor. After saying, Lu Xing followed the elders and left first. Xie Fei stood there for a while. Just as he turned to leave, the boy suddenly turned around and rushed over here. He touched the pillar of talent again. He clung to the Tianzi pillar unwillingly. Such a bold move. But it did not attract the attention of other elders. Because for a person who is destined to be eliminated, no matter how many times you try, it will be useless. It's not important, so naturally I don't pay attention to it. The pillar of talent is still dim. The boy looked away with a dead look in his eyes and took a few steps back as if accepting his fate. Rolled down the stairs. His head was covered in blood. But he ignored it and walked towards Qianren Cliff with staggering steps. Name, Lin Fan. Gender, male. Lifespan, 13/69. Realm, none. Destiny and luck, gold. Golden prodigy. It is rare to see one in hundreds of years. When he appears, it will be earth-shattering. It is recommended to invest immediately. Recent demand, failed to enter the sect, embarked on the practice, and was disheartened, about to end his own life. See the boy's fate information. There is no need to explain how to do it. Xie Fei flashed and followed quietly. Lin Fan is a boy who comes from a fisherman's family. He still had the features of a fisherman, with dark, rough skin, purple, cracked lips, and slightly yellowed teeth. Like many people, his fishing village was destroyed by demons. But this time it was a big monster in the sea. Having experienced the destruction of his family when he was only a few years old, he was taken around by a cousin to seek the immortal way. Over the past 5 years, my cousin died on the road. He also came to an end today. As early as yesterday when he was queuing, Lin Fan heard other people around him talking about the Qianren Cliff of the Chang'e sword sect. Die there. At least there will be someone to help collect the bodies and bury them. Wait and follow the crowd to the place. He saw the people in front of him and jumped towards the bottomless cliff like dumplings. Lin Fan didn't show any fluctuations at all. The experiences of these years have made him accustomed to life and death. Edge of the cliff. When it's his turn. It's the last one. Looking at the misty cliff bottom below, Lin Fan did not hesitate and took a firm step forward, just as he was determined to leave his destroyed home. Wind. Whistling in my ears. Tear. Following behind. In the crystal, dreams seemed to be flickering. But in the next moment, Lin Fan suddenly felt his body sink. Then he was carried back to Qianren Cliff. The boy opened his eyes slightly, and through the blur of tears, he saw a not quite real figure. Are you seeking death? Xie Fei looked at the boy in front of him and spoke softly. Ah. It's the sword sect's elder. Lin Fan suddenly woke up, and then hurriedly saluted and said, Greetings, elder. Answer me, are you seeking death? Xie Fei's tone was calm, without any emotion at all. Lin Fan was slightly stunned, then nodded heavily and said, Yes. Why? Because. A hint of bitterness appeared on Lin Fan's lips. Xie Fei looked at the boy and suddenly frowned. You haven't eaten for 7 days. Lin Fan was stunned again. I don't understand how this could be seen. Your qi and blood are very weak, and your internal organs have shrunk into a ball. Xie Fei continued, most people would have died after 7 days of starvation, but you are still alive. Your spirit and will are very strong. If it weren't for this, you wouldn't be able to hold on until now. Speaking of this. He paused. Then he slowly said, Do you want to join the Chang'e sword sect? Yes. Lin Fan nodded heavily again. There is no one in this world who is born with the talent for doing things. Xie Fei is ready to start giving chicken soup. Even if they are geniuses, they won't achieve anything if they don't work hard. Your aptitude for cultivation is very poor, this is an indisputable fact. So if you want to embark on the path of cultivation, you must work harder than others. This much will involve hardships that you cannot imagine. After I said this, are you still willing to embark on the practice? Lin Fan did not hesitate at all and immediately responded, Elder, I am not afraid of hardship. I'm afraid I won't have a chance. Xie Fei nodded slightly, very good. Then follow me. These words completely stunned the 13-year-old boy. He was extremely surprised and said, Elder. Elder, can I? As long as you can go the extra mile, why not? Xie Fei said lightly. Hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes, which had seemed as dead as ashes, suddenly lit up with a gleam of light. Ding! The host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, get a rebate. Since the investment object's destiny is gold, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 80 years of life experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning My Fate is in My Own Hands, gold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation talent pill, earth grade. 80 years of life experience can be retrieved at any time. You can experience a different life, increase your experience and understanding, eliminate your inner demons, and perfect your Tao heart. My fate is determined by myself, not by heaven. Gold can be withdrawn at any time. This is a kind of spiritual will, fighting against heaven. It can greatly stimulate potential and has miraculous effects when encountering the great terror of life and death. Cultivation talent pill, earth grade can improve a person's cultivation talent, giving them a blue-level cultivation enhancement. The rebate notification sound from the system made Xie Fei stunned for a moment. What is the understanding of 80 years of life? And there is also the saying, my destiny is in my own hands. These two rewards, from the introduction of the system. None of them are rebates that instantly increase combat power. But it is a more powerful foundation. With these two things, I'm afraid Xie Fei's potential is immeasurable. And there is also the talent pill for cultivation. With the rebate of the previous cultivation talent, he no longer needs to use it. But it can be used on Lin Fan. Think about it. Xie Fei temporarily suppressed the urge to study the reward. The top priority. It is better to get rid of Lin Fan, the little boy whose destiny is golden, first.